Chapter 707. The Shadow Plane. A huge silver-white ring was placed on the ground, surrounded by countless strange runes. A staircase was paved with white marble, and in the middle was a laboratory that Gloria had set up in the Shadow Plane. At this time, Gloria and the Fallen Witch were standing on both sides of the ring. The two legendary witches floated in the air, and their bodies were surrounded by powerful magic. Soren's position was at the periphery, and his whole body was shrouded in a divine light. At first glance, mortals couldn't help but want to worship him. His divine power was being consumed slightly. It had been a week since Soren returned. Because he had consumed a lot of divine power while helping the goddess of magic, he had been quietly accumulating power during this time, wanting to master the divine spark ability, space change, as soon as possible. However, what he had to do today was more important. Even if Soren didn't have enough divine power, he had to be present to help the two legendary witches. It's about to begin. Gloria's voice was directly transmitted to Soren's mind. She said seriously, "If anything goes wrong later, immediately open a divine barrier and cut off the energy connection of the floating ring." "Mother, and I don't have enough energy to pay attention to other things while maintaining the floating ring. I'll leave everything to you." Soren's expression was quite serious. He nodded slightly and said, "It's fine. Just do it. I'll be here. Nothing will go wrong." Hearing Soren's words, Gloria's expression couldn't help but relax a little. She slowly said, "Okay. Let's begin." As the arcane runes on the silver-white floating ring lit up one by one, two powerful magic began to madly converge, and then formed a substantial energy vortex. Then it began to be injected into the ground under their feet, and through a strange runic circuit, it was transmitted to the large floating ring in the center. Buzz! An inexplicable resonance began, and the surrounding ground suddenly trembled violently. Crack! A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Under the effect of the enormous magic power, the ground under Soren's feet seemed to have experienced a violent earthquake. Following that, the ground around them started to crack. With Gloria and the Fallen Witch as the center, the ground within 100 meters of them formed oval-shaped cracks. The solid rocks gradually cracked, and the ground seemed to have been forcibly uprooted by some kind of powerful force. Gravity began to distort. Every plane had different gravitational influences, but the laws of gravity in the multiverse were not determined by matter like in his previous life. Instead, they were determined by the degree of connection between the plane and the earth elemental plane. For most legendary adepts, or the kingdoms of gods, gravity was something that they could control when they created it. Change the structure of the plane, change the space of the plane, and change the connection between the planes. The creation of a half-plane determined the things that the creator needed to control, including gravity, air, plane barrier, atmosphere, and so on. The scattered stones in the surroundings strangely floated up. At this time, the gravity in the vicinity of the floating ring had been completely distorted. Some things were strangely suspended in midair, and the huge force had caused the nearby space to have a resonance effect. If there was even the slightest abnormality, something very dangerous could happen. Energy transfer complete. The figure of the Thaling experiment ET-1 floated out of the central laboratory. Because the gravity was temporarily distorted, as an experimental Thaling, its strength was not enough. It now looked like it was floating in the astral plane. But at this moment, it still did its job dutifully. It said in a cold mechanical voice, "The floating ring is operating normally. The current operating speed is 60%. The experimental effect is expected to be achieved after the operating speed reaches 80%. Rumble. The surrounding ground completely cracked. With Gloria and the Fallen Witch transmitting their magic power at the same time, the ground within a diameter of 150 meters with the laboratory as the center was completely split from the surface. Then, it slowly rose into the air under the distorted gravity. The process was quite slow, but with the operation of the floating ring, the separated ground floated to a height of about 10 meters. It looked like a floating island. "It's a success." Soren's expression couldn't help but become excited. The light of divinity shrouded the surroundings. Although his magic power was not as good as the two legendary witches, His divine power could replace most of the power of the mortal world when needed. Energy transfer is stable. Start recording the progress of the experiment. Calculating the power of the floating ring. A red light appeared. Fouling experiment number 1's gemstone eyes shot out a ray of light. It looked like a scanning ray from the future era. This was a very advanced detection spell, knowledge from the alchemy books of the Wizard Tower. Gloria's face was slightly pale. Fallen Witch's condition was not very good at the moment. The energy required to test a large floating ring was difficult for even a legendary witch to bear. But before they mastered the energy device technology of the Arcane Empire, they could only use this method to test the recently completed research of the floating ring. At this time, the alchemy laboratory and the surrounding land had been completely lifted. The weight could not be calculated for the time being, but judging by the naked eye, it was definitely more than 100,000 tons. Because it was only a preliminary test, they did not go too deep into the ground when they split the surface. If they wanted to lift the deeper layers of rock, then the power of the floating ring would be a lot higher. Time passed by minute. The power of the floating ring became more and more powerful. When the energy transfer reached a critical point, Gloria and Fallen Witch stopped the energy transfer at the same time. Then the arcane runes near the laboratory faded one by one. And finally, in a strange way, they were suspended about 10 meters in the air. Soren's power was crazily outputting. The light of divinity shrouded this space. Gloria and Fallen Witch, who had stopped the energy transfer, did not stay idle. Instead, they quickly descended around the floating ring. The hand of magic controlled alchemy devices in the air, and buried them into the ground at an amazing speed. These alchemy devices looked very similar to the energy transmission devices of the demi-plane golem factory. They arranged the magic circuit in a way that ordinary people could not understand, and finally connected the 6 energy nodes on the large floating ring. The magic circuit is complete. Start the last step of the test. Synchronizing data calculation. The cold mechanical voice echoed. Gloria was a little relieved, and then a little nervous looked at Fallen Witch, and then nodded to Soren outside. Holy form. Soren's figure seemed to be magnified in an instant. He looked like a human figure emitting holy light. In the process of accelerating the consumption of his divine power, when the energy operation broke through the limit, he suddenly withdrew all his power. Buzz. The land suspended in midair suddenly shook, and then fell sharply. However, at this time the magic circuit was also instantly lit up. After falling about 5 meters, the small floating island gradually rose and finally stabilized at a position about 20 meters above the ground. It worked. Gloria's face was full of excitement, and Fallen Witch also hugged her excitedly. Finally, it worked. After spending a lot of energy and effort, they finally completed the research of the large floating ring. The energy consumed by the floating city would be greatly reduced when maintaining the floating state, because many runes had been solidified on it. If the energy needed was too large, even the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire could not maintain it. There were many aspects of the floating city's energy consumption, and the Arcanists were not so paranoid as to spend most of their energy on maintaining the floating state of a city. It looks like it's a success. Soren was also a little relieved at this time, but then frowned and murmured, "But it's still a little small. Is the power of a large floating ring only able to maintain this level of operation? A land with a diameter of 150 meters. If it was used as a standard for a house, then this area was really not small. But if it was used as a standard for a city, this area was really nothing." The floating city of the Arcane Empire was a real city, not like the one in the Silver Age, which was only the size of a dozen castles. Any recorded floating city had an area of more than 10 kilometers, which was equivalent to raising all the land from the city of Moder to the port area into the air. A large floating ring had exhausted the strange silver-white metal obtained from the Wizard Tower. If they really wanted to raise a city into the air, then at least hundreds of such large floating rings would be needed. This was simply not a task that could be done by individual strength. Floating successful. The elemental pool is working properly. Record the results of the experiment. With the stable operation of the floating ring, the floating stones distorted by gravity also fell to the ground. There was no abnormality with the energy transmission device. The elemental pool arranged by Gloria was enough to maintain the floating land. As for making it fly and move, I'm afraid it's another academic problem. I'm going to use this place as the basis for half-bit wall research. Gloria's figure came to Soren's side. At the moment, she smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. She whispered, "The floating ring needs energy to maintain. With the energy of the elemental pool, I want to try to open up a half-bit wall space directly." Half-bit wall. This was a field that only wizards who had entered the legendary realm could dabble in. No half-bit wall was born out of thin air. As the core of the half-bit wall, the elemental pool was connected to the wind, water, fire, and earth elemental planes. The birth of a half-bit wall was like playing a game of creating a world. The proportion of any element needed to be studied and calculated. After building the material foundation, the creator also needed to connect the energy sources of the upper and lower planes. It was not very difficult to create a half-bit wall. But it was quite difficult to create a half-bit wall that could allow living people to survive. The half-bit wall of the Northern Witch Council could only be regarded as a dead place. Even the air in that half-bit wall was very thin. A top large half-bit wall was already like a divine kingdom, allowing other races to live in it. Chapter 708. The energy is not enough. The figure of the fallen which appeared beside the two of them. Although the test of the large floating ring seemed to be successful, Karina's expression was not very satisfied. She had always had a strong obsession with the alchemy knowledge of the arcane empire and the floating city. Today's test of the large floating ring was completed entirely by laborious energy consumption, which was not satisfactory for her, who had conducted research on elemental fission. Without the core knowledge of the arcane empire, the energy of the elemental pool could only maintain the floating research. Fallen Witch glanced at Soren, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, "The energy of the elemental pool is not enough. Maintaining the levitation of this land is already the limit of the elemental pool. If we want to conduct more in-depth research on the floating city, we must find a way to provide more energy." Fallen Witch hesitated for a moment. She could not help but look at Gloria next to her with a little guilty conscience. She seemed to care about her daughter's attitude, but the pursuit in her heart made her speak out. She said with a little frustration in her heart, "Soren, I want to conduct another research experiment on elemental fission. Nature's bane. The destroyer of nature." This was the result of Fallen Witch's research. For this reason, she was wanted by the Droll Order, forcing the senior members of the Northern Witch Council to banish her to Whiterun. To be honest, Fallen Witch did not feel very good in her heart. However, as a top wizard, she had a lot in common with the scientists in her previous life. She had always hoped that she could have another chance to conduct research, but reality did not give her any chance at all. Soren was silent. Gloria could not help but be silent. The silence of the two made Fallen Witch's expression suddenly become very lost. It seemed that she did not know what to say for a while. Elemental fission research. This thing was similar to atomic bomb research, but it was probably more dangerous than this. At the beginning, the research work of the Fallen Witches was supported by the Northern Witch Council. In order to carry out this research, the Northern Witch Council provided a lot of materials and manpower. The cost of this thing would not be much less than the Manhattan Project. With the current financial resources of Mordor City, it would inevitably be a very heavy burden. Most importantly, the elemental fission in this world was caused by direct energy. If an accident were to occur, it would be too uncontrollable. It could be equivalent to an atomic bomb explosion. Back then, the disaster caused by the Fallen Witch was a terrifying explosion. It seemed like there was no chance. Soren and Gloria's silence made the Fallen Witch smile bitterly. She turned around and was about to leave when Soren suddenly spoke. "Wait a minute." Soren's expression was solemn, and he seemed to be hesitating. After a while he said slowly, "Let me think about it. How about I give you an answer later?" Was there a chance? The Fallen Witch's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise, and Gloria could not help but look at Soren in shock. It seemed that she wanted to say something. To be honest, even if the Fallen Witch was her mother, she did not agree with the other party to carry out such a dangerous research. Soren seemed to have an answer in his heart. He looked at the fallen witch in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I have something to deal with in 2 days. If there are no accidents, I should be able to give you an answer when I come back." The Battle of Golems. According to the timeline, the Battle of Golems should be about to break out. This was mentioned a long time ago, including the legendary Blademaster, who appeared in this battle. The reason why Soren agreed to the Fallen Witch's research was also related to this battle. As everyone knew, the material plane still retained a small number of relics left from the Arcane Empire, and the outbreak of the Battle of Golems was related to these ancient relics. In the Battle of Golems, a large number of golems left from the Arcane Empire appeared. These golems that had been silent for a long time were all activated, which must require a very large energy supply device. The intensity of the Battle of Golems was no less than a war between kingdoms. To be able to supply the energy consumption of so many golems, Soren was very suspicious that there was a relatively complete energy supply system left from the Arcane Empire in the depths of the ruins where the Battle of Golems broke out. There were only a few dozen golems in the city of Mordor, but thousands of golems were activated in the Battle of Golems. There was a huge difference in energy between the two. The energy consumption of maintaining the golems would not be lower than that of the infantry armor in the Star Age. The elemental pool of Mordor could only supply a few dozen golems. It could be understood as a power station, but the Battle of Golems was equivalent to an armored infantry legion. If they could gain something in the Battle of Golems, Soren would agree to the research work of the Fallen Witch. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Gloria had undoubtedly become a person of action. The day after the elemental pool was relatively stable, she began to prepare for the construction of the half-bit wall. Creating a half-bit wall required a high level of basic knowledge. For example, knowledge plane, knowledge space, knowledge elements, and so on. Under normal circumstances, at least 500 points of knowledge were needed to meet the requirements of creating a half-bit wall. Soren's knowledge was not enough. As a god, his knowledge was not as good as that of a legendary witch. It was a bit shameful to say it out loud, but Soren was now studying and mastering the ability of the divine personality, space change. So when Gloria was preparing to create the half-bit wall, he could still play a great role. The core part of the half-bit wall was naturally the elemental pool. Gloria had already completed this part, so what she needed to do next was to open up a small dimensional space crack. It was a deep darkness. There was almost no light in the surroundings, and only some silver-white halos could be vaguely seen at the farthest distance. Gloria's figure stood in the void. This was the dimensional space crack that she opened up. It was an unstable space that could disappear at any time. What she needed to do next was to connect it to the elemental pool that she had built, and then rely on the energy of the 4 elemental planes to stabilize this dimensional space. A divine radiance emerged. Soren's figure also appeared in this small dimensional space. He looked around a little, then nodded to Gloria and said, "Let's begin." Earth elemental plane, fire elemental plane, wind elemental plane, water elemental plane. In the deep, dark void beneath their feet, the energy radiance representing the 4 elemental planes gradually emerged. Traces of elemental power were extracted from the 4 elemental planes and injected into this narrow space. In an instant, Soren felt a heavy force. This was the gravity formed by the connection to the Earth elemental plane. It was not the gravity of the half-bit wall, but the gravity transmitted from the Earth elemental plane. Then there was a trace of scorching temperature. The temperature inside the newly formed dimensional space was quite low, basically not much different from the astral plane. For ordinary people, entering it was like entering space. That was to say, with their strength, there was no impact at all. Ordinary people would have died a long time ago. Then there was a faint breeze. Thin air began to appear in this narrow space. At this time, Soren could already disperse the divine shield on his body. Those professions below the legendary level could also temporarily move around in this space. Finally, there was a trace of warm water vapor. As the half-bit wall and the 4 elemental planes completed the connection, a very thin film-like barrier began to appear at the edge of the space under the influence of the power of the laws of the multiverse. Plane barrier. A planar barrier that couldn't be more fragile took shape, 15 meters in diameter. Soren scanned with his perception and determined the size of the half-bit wall. With the strength of the legendary witch Gloria, she could only create such a large space at the beginning. Now it could not be called a half-bit wall. It could only be said to be a very small extra-dimensional space. Of course, if a god wanted to create a divine kingdom, then it must be much, much bigger than this. This space needed to be expanded little by little. The half-bit wall controlled by the Northern Witch Council had been nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years. Under normal circumstances, Gloria wouldn't be able to create a decent demiplane without decades of time. But who told her man to be a god? Saint form. Soren's figure turned into a tall figure emitting golden light in an instant. With the power of divinity enveloping this narrow space, the speed at which the elemental pool extracted energy began to increase rapidly, and this dimensional space, which was only 15 meters in diameter, was also constantly expanding. What gods mastered was the power of the laws. Creating a divine kingdom was the basic ability of every god. This was the gap in the level of the laws, which could not be matched by pure power. His divine power was constantly being consumed, but the space of the half-bit wall was constantly getting bigger. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. When Soren stopped consuming his divine power, this dimensional space had been expanded 20 times, reaching a diameter of about 300 meters. However, Soren still did not seem to be satisfied with this. I can only open up such a large space. Soren rested for a moment and then said, I must leave a part of my divine power to construct this bit wall. So, let's start with creating land. His divine power was still not enough. Soren had regarded this as an exercise to create a divine kingdom at the moment. Creating a half-bit wall was like a child playing with mud. It did not matter whether it was suitable for human survival or not. But if it was a divine kingdom, then it must not be so casual. Connect to the elemental plane of Earth. With the continuous infusion of Soren's divine power, the elemental pool under the void suddenly began to run wildly. The connection channel representing the elemental plane of Earth suddenly covered the other elemental planes. With a huge amount of elemental energy being introduced into the half-bit wall, a tiny dust suddenly appeared in the void under the two people's feet. Chapter 709. A very inconspicuous speck of dust. But it was the beginning of the entire half-bit wall. As Soren extracted more and more energy from the elemental plane of Earth, a rock structure gradually appeared under the two people's feet. The process of forming the Earth was not slow. Although it was only inside a very narrow space, there was a spectacular and shocking feeling of creating a world. The kingdoms created by the gods were all energy extracted from the elemental plane, because no god, not even the existence of a great divine power, could gather such a huge amount of power completely by themselves. This was an application of the energy of the multiverse. As gods who mastered the power of the laws, they could easily control all this. But if it was done by a legendary wizard, the time and energy needed to be spent would be many times more. Matter and energy. It was difficult to explain clearly in a few words, but in short, all planes relied on the foundation of the four elemental planes. The half-bit wall would grow. The half-bit walls in the multiverse today were all extracting the power of the four elemental planes little by little over a long period of time, and then expanding to the current scale. The power of the four elemental planes was almost endless. The mysteries contained the deepest secrets of the multiverse. Even the high and mighty gods could not figure out the rules behind it. Rock. Soren did not let the land cover the entire half-bit wall. He only covered a part of it. The half-bit wall needed to form a balance. Connect to the fire elemental plane. The power of fire in the elemental pool began to expand rapidly, and soon replaced the connecting channel of the elemental plane of Earth. Under the thick rock layer, the power of the fire element became stronger and stronger. When it reached a certain critical point, magma began to appear under the surface. The temperature of the half-bit wall began to rise rapidly, from extremely cold below zero to about 10 degrees. The energy of the fire elemental plane could not be completely formed for the time being. After all, the half-bit wall was not a complete plane space. Only by relying on the automatic operation of the elemental pool could the magma be formed stably inside the half-bit wall. If the channel of the fire element was cut off, the magma would cool down quickly. There were many things to consider when creating a half-bit wall. The energy of the elemental plane of Earth was too heavy, and the gravity of the half-bit wall would be greatly increased. There were many spaces in the multiverse that had a serious gravitational influence. In some levels of the abyss, the gravity was even more than 10 times that of a material plane. This was because the plane of the abyss had been deflected when it was formed. This meant that the energy of the Earth elemental plane had completely suppressed the other planes. The gravity is almost there. The temperature is about right. Soren sensed the changes in the demiplane, then nodded at Gloria, and began to connect to the wind elemental plane. Air. The power of the wind. The thin air inside the half-plane gradually filled up along with the elemental channel. The power of the wind elemental plane was very important to the entire half-plane. Whether other creatures could survive in the half-plane depended on the creator's understanding of the wind elemental domain. This was really a top student-level mission. There had been many legendary adepts who had been able to create pseudoplanes since ancient times, but there were very few adepts who had been able to turn their pseudoplanes into living spaces for other species. This was because the creator's understanding of the world was taken into consideration. This was the same even for gods. Some gods' kingdoms were very beautiful, but some gods' kingdoms were very barren. The knowledge of gods was also limited. Although some gods tried to imitate the runes of material planes to create divine kingdoms, because of the difference in their own power, the divine kingdoms created in the end were very different. The transformation of divine kingdoms was an extremely large project. In addition to collecting faith, most gods were thinking about how to build their own divine kingdoms. In other words, it was the ideal kingdom that the gods hoped for. Connect to the water elemental plane. A trace of water vapor appeared in this narrow half-plane. Under the guidance of Soren's divine power, the uneven ground gradually converged into a pool. Earth, water, fire, air. The connection between the half-plane and the 4 elemental planes had been formed. With the constant operation of the elemental pool, the energy from the 4 elemental planes would gradually flow into this half-plane. This process was quite slow. The Earth would grow at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Perhaps after a year, the land area here would expand by 1 or 2 meters, and then the other 3 elements would also increase. The expansion of the half-plane required the efforts of the creator himself. By strengthening the size of the elemental pool, guiding his own power, or even directly transferring things from other planes, and so on, this small space would constantly grow and change. When the power of the 4 elements reached a critical point, the creator would have to plan this space. One was artificial transformation, such as where the water flow should start, the size of the lakes and oceans, how the nutrients of the land should be suitable for the growth of plants, whether the changes in the monsoon and weather were necessary, and what the difference in temperature between the north and south of the half-plane should be, and so on. Most creators let it change on its own, only occasionally guiding it when needed. Therefore, some spaces had very high gravity, some spaces had very low temperature, some spaces were full of wind and sand, and some spaces simply turned into a sea of fire. Soren had been to a half-plane that was completely a sea of fire, and magma could be seen flowing everywhere on the ground. Now it depends on what you're going to do here. Soren took back his divine power. He just helped Gloria to open up the connection between the 4 elemental planes and lay the foundation for this half-plane space. How to build it depended on Gloria's own ideas. It should have more life aura. Gloria's figure floated in the air. As the half-plane space she opened up, she had her own power of law, a kind of ability to control the entire space. This half-plane was her home ground. The elemental pool slowly rotated, like a whirlpool constantly drawing energy from the 4 elemental planes. The part that represented earth and water was obviously higher than the part that represented wind and fire. Gloria seemed to have her own understanding of the structure of the world. If this continues, there will be more and more water in this half-plane, and the land will gradually increase. Soren didn't say anything at this moment. The power of a single element was one-sided, just like how earth and fire could form magma. and the collision of cold and heat could form a monsoon. The power of any space didn't exist alone. The four elemental planes also had other elements, but they had their own home ground. In the corresponding elemental plane, the energy of the home ground element completely crushed the other elements. Mortals couldn't move at all when they entered the earth elemental plane because of the supergravity. They could be quickly burned to ashes when they entered the fire elemental plane. It was almost impossible to find land when they entered the wind elemental plane, and they could only rely on swimming when they entered the water elemental plane. The material plane was a flat surface. Soren had discovered this a long time ago. The material plane was a huge flat surface. It wasn't a planet. If one looked at the material plane from the perspective of a god, everything was completely different from his previous life, including the huge passage at the bottom of the material plane that connected the four elemental planes. Since Soren became a god, he had been guessing who created the material plane. This was an incredible world. Chapter 7:10. The creation of a half-plane was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. After stabilizing the connection between the four elemental planes, Soren and Gloria returned to Motor City. At present, this half-plane did not have much use, and Gloria could only use it as a storage space. Only when it was built to the level of a dimensional fortress could the half-plane really play a great role. Many legendary wizards did not choose to stay in the material plane. Instead, they built their demiplane into a gigantic sphere of another dimension, and traveled through the endless multiverse. Speaking of this matter, Soren remembered an important piece of information that had recently been sent back from the Southern Wizard Alliance. The time was about 3 days ago. All of a sudden, a strange vibration occurred in the South Wizard City. Then, a huge spherical building suddenly appeared near the northwest city wall of the Wizard City. A great wizard from 300 years ago had returned to the material plane. Because Motor City's penetration into the Wizard City was still relatively weak, the channels to obtain information were quite limited. Therefore, the information sent to Soren was a bit vague. He could only confirm that it was a huge dimensional fortress. The owner of the fortress was an explorer of the astral world. 300 years ago, he was a great wizard who was in charge of one of the 3 major seats in the Wizard City. After this great wizard entered the realm of advanced legends, he spent his life's wealth to transform his half-bit wall into a huge extra-dimensional fortress. Then he began his journey in the astral world. Just like that, 300 years had passed. During this period, the Wizard City was completely cut off from the Great Wizard, and no one knew which corner of the astral world this Great Wizard had wandered to. After all, a half-plane that had been strengthened to the level of a dimensional fortress could be regarded as a small floating city. If necessary, this Great Wizard could even transfer the dimensional sphere to other planes. If he was not afraid of death, he could directly teleport to a certain level of the abyss. Astral explorers were very powerful beings. The strength of advanced legends could only be said to have reached the threshold of entry, because no one knew how many dangerous enemies they would encounter in the boundless sea of the astral world. There was a small accident when the dimensional sphere was teleported to the Wizard City. It seemed that a part of the half-bit wall had hit the wall of the Wizard City. According to the information obtained by Soren, the entire dimensional sphere was still in a sealed state, and the higher council of the Wizard City could not contact the inside of the half-bit wall. They could not confirm whether the Great Wizard who traveled in the astral world was still alive, and whether there were any abnormalities inside the dimensional space. Over the long years, the strong people born in the material plane had never given up on exploring the endless starry sky. During the battle with the ogres in Whiterun, the two-headed ogre claimed to be the descendant of an explorer of the astral plane. The extra-dimensional sphere hit the Wizard City. Incidents like this rarely happened in history. There was a record of a collision in Anmu a long time ago during the Cataclysm. At the time, the demiplane's master had already fallen, forming an independent demiplane in the city of Anmu. Later on, this demiplane seemed to be destroyed for some reason. The Wizard City now seemed to be preparing to gather people to open the gate of the extra-dimensional fortress, but because of the independence of the half-bit wall, they could not enter it for the time being. Some of the half-bit walls were left with special marks when they were created, and some could only be entered by the direct bloodline of the creator. Regarding this matter, Soren paid some attention to it. A great wizard who had wandered in the astral world for 300 years must have a lot of good things in his half-bit wall. However, without the correct way to open it, even the gods would find it difficult to enter it. Time passed day by day. As the barrier of the plane gradually weakened, the influence of other worlds on the material plane became more and more serious. There seemed to be traces of elemental life in the Frost Kingdom, and a terrible sandstorm had recently blown in the Death Desert. The attacks of the demons in the south never stopped, and the figures of the devils began to appear frequently in the eyes of the world. Compared to the less populated northern areas, the relatively dense population in the south was obviously more likely to attract the attention of the devils and demons. The Avatar crisis was gradually changing the whole world. Even the Treasure Island had bad news. In the process of mining gold, the miners actually dug out awakened earth elementals from the ground. No one knew how these earth elementals appeared. Fortunately, their number was very small, and only a dozen casualties were caused. There was not much time before the outbreak of the Golem War. The dwarves near Whiterun seemed to have made a big mistake. They dug too deep, and actually dug out a sealed baler from the ground. Now the whole group of dark iron dwarves was in Sparta. There was no specific news yet, but it seemed that many dwarves had fled to other places. Calculating the time, it seemed that the dwarves were also going to suffer. This race was not large in the material plane, far less than the halflings who had the protection of the powerful Lord God. It was mentioned before that they had angered a very dangerous black dragon. According to the progress of time, it should be a month or two later. The new year had passed, but it seemed that no one had a good time this year. There was also news from Autumnfall that the orcs and the gnolls, who had temporarily cooperated, seemed to have broken out in fierce conflicts. Eugene, who originally used the power of the gnolls to attack Autumnfall, now had to deal with the crazy attacks of the gnolls. The ghouls were also active in it. For these things, Soren just paid attention and had no interest in intervening. There were too many legendary events that broke out during the Avatar crisis, and he couldn't manage them all. And calculating the progress of time, the god of light should almost fall. It was probably around March. There was also a group of very powerful gods that fell to the mortal world. They were the god of light, greater divine power, Udaha, halfling goddess, greater divine power, Moradin, dwarf god, greater divine power, and so on. It was very interesting. These lords with greater divine power all built their divine kingdoms in the plain of Mountain Paradise. First of all, the god of light had always been the main god of Mountain Paradise after changing sides. Then Udaha, the halfling goddess, had her divine kingdom in the third layer of Mountain Paradise, via a pearl-colored paradise. The divine kingdom of Moradin, the father of the dwarves, was on the fourth layer of Mountain Paradise. A place called Soul Furnace was located in the deepest part of the mountain range. It was his kingdom. Many of these gods that fell to the mortal world were greater divine powers. More than half of them came from Mountain Paradise, and Wild Field. The elven lord god was not spared. In the last few batches, the elven god system should be the most unlucky because the Queen of Spiders had been waiting for them for a long time. On this day, Soren finally embarked on the journey to intervene in the Battle of the Golems. Chapter 7:11. The Battle of the Golems. This was a legendary event that broke out in the early days of the Avatar crisis. It was caused by an unknown adventurer team that went deep into a certain ruin near the Gobi. There were a large number of ancient ruins in the material plane. Originally, there was no problem in exploring the ruins. But for some reason, this ruin was preserved quite well. After this group of adventurers entered, they actually triggered the internal defense mechanism, causing a large number of golems buried in the ground to be activated. For some reason, they attacked any creature nearby. Soren did not have much memory of the Battle of the Golems, because he did not participate in the Battle of the Golems himself. At that time, he could barely fight the gnolls with his professional level. Only the top adventurers could join in, and it was only a relatively peripheral battle. Soren remembered that more than 600 people died at that time. Finally, One of the diamond golems was killed by the adventurers in the early days of the Avatar crisis. The Battle of the Golems broke out in the next area. Soren was not very clear about the specific location, but he knew that it was the periphery of the Arcane Empire. That was to say, this underground ruin was not formed by the fall of the floating city, but an ordinary city that was directly buried because of the disaster. In this battle, a legendary sword saint appeared. Soren vaguely remembered that this legendary sword saint did not seem to be from the south, but a practitioner from the east. There were many similarities between sword saints and monks. There were far fewer spellcasters in the east than on the mainland, but there were many other professions. The number of advanced sword saints, which was relatively rare on the mainland, also increased greatly in the east. Even the sword saints who practiced in the south would choose to travel to the east after reaching a certain level. Greater teleportation. With a flash of magic, Soren's figure appeared in the city called the Pearl of the Desert. The advantage of spellcasters in traveling was still much stronger than other professions, not to mention now that Soren's spellcasting ability had been greatly improved. The wizard profession level and the arcanist profession level were given a back door by a certain goddess. Although there were no additional abilities like the archmage advancement, he could already calculate spell slots according to the total profession level of 15. To put it simply, now Soren had an additional level 8 spell slot in his class. However, of course Soren had more than that. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough to master legendary level spells, he could have used the legendary level spell slot he had. Goddess of Magic's Blessings Innate Ability. As a spellcaster, you are one of the luckiest ones. The Goddess of Magic favors you. She opened a door for you within the magic net, allowing you to use the power of the magic net more easily. Your grasp of the weave has already far surpassed that of other spellcasters, and the mysteries of the inner layer of the weave are completely open to you. All spell slots +1, automatically granting magic mastery, spell penetration, and arcane proficiency. Soren had quite a few unique abilities. These included the Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess and the Blessing of the Ocean Goddess. However, these two blessings were only of a very low level. The abilities granted by the Goddess of Magic were far beyond the scope of these two blessings. To some extent, Soren had a part of the abilities of the Chosen One. The +1 to all spell slots was only one of the powerful abilities. The three additional abilities, Magic Mastery, Spell Penetration, and Arcane Proficiency, were the truly powerful ones. This was equivalent to increasing Soren's spellcasting by more than 50%. Magic Mastery could strengthen a spellcaster's ability to control spells. Spell Penetration could increase the lethality and effect of all spells cast by the caster. Arcane Proficiency could directly increase the spellcasting speed, and the ability to control spells would also be improved. Under normal circumstances, Arcane Proficiency was a unique ability that was very difficult to master. Unlike the last time he came here, Soren easily discovered that the city in the desert was now much more dilapidated. The terrible weather changes in the Desert of Death had seriously affected the eastern trade routes. There were basically no caravans coming and going now, so naturally, there were not many floating people. The streets looked a little empty. More than 30% of the shops had been closed. Even the patrolling guards were a little listless. Soren did not stay here. After confirming the direction, he rushed to the place where the Battle of the Golems broke out. How to deal with the Battle of the Golems was a problem. One was to wait until the time was up and see the situation after the Battle of the Golems broke out. The other was to solve the problem before the Battle of the Golems broke out. The difficulty of the latter was that Soren only knew the general direction, but not the specific location. There were many ancient ruins in the desert. The core territory of the Arcane Empire was this barren desert. Although Soren had the map given by the paladin, he still lacked enough information. Master, is the thing we're looking for here? In the yellow sand all over the sky, a group of people gradually approached the sand dune in front of them. This was an area bordered by the Gobi Desert. To the west was the territory of the orcs, and to the south was the junction of the human and elven kingdoms. Due to the influence of energy radiation, this land was not suitable for plant growth for thousands of years. Only some tenacious vegetation could be seen occasionally. It should be around here. The man walking in front of the group stopped. He was dressed with the characteristics of the Eastern Kingdom, but he looked like a northerner. He was tall and burly, with fair skin and large pores. The members of this group seemed to come from all over the world. Although they were dressed like northerners, several of them were northerners, and one or two looked like wanderers from the eastern coast. The one who spoke was an Eastern woman with a veil over her face. She was dressed like a dancer. Although she was wearing a cloak, one could still tell her profession. Beside her was a very tall woman. She had delicate skin, black hair, long legs, and a delicate face. Her body was slender and strong. She wore boxing gloves on her hands, and her hair was tied up with a ribbon. There were some special gadgets on her legs. A warrior monk, or an advanced master of fist techniques. Due to the difference in civilization, it was very rare to see a female warrior monk in the south. It could even be said that there were almost none. However, there were still some in the Eastern Kingdom. The warrior monk's cultivation method was not suitable for women. It's around here. The leader stopped and said slowly, "The thing that the Eastern Empress wants should be here. If we can find it, maybe there is a way to kill that ancient evil thing." Now that many of the seals have begun to loosen, the monastery can't waste too much energy on that thing. Chapter 7:12. It should be around here, right? Soren's figure slowly descended from the sky. He looked at the Baron Gobi in front of him and murmured, "I remember that the Battle of the Golems broke out in this area. When those golems went berserk, it began to spread to other places." Huh. Someone left traces. There seems to be a lot of them. It seems to be a team of adventurers. Tracking clergy. As a god who controlled the tracking clergy, Soren found the traces left on the ground at a glance. These traces had been left more than a day ago. The sandstorm had buried most of the things, and even a legendary ranger might not be able to get much information. But all this was not a problem for Soren, who had mastered the tracking clergy. He could even judge the number of the team and the characteristics of some of them based on the traces that were almost buried by the sandstorm. There are a total of 16 people. Looking at the depth of these footprints, the weight is probably more than 500 pounds. Judging from the size of the footprints, the target should be a small or medium-sized creature. If I'm not wrong, it should be a relatively tall human. It's impossible for a human to leave such heavy footprints. If he didn't carry a lot of luggage, he should be a strong, heavy armored warrior. Soren estimated that the person who could carry such a heavy load was at least a high-grade warrior. These traces are so shallow. As the tracking clergy was activated, Soren also saw some smaller traces and murmured, "It doesn't seem to be left by the halflings. Their footsteps can't be so light. It seems to be a monk? It seems to be a team from the Eastern Kingdom. Strong. Many people. From the Eastern Kingdom." According to the information left behind by these traces, Soren gradually began to match the things in his memory. He activated the tracking clergy ability and looked for the direction of the team in a way similar to time backtracking. The tracking clergy could go back according to the traces left behind. Even if most of the traces had been buried by the sandstorm, Soren could still easily catch up with their pace. 3 hours later, a dark tunnel appeared in front of Soren. There were obvious signs of excavation, and there were a couple of torches on the wall. Looks like they've already gone in. When Soren thought of this, he didn't stay any longer. His figure instantly disappeared into the shadows, and he continued to go deeper into the tunnel. Broken stone pillars. Weathered walls. Even though it had been buried for thousands of years, the buildings from the Arcane Empire were still intact. Soren found traces of a battle, and it seemed that the team had run into some trouble. This is... Soren bent down and picked up a piece of carapace from the ground. There were some severed limbs around the carapace, and they were about the size of an adult's arm. There were strange patterns on the surface of the carapace, which looked like natural magic patterns. It was almost impossible for a normal creature to have a limb like this. In Soren's memory, there were only a few creatures that had something like this. A magical light appeared in his palm, and he muttered to himself, "Could it really be the Nell beetle?" Nell beetle. Challenge rating, 10. Challenge difficulty S. Underground insectoids. Neutral. Mutated creatures. The number of insectoids in the multiverse was very large. Almost all the planes that could survive could be found with traces of the insectoids. There was even a demon lord of the insectoids in the bottomless abyss. The proliferation of mutated insectoids even caused a lot of trouble during the Arcane Empire and the Thorium era. However, after a few crises, many forces began to wipe out the insectoids. In the deepest part of the bottomless abyss, many demon lords were still guarding against the insectoids' counterattack. The demon hunting spider was a creature created by the demon prince Demogorgon by extracting a part of the insectoid's abilities. The insectoids in the material plane were relatively rare, but they were a relatively common creature in the lower planes. If it's really the Nell beetle, it won't be easy to deal with. The ancient ruins of the Arcane Empire had a lot of energy radiation, so there were a lot of mutated creatures, and some very dangerous creatures were often born. The Nell beetle was one of them. This 10-legged beetle-like creature had a hard, bright red carapace. Its 2 sinister claws swayed in front of its 4 black round eyes and jagged jaws. Their huge mouthparts were very dangerous, and they communicated with each other through a kind of vibrato. The Nell beetle was a mutated giant beetle. A long time ago, it was distorted due to excessive exposure to shape-shifting magic and sound wave energy. Since the day they were created, these giant beetles with 12 legs would breed in their underground nest, building a huge and complicated tunnel system, just like an ant hill. They were creatures that could easily mutate. In areas with high energy radiation, it was very likely that new mutated creatures would be born. The reason Soren knew more about this was because Nell beetles were not rare in the Underdark. They were mindless hunters. Their only purpose in life was to reproduce and expand their nests. When the beetles in a nest overproduced, the Nell beetles would open up a new nest. It was known that Nell beetles were used as mounts by the races in the Underdark. The Earth Goblins had tamed them in the past, and several orc tribes had tried to do the same. The knights who rode Nell beetles in the Underdark would sometimes become the elite combat units of the tribes or cities they belonged to. A Nell beetle was usually about 9 feet long, and weighed about 1,500 pounds. There are no traces of Earth Goblins. This place is not suitable for Earth Goblins to live. It seems that there is no passage to the Underdark. Soren looked around and confirmed that this was just a wild insect nest. The Nell beetle could be tamed as a mount. Creatures that could tame this kind of insect were not easy to deal with. Some powerful tribes and cities in the Underdark would control them. They were a very difficult native force to deal with. The wild ones are slightly better. Soren continued along the passage, but he was much more careful than before. An adult Nell beetle had 26 points of strength and 22 points of constitution. In terms of strength, it was comparable to a middle-grade demon in the abyss. If there were mutated creatures that were affected by energy radiation, then the danger level was even higher. The Nell beetle was extremely dangerous when used as a cavalry mount. Its collision force was even more terrifying than that of a drake. The drows had also tried to tame them. However, because it was not as easy as the petrifying lizards, they finally chose to give up. Buzz. A strange vibration suddenly came from the deeper part of the passage, followed by a piece of sand falling down crazily. Sound wave attack. The Nell beetle had the ability to attack with sound waves. It was a special attack that could not be defended by conventional means, and could only be resisted by constitution. It seemed that those people had encountered a large number of Nell beetles. Otherwise, it would not be possible for even this place to be affected. Haste. Soren's figure instantly turned into a shadow and rushed out. The surrounding scenery was passing by quickly. There were some huge insect corpses in front of him, and 1 or 2 human corpses could be vaguely seen. This adventurer team had already suffered casualties. Phew. 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 In the rapid breathing, Dee retracted her hands. She moved her wrists and gently rubbed her temples. These damn insects. An oriental dancer with a dagger in her hand landed beside her. Her arm was bleeding. She looked a little embarrassed and said, "There are too many of them. We can't kill them all. We have to think of another way." Annoying insects. Not only did they have hard carapaces, but they could also send out strange sound wave attacks. There was no way to defend at all. If it were not for the strength of the adventurers present, they would have been directly cleared out by the sound waves. Dee's current state was not very good. As a pugilist, although she had legendary strength, it was still very difficult to deal with these Nell beetles by physical means. They were too difficult to fight. And although the monks had extremely strong magic resistance, the effect was not good in the face of sound wave attacks. If it were not for the other strong people in the team, they would have died this time. Do you remember the hall we passed before? At this time, a rogue in the team suddenly spoke. While dodging the attack of the Nell beetles, he shouted, "There seem to be a lot of golems there. Maybe they can still be activated. If they can be activated, we may be able to use them to deal with these damn insects." They had gradually approached the core area of the hive. Obviously, some things from the Arcane Empire were still preserved here. The rich energy radiation created such a large hive. Dee even suspected that what they were looking for was in the deepest part of the hive. Who knows alchemy? At this time, another person in the team spoke and shouted, "Those who know alchemy, go and try. We'll cover you and rush over. These insects can't be killed. If we continue to delay, I'm afraid we will all be killed by them." Buzz. Trembling noises could be heard coming from the tunnel ahead. They had no idea how many Nell beetles there were here. They had already killed 30 to 50 of them. And there seemed to be even more beetles rushing over from the other side of the tunnel. "I'll go." The Oriental dancer at the back of the team suddenly jumped out and shouted to Dee next to her, "Cover me. I still have some understanding of alchemy. Maybe there is a way to activate those golems." There were not many spellcasters in the team. There were not many spellcasters in the entire Eastern Kingdom. The Oriental dancer also had a certain amount of spellcasting ability. Many of them inherited the bloodline of the warlocks. Because she needed to use alchemy potions and study puppetry, the Oriental dancer had good attainments in alchemy. In the Eastern Kingdom, the golems had evolved into another kind of puppetry. Chapter 713. As Soren went deeper and deeper, the underground passage became wider and wider. Some more complete buildings began to appear around him. At the same time, there were more tunnels dug out by Nell beetles. The width of these tunnels was more than 5 meters, and it seemed that this place had been dug into a huge underground network. At an intersection of the tunnels, there were traces of a battle on the ground, and there were 7 or 8 dead Nell beetles. There was a strange buzzing sound coming from afar. Soren's divine perception network found at least hundreds of beetles' traces. A large door appeared in front of him. This should be the entrance to the underground ruins. It's still well preserved. Soren entered the underground ruins. He reached out his hand and touched the runes left on the wall. He murmured, "It seems that the whole place was enchanted with magic. That's why it hasn't been damaged after thousands of years. Even during the Arcane Empire, not every building was enchanted. This should be a more important place, right?" Rumble. There was a sound of something collapsing. Soren couldn't help but quicken his pace. After passing through a narrow tunnel, Soren's vision suddenly widened. He arrived at a very large hall. In front of him were piles of golems that hadn't been activated yet. At the front were a large number of clay golems. They were badly damaged, and many of them were eaten by insects. Less than 1/10 of them were still intact. However, the golems and iron golems at the back were more complete. It was estimated that more than 50% of them were still intact. It was just that he couldn't be sure if the internal parts were damaged, or if they could be activated after energy was injected. Soren found a faint light of magic in a corner. After touching it and triggering the magic, a magic scroll left behind by the Arcane Empire appeared in front of him. Insects. There are more and more insects. We have to kill the mother insect to get rid of all of this. The city hall has agreed to our plan. Capital. We're going to build a large golem factory, but it needs a lot of energy. We submitted an application to the Grand Arcanist Council. We asked them to build a large energy supply device for the city, but they refused. There's no other way. Those Grand Arcanists don't care about us at all. Now we have to take the risk. Part of the magic log was damaged, and Soren managed to decipher it with his divine ability, language proficiency. At the same time, he was able to guess what had happened. Although the Arcane Empire was extremely powerful, it still had many enemies. Deities were only one of them. During the time of the Arcane Empire, there was too much magic energy. The huge amount of energy attracted a large number of creatures who had a strong desire for magic energy. Not only did the magic sunflower that destroyed the Age of Thorium appear during the time of the Arcane Empire, even some mutated insectoids from other planes were attracted by the huge amount of energy. The large-scale development of the astral plane also attracted a lot of dangerous gazes from the depths of the multiverse. Therefore, during the Arcane Empire, large-scale alchemy research and development was carried out. The mana engine was also developed based on this point. Without the need for war, there would not be such large-scale research. The energy radiation is not low. Soren closed his eyes and sensed the energy radiation that still existed here after thousands of years. This kind of energy radiation was very harmful to ordinary creatures. It was almost the same as being exposed to more intense nuclear radiation. The radiation here had not been eliminated until now, which meant that there was still a relatively serious source of energy radiation left here. This was also the reason why Nell beetles multiplied here on a large scale and turned this place into an insectoid nest. Asterisk clack. Asterisk, there was a noise in front of him. Someone's here? Soren suddenly raised his head and rushed over there. There was a smaller room behind the hall in front of him. At this moment he saw a familiar figure. Soren was stunned and murmured, "It's her?" The Oriental dancer who had been in contact with Soren. At this moment the Oriental dancer, who looked quite embarrassed and was still injured, was fiddling with a bunch of complicated mechanical devices that were still intact. When she triggered a button, the entire underground ruins suddenly shook. Then he saw that the closed mana transmission devices were lit up, and the energy nodes were activated one by one. A huge source of radiation came from the depths of the underground ruins. In an instant, it was connected to the golem puppets in front of him through the energy transmission device. Energy nodes activated. Transmit energy. Golem army activated. Insectoid nest found. Elimination plan activated. Infected found. Ziz. Eliminate the infected. Eliminate the invaders. Ziz. Radiation source found. Activate the final defense plan. Activate the kill order. A series of electric sparks appeared. Soren didn't even have time to stop her. He saw a series of electric sparks burst out of the mechanical devices near her. And then there was a red alarm light. The energy transmission devices around her exploded directly, because they were too old. The mechanical sound from one of the devices finally turned into a series of harsh alarms. Damn it! Has the Battle of the Golems started? Soren found that he seemed to be a step late. Although these golem puppets had not left the underground ruins for the time being, with the emergence of light, all the golem puppets in the hall that were relatively intact moved. Eliminate the invaders. Eliminate the infected. Eliminate the mutant insectoids. Eliminate all enemies. Rumble. The stone wall at the back of the hall suddenly began to cave in. Then, in the deep darkness, dense lights appeared. Soren's current location was just one of the places where the golem puppets were stored. There were many golem halls inside the underground ruins. The Arcane Empire was very dependent on the golem puppets. Even the guards inside the floating city were arcane puppets. The golem puppets replaced most of the labor force. In the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, even most families had relatively cheap clay golems. Eliminate the invaders. A golem that was clearly broken suddenly rushed over. Its arm was completely damaged, but the energy core inside was still running. At this moment, there was a dangerous red light in its eyes, and it directly punched toward Soren. There was a problem with the operation program here. Soren was not sure whether there was a Thaling responsible for operation inside this large golem factory. If there was no Thaling responsible for maintenance, then the order after activation could not be changed at all. How could this be? The Oriental dancer's face was also full of horror at this moment. She had never thought that such a thing would happen after activating the golem puppets. As a special profession in the Eastern Kingdom, the professional characteristics of the Oriental dancer were a bit like that of a bard. It was a special advanced profession that could be used for both close combat and spellcasting. Most of them had a trace of warlock's blood, and were also proficient in a certain amount of alchemy. This was because many Oriental dancers had mastered a unique puppet technique, which was another way to make golem puppets. Relying on her half-understood ability, although she successfully activated the golem puppets here, it seemed that she did not let them execute the correct command when activating them. It was estimated that entering the correct command might not be useful. This ruin had been buried for too long. Gotcha. Soren frowned and dodged the attack of the golem. Then he punched the golem in the chest. The powerful force shattered its energy core, and the golem in front of him completely collapsed in an instant. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed the golem. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 2100 slaughter EXP. In just a short while, the entire hall was in chaos. Passages were opened all around, and then all kinds of golem puppets came out from various storage halls. Clay golem, golem, iron golem, flesh golem, diamond golem. In the deepest part of the hall, Soren even felt a trace of draconic aura. This was an ancient golem device. The manufacturing process was similar to the flesh golem. Its name was dragon skeleton golem. It was a puppet life made from the bones of an adult dragon. Apart from that, the figures of some arcane guardians also appeared in the surroundings. They were the more difficult arcane golems to challenge. Let's go. Soren's figure suddenly appeared beside the Oriental dancer. He grabbed her and rushed to the side passage. The other party was obviously stiff when Soren appeared. When she heard a slightly familiar voice, she relaxed a little. At this time, hundreds of golem puppets had been activated behind them. According to the instructions set when they were made, most of the golems began to enter the passage dug by the Nell beetles. Destroy the Zerg. Found the Zerg nest. Attack. Clear. Found the source of radiation. Found the Zerg nest. Destroy the Zerg queen. Sizzle. The buzzing of the Nell beetles sounded. Some places in the underground ruins had seriously collapsed. In the Zerg passage, the golem puppets had been fighting with them. These dangerous Zerg were still not weak against a large number of golems, but when the diamond golems in the rear began to join the battle, the situation gradually changed. Soren did not know how many golem puppets had been activated. According to such a large golem factory, the configuration of the golem army during the Arcane Empire, and the prevalence of golem puppets during the Arcane Empire, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 golem puppets that could be active at present. Chapter 7:14. It's you. The expression of the Oriental dancer seemed to be a little unbelievable, but after remembering the identity of Soren, she bowed slightly and said with a hint of nervousness and excitement, I'm sorry. But why are you here, sir? Oh my God. I saw a true god. Maybe it was because she had been in contact with Soren. Although the Oriental dancer was very excited, she did not lose her composure too much. With Soren's current 150 legendary points, he had almost reached the limit of the material plane. Even legendary events could hardly improve his reputation. He was now known by everyone in the material plane. Whether it was the eastern countries or the outer islands, Soren's reputation had spread to every corner. Otherwise, the island countries in the south would not have been beaten like that, and not dared to retaliate. Now if he wanted to continue to improve his legendary points, he was afraid that he could only involve the struggle of the plane. Compared with other gods who fell to the mortal world, perhaps Soren, who became a god as a mortal, was more memorable. Don't reveal my identity. Soren didn't want others to know his identity as a true god. He just saved her casually. Because he had cooperated with the Oriental dancer once, he had a good impression of the woman in front of him. If it was within his power, he wouldn't mind helping her out a little. When he got the anti-detection cloak, that was comparable to a divine artifact, she helped him a lot. Understood. The Oriental dancer nodded quickly. To be honest, after that adventure, she had been paying attention to any news related to Soren, but the information collected was still beyond her expectations. She always thought that the Oriental princess was the most powerful person she had ever seen. She didn't expect Soren to be more powerful than the Oriental princess. A mortal becoming a god. Such a thing was almost unimaginable for her. Time was limited. The golems in the underground ruins had been activated on a large scale. Soren couldn't waste too much time, so he said directly, "Why are you here? What's the purpose of coming here?" A larger battle had broken out. Due to the mutated radiation in the depths of the underground ruins, the scale of the beetle nest was rather large. Densely packed Nell beetles appeared one after another, successfully blocking the attacks of the golem army. It seemed that the intensity of the battle between the golems had been reduced because of the need to eliminate these insects. Otherwise, with so many golems rushing out, it would not be a problem to wipe out a duchy. The alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire was not something that could be compared to now. A small team of iron golems was enough to defeat a regular army. In Gloria's Adept Tower, there were only a dozen or so iron golems as the highest level of guards. There was not even a single diamond golem. The seal of the Wailing Wall Monastery has been broken by some unknown power. The Oriental dancer also knew that time was pressing, so she directly revealed the information that could not be easily told to outsiders. She hurriedly said, "There is a very terrible ancient evil thing sealed below. The martial monks of the monastery are asking for help from the Eastern Empress. The Eastern Princess sent Dee and me here to look for an important thing. She hopes to destroy it with the help of something from the Arcane Empire." Ancient evil creature? Eastern Princess? Wailing Wall? Soren quickly guessed something and murmured, "Did those damn things run out?" He had once traveled to the Eastern Kingdom. Basically, the legendary professions had to go to the Eastern Kingdom at that time. Otherwise, they would not be able to brag with others. Moreover, the challenge level of the Eastern Kingdom was obviously higher than here. The Eastern Princess. She was a very mysterious and very powerful woman. In terms of profession characteristics, the Eastern Princess was a bit like the Hellpemer, because both of them were a jack of all trades. However, the Eastern Princess was much more powerful than the Hellpemer. She was the top legendary figure in the entire Eastern Kingdom. The profession level of the dancer was definitely above level 30, and she was one of the few existences in the material plane who had the ability to fight with the gods and saints. The Eastern Princess secretly controlled more than 70% of the places for pleasure in the Eastern Kingdom. Whether it was wealth or status, she was comparable to Soren. Her influence in the Eastern Kingdom was almost the same as Soren's influence in the South Coast. The only difference was that the Eastern Princess was not a god. Because of the destruction of the Arcane Empire, the Eastern Kingdom, as a heavily damaged area, did not receive much influence from the gods. The monastery had always been the core power. Die. A weak female voice suddenly sounded not far away. Soren looked up and saw the female fist master that he had briefly fought with. At that time, Soren did not have absolute confidence that he could defeat her, but now the gap between the two was huge. Dee had injuries on her body. Although the riot of the golem puppets suddenly reduced the pressure on them, because they carried out some kind of killing order, they also became the targets of the golem puppets. The situation did not improve much. Under the large-scale attack of the golem puppets, many of the adventurers were scattered. At this moment, they did not know where the others had retreated to. They could only see insects and golems fighting everywhere. And there were still insects crawling out from the depths of the ground. "Come with me." Soren still did not want the golem war to break out. The pressure on the material plane was already very great. If the golem war broke out, the nearby areas would definitely be seriously affected. Besides, Soren still had some ideas about these golems. He wanted to try to see if he could cut off their operation core. These golems were inputted with special instructions when they were made, but the instructions were not completely unchangeable. If they could be stopped, Soren would find a way to transport them back to Mordor City, and Gloria could disassemble them one by one. At that time, the instructions could be reset. There was a very strong energy reaction in the deepest part of the underground passage. Soren wondered if there was something similar to a power station below. If the energy core of the floating city was compared to a nuclear power plant, then the energy supply used by ordinary cities during the Arcane Empire should be a large power station. The gap between the Arcane Empire and the Interstellar Era was not as big as imagined. The differences in civilization may cause some differences, but because of the foundation of energy supply, there were still things like electric lights. In other words, the crystal lamps in the ruins should be called magic lamps. These things were completely damaged, but Soren could see the remaining crystal lines. Before the city was buried, these lines must be connected to a stable energy supply source. This way, there were many lavender crystal pipes in the underground ruins. They were connected to each other like cables. The golem factory in the war chest plane also had the same thing. Gloria had broken them up to complete the magic circuit in the laboratory today. This was a special kind of synthetic crystal, a bit similar to artificial crystal. It could withstand a good amount of magic transmission, and was used to make simpler magic circuits. In the larger buildings in the ruins, there would also be a large diamond-shaped lavender crystal. This thing was like a transformer or something else. These crystals had been seriously damaged, and there were tiny runes left inside by extremely high alchemy craftsmanship. The Arcane Empire once explored the astral plane on a large scale. They brought back many strange substances from the multiverse, and combined many things that did not exist in the material plane. The resources of the material plane alone could not support such a glorious civilization. Stone to mud. The passage ahead was blocked, and the underground ruins collapsed because of the battle, but this was nothing for a spellcaster. The melee professions might need to dig through, but Soren's spellcasting ability had skyrocketed. A stone to mud directly melted the wall in front of him. According to the experience of exploring underground ruins in the past, Soren remembered a total of 3 stone to mud spells. At the same time, he also prepared a stone to mud and a mud to stone spell scroll. Some larger Nell beetles appeared in the passage ahead. Their twisted and mutated bodies had more sharp barbs, and the lines on the surface of the carapace were more dense. It seemed that they had been severely affected by radiation all year round. Ignore them. Soren looked at the Oriental dancer and the pugilist who were ready for battle and tore a spell scroll. Mud to stone. A solid stone wall appeared in front of them, directly blocking the passage of the Nell beetles. There was a violent impact on the wall, but even with their strength, they could not break it in a short time. These 2 non-damaging spells had great effect in the underground ruins. Go straight down from here. The battle had become more and more intense. Thousands of zergs and golems were fighting together, and there were sharp alarms everywhere. Soren stomped to test the thickness of the ground, and then said to the 2 beside him, "Be careful. We'll go straight down." Stone to mud. Stone to mud. The light of 2 spells appeared, and Soren directly turned the more than 10 meters thick rock layer under his feet into soft mud. Then with a stomp, their figures fell out of thin air, and there was a sound of collapse below. Boom. A barrier opened and bounced the falling rocks and mud away. When the Oriental dancer looked up and saw the surroundings, they had fallen deeper into the Zerg's nest. At this time, there were not many Nell beetles. Many Nell beetles had been attracted by the battle above, and there were no insects in the passage below. This way. Soren frowned and quickened his pace. The passage dug by the Zergs in front was getting bigger and bigger. When the disgusting mucus began to appear in sight, dense beetles appeared in a hall in front of them. They were close to the position of the Zerg queen. Hundreds of Nell beetles in front of them were guarding a passage behind them, which should be directly below the center of the underground ruins. When they found their traces, in a sharp trembling sound, these huge insects rushed over quickly. Too many. The Oriental dancer's voice was a little trembling, and Dee looked very nervous. Although they were not weak, the challenge level of Nell beetles was not low either. The number of hundreds was enough to easily drown them. Now they could only put all their hopes on Soren. Soren also had a headache, because the number of insects was too much, and there were more insects rushing over to protect the Zerg queen. It was true that he was a god, but the god in the form of a saint was weakened too much. Otherwise, there would not be so many gods that were killed by the human wave tactic. These Nell beetles' vitality was as high as 200 points. Coupled with their hard shells and tenacious vitality, Soren needed 2 slashes to kill each of them. If they rushed over, Soren's life might not be in danger, but the two women behind him might die. There was no other way. In this case, he could only use his ultimate skill. Soren still had a lot of ultimate skills, and there were also powerful group attack spells. However, it was impossible to kill so many mutated Zergs in front of him in one shot. Their vitality was too tenacious. If he used his divine power points, 2 divine power shockwaves would be enough. But the divine power points were too precious, and it was not worth wasting them here. Therefore, Soren chose the most efficient and most economical ultimate skill. Let the flames purify everything. Chapter 7:15. Summon Demon. Protection from evil. Because there were other people around, Soren could not completely expose his trump card, so when the insect attacked, he also instantly cast 2 spells as a cover. With the spread of a huge energy, a huge magic circle appeared in front of the 3 people. The reason why it was huge was that the demon summoned by Soren was also a little big. Before it completely appeared in front of everyone, the temperature in the entire hive began to rise sharply, and even the sand and stones showed signs of gradually melting. Could it be a Baylor? As the most famous high-grade demon in the abyss, the Baylor had always appeared frequently in folklore. In many non-mythical stories, the final enemy faced by the legendary protagonist was always this terrible existence. Over the long years, the Baylor had always been one of the popular big bosses in the legendary stories. So when the scorching breath appeared, the 2 women behind Soren guessed what was summoned. The Baylor was not among the demons that were commonly summoned. Generally speaking, only legendary summoning spells could summon the Baylor, and there was only a certain probability. Most of them summon low-grade Baylors, soul judgment demons, assassin demons, and so on. Although the Oriental dancer was shocked, there was nothing strange about it. Soren's identity was a god. It was not surprising that a god could summon a Baylor with a summoning spell. Perhaps for her, gods were beyond her own understanding, but in fact, it was not so easy for even an evil god to summon a Baylor. The status of the Baylor in the abyss was not lower than that of the higher archangels in the upper plane. The average summoning spell was only about a soul judgment demon with legendary strength. Let the flame purify everything. Die. Insect. The raging fire enveloped this space. The moment the demon Sauron was summoned to the material plane, he raised his hand and threw out a fireball the size of a wash basin. His figure was completely shrouded in flames. From the outside, he looked like a burning human-shaped flame. Although he was still in the form of a Baylor, as a demon lord, after completely integrating with the power of the abyss in the Galumba arena, his strength was not inferior to the other Baylors. During this period of time, the demon Sauron had been in an incubation period. On one hand, he was recruiting more fighters. On the other hand, he was fusing with the rule power unique to the bottomless abyss. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded in front of them. The fireball spell cast by the Balrog was directly linked to the creature's level. This meant that when casting the fireball spell, Sauron's spellcaster level was above 24, and the damage of the spell would not be lower than a single meteor burst. Sauron could instantly cast fireball 5 times a day. At this moment, he tossed them all out, blasting the sea of beetles into pieces. The huge explosion caused a part of the beetle nest to collapse, burying a portion of the Nell beetles underground. In terms of strength, Soren's body was naturally stronger. However, in terms of AoE attacks, the demon, Sauron's demonic form, had too much of an advantage. After a round of fireball bombardment ended, the demon, Sauron, raised his hand and pulled out the Beheader Greatsword. Then he grabbed the flames with his other hand and formed a flame whip. The raging flames shrouded an area of more than 10 meters. As long as the enemy got close to the flame body, they would be continuously burned. In just a few seconds, dozens of beetles in front of them died. So powerful. The flame Baylor is too frightening. The 2 ladies could not tell the difference between the Baylor and the Baylor, but it was not important. What was important was that they finally saw the strength of the top demons in the bottomless abyss. It was far more frightening than the stories. Retreat. Leave the rest to him. The demon, Sauron's demon avatar, was killing in front of them. Soren did not have much intention to participate in the battle at this moment, because when the demon Sauron blasted out the first fireball, a row of data appeared in front of him. Nell Beetle killed. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 3,600 slaughter EXP. Nell Beetle killed mutant. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 4,500 slaughter EXP. Nell Beetle killed elite. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 5,600 slaughter EXP. A steady stream of slaughter EXP was being absorbed into Soren's body. Maybe it was because this was not the bottomless abyss, or maybe it was because the distance between the demon, Sauron, and his avatar was very close. This time, not only did the demon, Sauron kill provide the demon, Sauron with slaughter EXP, but the ratio was also quite large. According to Soren's own calculations, it should have reached about 70% of the demon Sauron's kills. The demon, Sauron's efficiency of clearing the area was several times higher than Soren's. The hundreds of Nell beetles did not last long, and more than half of them were killed. However, at this time, because the queen beetle was in danger, some of the beetles that were blocking the golem puppets had already rushed over, and more Nell beetles appeared from all directions. What if I clear all of them? I'm afraid I can get about 1 million slaughter EXP? There were not many places in the material plane where slaughter EXP could be gained, and such a large swarm of beetles was even rarer. If they all ran out, it would not be difficult to destroy a city. Soren now had fewer and fewer ways to gain slaughter EXP, because there was a hierarchy in the group of creatures. It was difficult to gather a large number of high-grade creatures in the material plane, and killing too many could easily destroy the balance and affect one's own faction. Although Soren was in the evil faction, he could not let himself deviate to the extent of being too evil. For example, when dealing with the indigenous people, Soren tried to enslave them as much as possible instead of killing them. Otherwise, his image in the eyes of the gods would not be good. Since he planned to clear all of these beetles, Soren had to do it himself. Greater haste. Soren still had some spell slots reserved for the following situation, so he directly cast Greater Haste and rushed out. The Oriental Dancer and Dee also acted at the same time, and blocked the left side of the passage together. Dee's strength should have entered the legendary realm not long ago, and the hidden power of a pugilist had a great advantage in dealing with these creatures with hard shells. The main force to clear the area was still the demon. Sauron's target was the elite units that had further mutated. Sizzle. A large number of beetles fell, and the slaughter EXP gained by Soren also increased crazily. In a short time, it reached nearly 500,000 points. When the number of beetles became fewer and fewer, suddenly there was a mental wave from the nest behind, and then all the beetles receded like a tide. The queen beetle is in front. The rest of the beetles retreated to the back of the cave. Soren looked around vigilantly, and then let the demon, Sauron, take the lead. Chapter 7:16. A gentle night breeze blew against his face. When Soren opened his eyes, he saw everything that was very familiar to him. A simple house, old bedding, and a faint smell of decay in the air. The room was very small. There was almost no furniture. A simple stove was in the corner, and the rice jar was empty. There were only a few pieces of hard black bread on the cupboard. Soren slowly sat up. His expression was a little strange. After looking around carefully, he pushed open the half-closed door. The sunlight suddenly stung his eyes, and there was a clamor of people outside. Amber City. The slums. Everything was just like what he remembered. The low houses were connected together, and there were people walking outside from time to time. He could even hear the sound of laborers moving goods from afar. Big brother. A clear child's voice rang in his ears. Soren turned around and saw little Vivian. Vivian was even younger than what he remembered. She was only 4 or 5 years old. She was wearing old clothes that were adapted from adult clothes. Her delicate little face was stained with dust. Behind her was a strong hound, and there was a rabbit in the hound's mouth. During those years, Heath was still young. From time to time, he would go out and bring back prey. Big brother. Are you not feeling well? Mom will be back soon. Let's go prepare dinner. Vivian's eyes seemed to be a little timid. She seemed to feel that Soren was a little strange today. She reached out her little hand and grabbed Soren's palm. She seemed to be worried. "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" Soren was silent. Then he reached out and hugged the little girl in front of him, gently stroking her long hair. At this time, there was a commotion outside, followed by a young woman running in with messy footsteps, shouting, "Oh no! Not good! Soren, your mother, she..." The woman looked at little Vivian, and she seemed to be unable to speak. Soren looked at her silently, and then slowly said, "Dead? Dead." His tone was very calm. The woman in front of him was stunned by Soren's calmness, as if she didn't know what to say. Interesting. Soren looked up at the sky, then turned around and walked towards the door. Bottomless abyss, blood pool. In front of him was a dense swarm of worms. Every day, many souls from the various planes of the multiverse would fall here. Some of them were transported deeper by the Nether River, but many were assimilated by the power of the bottomless abyss, ultimately becoming abyssal worms born in the blood pool. Cruelty was everywhere in this plane. The newborn abyssal worms had to adapt to killing, or they would become food for the growth of other worms. Sauron was the strongest one. He was almost reaching the limit of the abyssal worm. For example, he was only one step away from transforming into a low-level demon. Not far from him was a huge mother worm. It slowly moved around the abyssal blood pool, not caring about the killing of the worms. The newborn abyssal worms didn't have much intelligence. Even though Sauron was already the most powerful one, there were still some ignorant guys who came to provoke him. There was no doubt that they were all easily crushed by Sauron. Interesting. Sauron's eyes became cold as he slowly moved towards a place. Dreams. For most intelligent creatures, dreams were a normal part of their lives. Basically, all intelligent creatures would dream. Even the undead were the same. Dreams were a very wonderful world, because most creatures didn't know they were dreaming when they were dreaming. In this case, when the dream went deep to a certain extent, or when they were about to wake up due to external interference, they would suddenly realize that they were dreaming. Soren was also dreaming. This was simply inconceivable, because as a god, it was almost impossible to drag him into a dream, and it was even more difficult to make him not know that he was dreaming when he was dreaming. If the demon incarnation didn't appear, perhaps Soren would have fallen here. But because the demon incarnation also fell into the dream, the situation became very interesting. Soren was now having two dreams at the same time. One was Soren's dream. The time was many years ago. The location was Amber City, the slums. His mother had just died, and he had no one to rely on with Vivian. The second dream was Sauron's. The time was half a year ago, when Sauron was just born. He was just an abyssal worm, and also when the demon incarnation was at its weakest. It was a very interesting point. Both dreams were when Soren was at his weakest. At that time, he was just a low-level thief in Amber City. He was young and had a sister, and he had no one to rely on. Sauron was just a strong abyssal worm, and any demon in the abyss could crush him. The dream was man-made. There was no doubt that the other party used some kind of power to awaken Soren's memory, and then made him enter the dream when he was at his weakest. As far as Soren knew, there were very few creatures in the entire multiverse that could do this. He seemed to have come across something interesting. The dream was changing. There was an invisible murderous intent hidden in it. Soren didn't know when, but he noticed that the guards were looking at him with malicious eyes, and the people around him seemed to be full of hostility. There was a commotion among the worms near the abyssal blood pool. They seemed to have sensed the danger of Sauron, and they stopped fighting and started to swarm toward him. The wandering mother worm stopped its huge body, and faintly began to look at the tiny newborn. Murderous intent emerged. At this moment, Soren suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Break for me! Slaughter domain! Evil domain! Shadow domain!" A series of domain powers were activated, and in an instant everything in front of him was fragmented. Looking at the entire multiverse, there was only one ability that could drag the gods into the dream. Dream domain. Everything had completely disappeared. When Soren opened his eyes again, he saw a huge worm, the kind of twisted mutated worm that looked like a pupa. Beside him were the Oriental dancer, Butterfly, and the pugilist, D. But at this moment, both of them were in the dream, and their faces were still full of nightmarish expressions. The offspring of the dream chrysalis? I didn't expect the Zerg to even integrate the ability of the abomination. Soren, who woke up from the dream, felt a strong spiritual power in the residual dream domain. Such a domain was rare in the multiverse, but there was a kind of abomination that had this ability. Even deities would find it difficult to resist their power. Chapter 7:17. There were many creatures that could drag a person into a dream. For example, the incubus and the old hag. However, the dream abilities of these creatures were only effective against mortals. For a god like Soren, it was almost impossible to drag him into a dream. In the entire multiverse, there were very few creatures that could drag Soren into a dream, and there was only one that was most likely to happen. Dream chrysalis abomination. No one knew how the dream chrysalis was born. Legend had it that they were the illegitimate children of the god of fantasy, desire, and dreams. This god had long disappeared in the long river of history. At least Soren had never heard of this god. However, the dream chrysalis were still left behind. They were more dangerous than the gods, because they were abominations. The dream chrysalis did not have a specific shape. They could even change their shape like in a dream. For abominations, it was not difficult to master the ability of form change. In the long years, the dream chrysalis were sealed in the deepest part of the multiverse. The gods did not dare to take any abominations lightly, because some abominations were even born with more power than the gods. The dream chrysalis could kill people just by looking at them, but that did not include those with powerful willpower. There were traces of them in the bottomless abyss, but it seemed that they were later destroyed by some demon lords. Because even the demon lords were deeply afraid of the incubus, they did not want to have such dangerous creatures around them. The dream chrysalis could firmly control the enemy and transport their bodies into a temporary special nightmare that had been prepared by the Lord. This was an ability that was close to a real dream. If one died in it, it would directly trigger a test of death. If one could not pass the test of willpower, they would die with the dream. They had special domain power. This power could even switch reality and dream, and even turn reality into a nightmare when necessary. The creature in front of him was not a dream chrysalis. The real dream chrysalis was level 31, and the challenge difficulty was A, which meant that a team of super adventurers with a profession level of level 31 and above was needed to completely defeat this abomination. This challenge difficulty was far higher than that of the ancient dragon, and even higher than that of many gods. If Soren was facing a dream chrysalis, then he could only defeat it in the form of a god. In front of him was a descendant of the dream chrysalis. In other words, it was the insectoid queen that possessed a part of the divine abomination's bloodline. Soren could even sense a hint of demonic aura from the bottomless abyss. There were several insectoid overlords in the bottomless abyss. Long before the rise of the Orbis demons, there were traces of Zerg activity in the bottomless abyss. Many demons borrowed the Zerg's genes to transform their forms, and as time passed, many Zerg overlords became demon overlords. Pupa. This word represented a very dangerous demon lord in the abyss. Soren could sense that the insectoid queen in front of him was his descendant, or rather, the descendant of the insectoid queen and the dream chrysalis bloodline. It was an evil creature that had inherited the power of the abomination. Wake up! Soren opened the divine force field, and directly released his spiritual power in the posture of a god. In an instant, his spiritual power rushed into the hearts of the Oriental dancer, Butterfly, and the Fist Master, D like a torrent, and then turned into rolling thunder, and woke them up from their dreams. No. No. The Oriental dancer let out a shrill scream, and then suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression was blank for a moment, and then she realized that everything just now was just a dream. Dee's state was better. As a Fist Master, she was very calm and reacted very quickly that everything was a dream. Where is this? Dee was ready for battle in an instant. She stared at the huge and ferocious worm in front of her and said slowly, "Did we just get hit by its spell?" Soren looked back at her and said lightly, "It's not a spell, it's a territory." The insectoid queen's nest. The space inside the nest was not very large, only about 50 meters in diameter. In contrast, the body of the insectoid queen, which was more than 10 meters long, had already occupied a large area. There were many strange lavender crystals nearby, which looked similar to those in the ancient ruins, but at the moment, they were all emitting a faint light and connected together in some way. Directly above should be an important place in the ancient ruins, because there was very rich radiation energy here. Even a data prompt appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Affected by high concentration of radiation. Test of self-immunity triggered. Physique immunity passed. You are immune to the physical damage of the radiation. Soren's physique was naturally fine. But after a while, the Oriental dancer, Butterfly's face was a little pale, and she seemed to be uncomfortable. As a fist master, Dee's resistance was very high, so she was not affected at all. At the moment, she was looking at the inside of the nest. When her eyes fell on a pale golden stone, she couldn't help but be excited and said, "Alchemy stone." Butterfly. "The thing your excellency wants is really here." In the center of the nest, there were strange crystals from the arcane empire scattered around, and the most eye-catching one was a pale golden stone the size of a fist. Alchemy stone. Or it could also be called sorcerer's stone. It was a high-level alchemy substance developed during the arcane empire. It had very powerful energy and could be used to extend one's life in a way that did not require the transformation of a lich. It could extend one's life to a quite amazing extent. There were many ways for wizards to extend their lives. Integrating the blood of other races, transforming one's own body, transforming into an alchemy life, or becoming a lich, and so on. These methods more or less had some disadvantages. Some of them could no longer be considered human after completion. In order to pursue a more effective way to change one's life, the study of alchemy stone had begun since the Silver Age. The arcanists pursued a near-perfect way to extend one's life in a human form. Because of this, the ancient Normans were born with a lifespan of more than 300 years. Silver Age. This kind of alchemy had been passed down for a long time. The desire for life made a lot of research during the Arcane Empire. Alchemy stone was one of the most effective results. Alchemy stone? Isn't this thing used to extend one's life? Although it has the effect of storing mana, it doesn't seem to have much effect on sealing evil things, right? Is the Oriental princess about to die? No. There are many longevity abilities in the Eastern Kingdom. The Oriental princess's life can't be so short. Or does someone need to use it to extend their life? Or to make up for lost life because of some reason? This thing shouldn't be used directly to seal ancient evil things, right? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Soren's mind. The alchemy stone had a wide range of uses. Even the Northern Witch Council had the corresponding research, because witch divination was very easy to reduce one's lifespan. The Eye of the North had an alchemy stone in her hands. Is someone planning to use their life to seal ancient evil things? This kind of thing seemed to have happened in history. There was a very famous ascetic monk in the Eastern Kingdom who used his entire life to seal one of the ancient evil things. This ascetic monk, whose profession level was as high as 31, directly passed away after sealing the ancient evil thing. The Eastern Kingdom had many special and mysterious powers, and the civilization they inherited had a lot of profound background. Be careful. Perhaps because the alchemy stone was too important to them, Dee directly launched an attack after discovering it. She intended to attract the attention of the queen insect from the side, and then take the alchemy stone in front. Plop. The queen insect's body was extremely bloated and did not move at all. Its long life had made its body too fat, and its physical functions had been reduced to the point where it could barely survive. What replaced it was another kind of power that was crazily increasing. Psionic power. Basically, all abilities could be classified as psionic power. The name was just a code name, just like the creatures in the astral world like to call psionic power as psionic power. Dee hit an invisible energy barrier, and then her whole body was bounced back. Fortunately, her skills were extraordinary. Her toes touched the wall, and she turned to avoid the next attack. A half-meter deep dent appeared behind her out of thin air. The powerful psionic power instantly shattered the matter, causing half of the wall to collapse. "You go out first." Soren glanced at the oriental dancer behind him and said slowly, "This is a legendary creature, and it's the bloodline of the abomination. You can't help if you stay here. Hey, that fist master. You don't have to be impulsive. This insect is definitely more difficult to deal with than you think. Let's deal with it first and then think about other things." Two mortals. With their ability, they could not see the bloodline of the abomination in the queen insect, so Soren had to remind them. The oriental dancer's expression was a little conflicted. She was not reconciled with her inability to participate in the next battle, but at this time, Dee turned to look at her and whispered, "Die. You go out first. This thing is very dangerous." This was a battle of the legendary level. Any creature below the legendary level would die. If it weren't for the fear of Soren's divine aura, they would have paid most of their attention to Soren. Otherwise, the two women would have died long ago. It would be easier for the golem to kill this thing, right? The challenge level of the queen insect in front of him was probably above 22. With such a strong psionic energy, it would not be much easier to fight it than to fight a Baylor. Because of its special dream ability, the danger was probably higher. However, the golem was very good at restraining this creature, because even the dream chrysalis could hardly affect the golem puppet without intelligence. However, Soren could not let the golems deal with it because the brood mother had the power of divinity, an enemy with divine power. This was of great value to Soren. Chapter 7:18. Shadow Realm. The best way to deal with the realm ability was to open another realm, and let the power of the two realms collide and distort, which would eventually interfere with each other's realms. As Soren opened the Shadow Realm, the surrounding reflections suddenly overlapped, and the light gradually dimmed. Everything within the range of Soren's realm seemed to be stained with a touch of gray color. It was as if the scene had suddenly shifted from the material plane to the Shadow Realm. A sharp tearing sound came, and the queen finally couldn't stand the pressure brought by Soren, and attacked first. The target was Soren. Compared to the others, Sauron was the biggest threat to it. Soundwave attack. It was the most difficult attack to defend against. Soren didn't have any spells to defend against sound attacks, so he could only rely on his own physique and tenacity to resist. He was a little better, but a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Dee's mouth because of the impact. Entangle. The first to attack was the demon incarnation. As one of the high-grade demons, the Balrog was more reliable than many legendary meat shields. Sauron raised his hand and raised the flame whip, and then instantly entangled the enemy in front of him. Then, the demon wings flapped and swooped close to the queen. He swung the huge beheading sword and slashed down. Clang! The flaming sword stopped about 30 centimeters away from the broodmother, and a solid psionic force field blocked the attack of the demon incarnation. The queen's body had declined to the point where it was difficult to even move. Instead, it was replaced by a more powerful mental ability. The strength of the psionic shield was a bit high, and it didn't show any signs of loosening after taking the full blow of the demon incarnation. However, under the burning of the flame body, the psionic shield was constantly being weakened. This kind of shield could protect most of the damage. But because of this, the range of effect of the flame body was stronger than the frontal attack when it weakened the psionic shield. The range of the flame body was very large, and when it was close to the queen, the burning range was also very large. The queen's psionic shield suffered several times the damage. Greater haste. Bull strength. Cat's grace. Greater dispel magic. Soren's spellcasting speed was no longer what it used to be. With the blessing of the goddess of magic, arcane mastery, and spellcasting proficiency, he could basically cast all spells below the third circle instantly. The casting time for intermediate spells had also been reduced to around 1 second. First, Soren buffed himself with a set of spells. Then he tried to use an advanced dispel spell to dispel the other psionic spells on his enemy. However, it seemed like there was still a gap between their levels. Soren's dispel spell failed. The insect queen also had a layer of defensive spells on its body. Intimidating palm. Compared to the attacks of Soren and his demon incarnation, Master of Fist, Ti's attacks were unintentionally filled with more explosive power. Monks had always possessed techniques that were similar to hitting a bull through a mountain. Dee's concealing force specialty was definitely at the legendary level. Coupled with her special combat skills, she was able to penetrate the psionic defense force field and take effect on the Zerg Queen. A sharp and painful cry rang out. Dee's attack was blocked by the psionic shield, but the force penetrated the Queen's body, and a series of electric sparks appeared on her palm. Expose weakness. Soren's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in the huge shadow of the Zerg Queen. With the emergence of a cold light that could not be seen by the naked eye, Soren waved his sword 18 times in an instant, all hitting the same point. Then there was a sound like an eggshell cracking in the air. Soren's curved sword directly hit the Zerg Queen's body, leaving a half-meter-long wound. Its body was very fragile. It could be inferred that the Zerg Queen's lifespan was very long, and her body's functions were very deteriorating. Bang! A strong psychic attack broke out. Dee jumped up and lashed out with a whip kick, but it hit the invisible air. Soren broke the psionic shield in an instant with the help of Expose Weakness, but this did not mean that the psionic shield had disappeared. It repaired itself at an amazing speed. This kind of energy shield was the most annoying. If it could not be broken, it would be difficult to attack the target. Sunflame form. Thunderfire palm. As an advanced pugilist in the Eastern Kingdom, Dee obviously mastered some combat skills that Soren did not know at all. The first move, Sunflame form, was very familiar, but the latter move, Thunderfire palm, was something he had never seen before. He could only see the crackling lightning suddenly burst out, accompanied by the explosion of flames directly covering a range of more than 10 meters. It seemed to be a combat skill that could only be displayed with the help of equipment. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Soren and the demon incarnation. One cast Blasphemy, and the other cast Blasphemy. With the emergence of Evil Aura, the two spells acted on the Zerg Queen's body at the same time. Evil Aura. This was the first time that Soren needed to use his aura ability in this kind of battle. With the spread of an evil and dark force, Dee's expression suddenly became uncomfortable. She could not help but frown and take a few steps back. On the contrary, at this moment, the ability of Soren and the demon incarnation was greatly improved. Relying on the increased immunity, Soren and the demon incarnation surrounded the Zerg Queen and attacked wildly. Although the artifact-level weapons had not been completed, the damage was still not something that ordinary things could resist. Crack! The sound of the crystal breaking came. Just when Soren used the effect of greater haste to break the Zerg Queen's psionic force field with a crazy attack, a piece of the strange lavender crystal broke. It's broken! Soren suddenly realized something at this time and said in a deep voice, "This Zerg Queen can use the power of these crystals. Hurry up and break them all." The crystals should be from the Arcane Empire. It could be arcane crystals or magic crystals. The specific name could not be recorded. After all, so much time had passed. Crystals had always had a good affinity with magic, and were widely used in many fields during the Arcane Empire. Similar crystals could be seen at intervals in the ancient ruins. They were important nodes for the transmission of magic energy, and were responsible for allocating the energy supply of the entire city. As a high-end magic civilization, the Arcane Empire naturally had a corresponding standard of living, such as constant spells to regulate the temperature, lighting systems throughout the city, and so on. These all required the supply of magic energy. These crystals should be connected to some energy device that was still operating in the ancient ruins. The Zerg Queen could support such a powerful psionic shield with its power. Piercing shock palm. Dee's reaction was also very fast. At the moment when Soren attacked the Zerg Queen, she pushed her palm to the lavender crystal next to her. Crack, crack, crack. As the crystals broke, the Zerg Queen's psionic power immediately began to decline rapidly. At the same time, the amount of radiation in the hive was sharply reduced. At least, it had been reduced to the point where it would not directly cause physical damage. Now go get the alchemy stone. With the psionic shield completely broken, the Zerg Queen was basically no longer a threat. It was a pile of meat that was difficult to even move. As a true god, Soren would be a joke if he couldn't take it down. However, in order to prevent Dee from accidentally stealing the kill, Soren still let her take the alchemy stone first. This thing was not very useful for gods. Extending one's lifespan was very difficult for mortals, but for gods, it was quite simple. Whether it was Gloria or the fallen witch, they did not need this kind of thing. It was also good to take this opportunity to make friends with the Eastern Empress. The Eastern Empress' influence was all over the Eastern Kingdom, and many monasteries had more or less dealings with her. Hundreds of years of connections were not a joke. Okay. The alchemy stone was obviously very important to Dee. She rushed over in an instant and took the alchemy stone from a hexagonal crystal device on the ground. Something strange happened in an instant. The moment the Fistmaster Dee took the alchemy stone, the Zerg Queen's body began to rapidly age. The aging speed was beyond imagination, and its skin and flesh were completely withered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was like a tree that was rapidly dying. The alchemy stone supported the Zerg Queen's life. It was because of the alchemy stone that it was able to live from the Arcane Empire until now and give birth to so many offspring. The lifespan of the Zerg Queen was not very long, especially when it needed to give birth to a large number of larvae. The Zerg Queen was able to live until now because of the alchemy stone's life energy. It was also because of the alchemy stone that the Zerg Queen's nest remained nearby and did not move. Die. Soren naturally could not let the Zerg Queen die of old age. He rushed back and stabbed the Zerg Queen's head before its life energy was completely depleted. Poochie. A gush of nauseating blood spurted out. And then a divine light that was invisible to the naked eye appeared and began to merge into Soren's body little by little. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed Zerg Queen mutant. Extracting target's soul energy. You've received 725,000 slaughter EXP. Target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 5 divinity points. Target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 1 divinity point. There's still a divinity point. Soren was a little surprised because he actually extracted 1 divinity point from the Zerg Queen's corpse. Divinity could be inherited. However, it was almost impossible for a Zerg Queen of this level to inherit divinity points, so the only explanation was that the Zerg Queen's divinity points were accumulated bit by bit over a long period of time. The Arcane Empire had existed for thousands of years, and the Zerg Queen had accumulated 1 divinity point during this long period of time. The origin of these Zergs was probably not simple. Chapter 719. Mordor City Laboratory. Did it work? Gloria slowly raised her head, and a wonderful light cluster was suspended in her palm. There were countless mysterious lines on it, which eventually formed a special energy core. This was about the core structure of Thaling, which was the part that represented intelligent life. The alchemy level of the Arcane Empire even far exceeded the interstellar era in some aspects. For example, in the research of artificial intelligence, golems could only be fighter armor at best, but Thaling and advanced alchemy life were real living intelligent life that could think. They had their own thoughts, their own rules of conduct, and more advanced Thaling could even be advanced to special professions. They belonged to artificial life, and quite a few advanced alchemy lives had their own souls. Gloria was carrying out a rather complicated research work. At this moment, she was wearing a loose robe and exquisite gold-rimmed glasses. If it weren't for the fact that her clothes were a little out of place, regardless of whether it was her serious expression or her serious attitude, she was no different from the beautiful female scientists of the interstellar era. She was intellectual and beautiful. The whole experiment process was quite complicated, and there was no way to count it in a few words. To put it simply, Gloria was extracting a sample of the advanced magic armor in the alchemy laboratory that Soren had cut off the energy supply. By analyzing its energy core, she was cracking an important alchemy technology during the Arcane Empire. How to give golems the ability to specialize. Yes, the golems during the Arcane Empire were more powerful than the current ones. This was like the difference between artificial intelligence LV1 and artificial intelligence LV5. The golems that were made now were all ordinary standard versions. However, the golems made during the Arcane Empire could be mastered by inputting more data into the core of the golems, so that these golems could master some simple combat abilities. For example, attack while defending. When Gloria was deciphering the trophies collected in the Wizard Tower recently, she found that a large proportion of these golems had one or two additional abilities. Even in one of the clay golems that was not very powerful, Gloria was surprised to find that it had the special ability of preparing magic. It was a clay golem with the ability, making magic equipment. It was supposed to be an assistant to the master of the Wizard Tower. This kind of technology was unimaginable in the current era, and Gloria was very likely to figure out how the Arcanists did it. Mother. Just as Gloria was looking at the energy core in her palm in a daze, Fallen Witch's figure appeared outside the door. She quickly regained her senses and turned around. How's your research going? This pair of mother and daughter were actually very similar. The only difference was that Gloria was more peaceful, while the Fallen Witch was like a mad scientist with a strong obsession. I made a slight breakthrough. Fallen Witch curiously looked at the thing in Gloria's palm, but she didn't ask too much. The direction of their research was different. Gloria was now focusing on the composition of Thaling, while Fallen Witch was more concerned about the powerful forces. She came here with a purpose. After a little glance, she whispered, I've made some progress on the composition of that strange metal. I'm going to go to the astral plane in 2 days. I hope you can accompany me. The astral plane. Even for legendary witches, the astral plane was still a dangerous place. So Fallen Witch was going to invite her daughter to go with her. If the two legendary witches joined forces, even if they encountered some challenging astral plane creatures, they would be able to escape unscathed. Gloria's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and she said softly, Yes, I can. But at least it will take 3 days. I still have some research to do here. Fallen Witch didn't have any objection. After confirming her daughter's agreement, she was ready to leave. However, at this moment, a magic light suddenly appeared, and a teleportation beacon was directly formed in the laboratory, and then Soren appeared in it. Ha! You're here. Now come with me. There's no time to explain. Soren's figure appeared in the laboratory. He glanced at Gloria next to him, and without saying anything, he reached out and grabbed Fallen Witch's waist and said, The situation is critical. Now come with me to teleport. That place is about to explode. Light appeared. Soren hugged the Fallen Witch and cast the teleportation spell again, leaving only Gloria, who was a little stunned, in the same place. She rarely saw Soren so nervous. Could it be that something happened over there? Time rewound to an hour ago. After Soren dealt with the queen worm, he began to collect other spoils of war, such as the special crystals in the nest. These things still had a strong residual radiation and magic energy, so it was definitely a good idea to bring them back to Gloria. The place with the strongest radiation was above the queen worm. After Soren made sure there was nothing else, he directly broke through the ground and rushed out. Here was the problem. As soon as Soren rushed out, he found himself in a huge laboratory. Or rather, it could not be called a laboratory, but a very large energy reaction device. There were many special crystal glass covers around it, and there was a huge crystal structure in the center. There were energy transmission pipes all around. And because of the rich energy radiation, he felt that it would not be easy to cast spells in this place. It was a large energy reactor. He could not understand the formula of energy generation, but he could feel that a large amount of magic energy was being transmitted to all parts of the underground ruins. It should have been running for a long time. What Soren needed to do now was to cut off the energy supply and stop all the golems from operating. He could not use violence to destroy it. There might be a big explosion, and Soren did not want to blow himself up. Fortunately, he could see some control devices here. After looking at it for a while, he finally determined that something like a lever seemed to be able to control the energy output here. But something unexpected happened. When Soren just touched the lever, it suddenly broke. What was even more disturbing was that the urgent alarm suddenly sounded, and then the energy reaction here began to change violently. Many crystals began to shatter, and the energy transmission pipes emitted electric sparks. Oh no, I don't understand this thing at all. Soren's knowledge was not enough, and his alchemy skills were not enough. If he had not studied the knowledge of the Arcana Empire in depth, it was impossible to understand the function of these things. He could only rely on his language proficiency to understand that the core device in the center was called elemental furnace. There was no other way. At this time, he could only call for help. There was no doubt that Fallen Witch knew far more about the energy of the Arcane Empire than anyone else. So Soren instantly connected to the teleportation beacon of the laboratory in Motor City, and then he hugged the Fallen Witch and teleported. With the emergence of a light screen, the two of them reappeared in the laboratory. Is this the elemental furnace? Fallen Witch was indeed a northern witch who had done in-depth research. She recognized the huge device in the center at a glance, and she looked a little excited. So big. So big. It's bigger than what the Witch Council provided me. We have to move it back. Move it back. No problem. But now they should think about how to deal with the rampaging energy first, right? Soren had already felt that a lot of golems were rushing here frantically. It seemed that he had just triggered some defense mechanism. Shut this thing down first. Soren had no time to say anything at this time. He could only say anxiously, "This thing looks like it's going to explode." A huge amount of energy. According to Soren's estimation, the explosion of this thing was similar to a small atomic bomb. It may not endanger his life, but this ancient ruin must be destroyed. He didn't do anything. He just slammed the lever to see if he could close it. He didn't expect it to become like this all of a sudden. Wait. I need to take a look first to determine how to close it. Fallen Witch also quickly calmed down. She glanced around and quickly said, "This device has been running for a long time. Many of the control parts have been damaged. We have to cut off the energy core of the elemental furnace." At this time, there was a siren outside, followed by a huge force hitting the wall. They could vaguely hear the mechanical sound of the golems. Okay. Soren was a little nervous at this moment. He said in a deep voice, "You try to shut it down here. I'll deal with those golems. If there's no other way, we'll teleport out of here first. We can always find useful things from other places in the future." At this time, looking at Fallen Witch's serious expression, Soren was really worried that she would be reluctant to leave and would be directly blown up by the explosion. No problem. This elemental furnace is very similar to the one I used before. I can shut it down. Fallen Witch raised her head with a strange look in her eyes and murmured, "You can definitely do it. I knew you could surprise me. Hurry up and stop those golems. The creator of this place must have left a defense order. Don't let them come close, and don't let them destroy the pipes outside. Damn it. Why is this thing so unstable?" At this time, Soren had no other choice but to rush out and stop the golems outside. He could only hope that Fallen Witch's knowledge was enough to shut down this damn elemental furnace. Chapter 720. Summon Shadow. A twisted shadow gradually formed beside Soren, and eventually turned into a dark humanoid figure. The creatures in the shadow plane were a bit special. As Soren's summons, they would improve with his strength. At present, the summoned shadow had not reached the legendary level, but it was not a problem to interfere with some enemies. The battle in the hive was almost over. The limit on the number of golems had been reduced by quite a bit. The main reason was that the iron golems did not have much of an advantage against the death knell beetle, which had a challenge rating of level 7. But the problem was that the low-level golems were eliminated in the battle, and the golems that rushed over were more and more difficult to deal with. If there were not a few iron golems blocking the passage in front, the diamond golems behind would have rushed over. There was not much time left for Soren now, because the diamond golems had begun to smash the wall. They relied on brute force to push down the building in front of them. If the diamond golems also rushed over, Soren would have a hard time keeping them all outside. Now he only hoped that the fallen witch could quickly turn off the elemental furnace. Without the energy supply, these golems would stop operating. Sword form, spinning strike. With Soren's current strength, it was easy to deal with some iron golems. However, if possible, Soren really did not want to dismantle all of them, because the iron golems and above were relatively well preserved. If the energy supply could be turned off, they could all be transported back to Mordor. Dang. Dang. The diamond golems finally rushed over. But what Soren did not expect was that the diamond golem in front of him, which looked a little different, actually blocked Soren's attack, and it launched a counterattack while defending against Soren's attack. Attack while defending. At this moment, even Soren was very surprised, and he could not help but slightly retract his curved sword. Divine-level weapons were also very destructive to the diamond golems. The diamond golem in front of him was an extremely rare golem puppet with ability. Attack while defending. This was clearly a combat ability that only the higher-level arcane guards and magic-powered armors could master. During the Arcane Empire, in order to strengthen the combat skills of the golems, the Grand Arcanist began to analyze the skills of close combat professions, and then tried to implant these skills into the core of the golems through a method similar to data transmission. This led to the emergence of a batch of golem puppets that could obtain special abilities. There weren't many of them in the Arcane Empire, and Soren had only fought against a few of them. It's best to capture it alive. Golems with special abilities had amazing research value. Soren turned to attack the enemy's weak points instead of directly destroying them. It would be best if the diamond golem lost its ability to move. Sizzle. A series of electric sparks flashed, and a small-scale explosion occurred in the crystal tube outside. The laboratory behind also shook. About a minute later, Fallen Witch's voice was heard. She seemed to be a little excited as she said, "The elemental furnace is closed. However, it will take a while for these golems to stop operating." The energy transmission was cut off. Many of the low-level and mid-level golems on the periphery began to stop moving, and some of the clay golems and stone golems even shattered. Thousands of years of events had caused them to be severely depleted. After the energy of the last activation subsided, many of the golem puppets showed signs of cracking. However, the iron golems and above were not affected much. Most of the damaged golems were the clay golems and stone golems. The quality of these two golems was not good, and the diamond golems, as the main force, were not affected at all. Sizzle. The lavender crystals in the ancient ruins flickered like light bulbs that were about to go out. As the energy inside them disappeared, the movement of the nearby diamond golems also slowed down, and finally all stopped in place. Did it work? Soren slowly withdrew his curved sword, and then dispersed the summoned shadow. Fallen Witch's figure came out from inside. Her beautiful face was still filled with excitement. Perhaps because of her excitement, her face was slightly red. After coming out, she directly hugged Soren, and then said with a little embarrassment, "Great. The elemental furnace is very intact. We just need to go back and repair it. How did you find this place? With the things provided here, maybe I can duplicate an energy supply device of the same size." Soren's expression was also a little embarrassed, but soon returned to normal. It was just a coincidence. He did not intend to explain too much, and immediately said, "Let's transport the things here back first. This ruin is not stable, and there are a lot of insects. It may collapse at any time." After the Battle of the Golems, this ruin had completely collapsed. Although it did not collapse now, Soren did not know what would happen next after the elemental furnace was turned off. Fallen Witch also knew the importance of the matter, and immediately said, "I'll go set up the teleportation circle now. Later, let Gloria bring the golems here to transport these things back." "Huh, there are so many golems here? They seem to be well preserved. Maybe we can bring them back and repair them." There were many golems in front of them. Not counting the damaged golems and the ones in the insect nest, there were dozens of iron golems in front of them, and 3 of them were diamond golems. The golems in the insect nest could not be preserved. Once they stopped operating, the insects would not let them go so easily. Soren was not sure how many of them could be preserved. Time was of the essence. Fallen, which immediately began to set up the teleportation circle, and Soren began to collect the golems. The elemental furnace was too big, and Gloria and Fallen, which had to work together to dismantle it and transport it back, and then reassemble it. Half an hour later, Gloria's figure appeared here, and behind her were the golems in charge of transportation. Opening a teleportation circle temporarily was not very tiring, and the resources used were definitely worth it. Gloria's expression was also very surprised, but she quickly got to work in high spirits. The first batch of items to be transported was the light purple crystals, which had a very strange energy storage and transmission effect. Then there were the many parts of the elemental furnace, and everything that could be dismantled and transported back was left behind. In the meantime, the insects attacked them several times, and there were many Nell beetles in the insect nest, but they were quickly dealt with by Soren. Clay golems were eliminated. Stone golems were eliminated. Flesh golems were eliminated. Iron golems were considered. Diamond golems were the highest priority. Soren did not care about the clay golems and stone golems at all, and began to look for traces of the diamond golems in the entire underground ruins, and then find a way to transport these big things to the teleportation circle. All the golems were not as valuable as the diamond golems, so Soren certainly had to choose the most valuable one. It was very unexpected. In a certain location in the insect nest, Soren also found a dragon bone golem, but unfortunately it had been dismantled by the insects. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The group almost emptied out all the valuable things in the ancient ruins. During this period, they also found the bodies of the companions of the Oriental dancer, Butterfly. These people were not so lucky. Except for a few who managed to escape, the rest died in the nest. The golems did not leave the underground ruins. So according to the historical trend, the sword saint who ended the battle of the golems should not appear nearby, right? I don't know if it's good or bad. The battle of the golems was ended early by Soren, and the direction of this legendary event had begun to deviate. According to the original historical trend, although the battle of the golems caused a lot of losses, it also brought benefits to many forces, such as the Northern Witch Council and the Wizard City Alliance. They extracted a lot of alchemy technology from the golems left over from the Arcane Empire. It should also include things related to the elemental furnace. Because, in the later stage of the Avatar Crisis, the Wizard City opened an energy shield, directly covering the entire city. With the current level of alchemy, this was almost impossible. Note, the energy consumption is too great. The alchemy technology here had been monopolized by Soren. He had almost no reason to let the Wizard City study it. Maybe because of Gloria, he would cooperate with the Witch Council, but other forces should have no chance to get a piece of the pie. During this period of time, Gloria and Fallen, which were responsible for unpacking things, and Soren was responsible for moving things back. In the end, the alchemy laboratory in the entire city of Moder could not fit them, and they could only be transported to the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. Soren did not know much about the gains in alchemy. He only knew that the two witches transported a large number of crystals, devices, and lines back, and later spent more than a day drawing drawings of many broken places in the ancient ruins. It was the kind of drawings that looked like spell models with dense spell nodes. Ordinary people would feel dizzy at a glance. They drew hundreds of drawings before they finally came to an end. Soren was responsible for counting the number of golems. After finally sweeping the entire ancient ruins, Soren worked as a coolie and transported back a total of 9 diamond golems, 127 iron golems, 215 stone golems, and 72 clay golems. The flesh golems were completely damaged. Other special golems were basically only wreckage. The proportion of the clay golems was too high. Although the number was the largest, there were not many that could be transported back. These golems could not be activated for the time being. Gloria and Fallen, which had to readjust the operation mode set when they were made before they could be activated. In the short term, these golems were just decorations. If the elemental furnace could not be successfully replicated, the city of Moder could not provide the energy to maintain their operation. Even if there was so much energy, only a part of it could be activated. Chapter 721. There were a lot of things that were brought back this time. However, the gold, silver, and jewelry found in the underground ruins were the least eye-catching. Gloria was not even interested in counting them. After the elemental furnace was dismantled and brought back, Gloria and Fallen, which had turned all their energy to the study of the elemental furnace. According to their inference, the elemental furnace could provide the energy to maintain the operation of a city, so it could certainly support the floating energy supply of a wizard tower. Maybe the floating city was still a little out of reach, but the floating tower seemed to be in front of them. The two northern witches who were in a state of research fanaticism were very scary. Even Soren was impatiently driven out by them. In terms of alchemy, Soren still had too many basic skills to make up for, and he could not help much even if he stayed in place. So while there was still some free time, he simply solved one thing that he had always wanted to do in the past. Mordor City. Under the glory of the morning sun, people gradually woke up and began to work. There were sounds of hawkers on the street, and the blacksmith shop in the distance had been ringing nonstop. The streets of Mordor City had already formed a unique pattern. People lived a peaceful life. But today, the streets of Mordor City seemed to be a bit different. Many people couldn't help but gather together, looking inside with curious expressions on their faces. A wizard. Furthermore, she was a beautiful witch. Mordor City naturally had more than a few wizards, but there were only 3 famous ones. One was the mistress of Mordor City, Her Excellency Gloria. The other was the mysterious masked witch Fallen Witch, and the last one was the plant wizard Saruman, who was known as the Weirdo. In addition to these 3 wizards, there were also some low-level spellcasters in Mordor City. First of all, Saruman's apprentice group. After getting the support of Soren, the number of his apprentice group had been increasing, and now it had reached more than 30 people. Although these apprentices were low-level wizards, for Saruman, they could replace him to complete the fertilizer refining work, which saved him a lot of time and allowed him to concentrate on plant research. Then there was the witch group that Gloria recruited from the Northern Witch Council. These witches were more powerful, and most of them were mid-level spellcasters. Because the resources of the Witch Council were limited, they could not get more help from the council, so they chose to join Gloria's faction. Don't forget one thing. Gloria was not only the mistress of Mordor City, but also an important member of the Witch Council. The Northern Witch Council had its own factions, and Gloria herself was the representative of a faction. After these witches joined her, they naturally received financial and material assistance from Mordor City. Some of them even moved to Mordor City to assist Gloria. It was these witches who maintained the operation of the golem puppets and coordinated the lighthouse and other things in Port Mordor. The last group of wizards came from Soren's church. The half-elf church also had its own wizard group, but the number was very small, and their strength was also at the mid-level and low-level. There were about a dozen of them, which was less than 1/20th of the number of priests, and many of them were part-time priests. As for Fallen Witch, she really had no talent in this area. She was a typical person with high IQ and low EQ. Some of her methods were just an illusion formed by her higher IQ. She had always been alone, and there were no wizards to help her. A witch in the crowd was busy giving instructions to the others. She didn't care about the curious gazes of the people around her. After instructing her subordinates to erect a pillar, she reached out and inspected it. Then, she personally installed a beautiful crystal lamp on top of it. After that, she injected a little magic power to test if there were any problems with the internal runic lines. This is a magic lamp. Naturally, there was also a knowledgeable adventurer next to her. After watching for a while, he said, "Is the city hall going to install a magic lamp in Mordor City?" This was a relatively primitive, but also an era of unprecedented developed civilization. Magic lamps were not very rare, but there were not many places where they could be used. Most of them were in the homes of high nobles and spellcasters. Ordinary civilians were not even willing to use candles. The only place Soren had seen that was willing to use magic lamps on a large scale was the Palace of Arendelle. The Ice Witches had transformed the entire palace into a luxurious one. Compared to this kingdom that had been operating for thousands of years, some places in Mordor City were really shabby. The witch did not answer his question. To be honest, the northern witches were a little proud. Men who were not equal in strength and status would often think that they were very arrogant, but this was just their habit. From the central square all the way to the city gate, the length was about 1,500 meters. A street lamp was installed every 15 meters on one side of the road. Gloria's witches were responsible for the installation. A group of people worked hard for a whole day to complete it. On the other side of the central square was another team of spellcasters. Their task was more difficult because they needed to install a huge crystal lamp in the central square. No one knew when. A huge diamond-shaped lavender crystal appeared in each of the four sides of the central square. It was surrounded by spellcasters with iron frames. Then there was a lamp post that was bigger than the road every 20 meters. The huge crystal lamp as the core was directly near the fountain in the central square. The light could directly illuminate the most magnificent building in Mordor City, the Great Shrine. A group of witches worked for a long time to complete it. The third pair also came back in the evening. They had remodeled the lighthouse in Port Mordor. Night fell. Many people gathered curiously. There was no curfew in the city of Mordor during this time. Compared with Port Mordor, the interior of the city was still very stable. It was completely in the hands of Soren. Let's start. Soren glanced at the light on the central square and nodded slightly. Connect the magic energy pipeline. Next to him was a young witch with a new face. She looked a little excited and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Gloria's witches were still recruiting. Compared with training a group of witches by themselves, it was faster to poach a little from the Northern Witch Council. Moreover, Gloria was now in the realm of legends. She was also qualified to gather a group of followers and be a mentor to the younger witches. Therefore, the other witches in the Witch Council could not say anything when they blatantly poached a group of younger witches. Wow! With the establishment of the magic energy transmission, the exclamation from the central square could be heard even from a distance. Lights lit up like stars under the quiet night sky, from the city hall to the central square, and then from the central square to the city gate. It took Soren 3 days to finish the arrangement. There were a total of 762 magic lamps. Among them, the largest ones in the central square were directly transformed with crystals, and most of the others were restored from the underground ruins. The circuit map of the entire lighting system in Mordor was drawn by Gloria. In her words, she said, "Don't bother me now, especially such a small thing." When she said this, Gloria's expression was a little contemptuous. Perhaps in her opinion, Soren was actually in the mood to design street lamps, which should be considered as not doing a proper job. Street lighting was not a difficult problem at all. Basically, any wizard organization could do it. The real difficulty was the follow-up energy supply. Without energy supply, the magic lamps could only be made with some extremely expensive and rare materials to ensure that they could last for a long time without charging. Gloria's expression at that time made Soren so angry that he stripped her naked on the spot, and then slapped her hard. After that, she naturally became obedient. The efficiency of the research had improved a lot. People gathered curiously near the square. The priest in charge of the temple saw people spontaneously gathering to see the lights, and felt that the atmosphere at the scene was very good and could be used. So he simply arranged for people to summon believers and took advantage of this opportunity to hold a large prayer ceremony. I didn't expect that I would miss the street lamps. Soren stood under the night sky and looked down at the entire city of Mordor. To be honest, in this barren era where there were no lights, he sometimes felt a little uncomfortable. What he did today was just what he wanted to do personally for a long time. Looking at the city lit up under his feet, he really felt that Mordor was different this time. It would become a place that surpassed any city in this era. The lighting system was just part of the future plan of Mordor. Although people were very curious at first, this curiosity soon subsided. The street lamps would light up at about 6 o'clock every day, and then until about 8 o'clock in the evening. During this time, the citizens of Mordor would gather in the central square, and many believers would pray in front of the temple at night. Children would play next to the fountain, and then they would be very curious to touch the largest crystal lamp in the center. but they were soon stopped by their parents. Although there was no explicit rule in Mordor that people could not touch the crystal lamp, people were still afraid of accidentally breaking this seemingly precious thing. This was a rare thing in Mordor. Maybe it would be the symbol of Mordor. People who had formed a sense of identity and belonging to this city began to protect the interests of this city in their own way. Everything returned to normal again. Mordor had recently started to plant trees and flowers, and a little space reserved in the city finally came in handy. Although the city hall did not know why Sir Soren was suddenly in the mood to do greenery, they still strictly carried out the order. A few days later, a row of street lamps began to be installed in the port of Mordor. Now the guards in charge of patrolling at night no longer had to hold torches and lanterns. Maybe it was because of the light at night, the taverns opened even later. In this way, people quickly accepted the street lamps and got used to it. Chapter 722. The city of Mordor was busy. Although the Avatar crisis had begun, the traces of demons frequently appeared all over the material plane to attack other races. But the city of Mordor did not stop its pace of expansion at all. Before a large-scale war broke out, Soren seized the time to launch the third large-scale expansion plan of the city of Mordor. This time, the expansion plan covered the entire island. Originally, according to Soren's estimation, it would take half a year before it could be carried out, but because of the harvest of a batch of golems to strengthen the labor force, he simply started the expansion plan in advance. 1 2 3. Pull hard. 1 2 3. Pull hard. All of you use more strength. After finishing the work here, I'll treat you to a good drink. Old Jack walked back and forth shouting slogans. Beside him were shirtless men. These were all his sailors because the expansion plan of the city of Mordor this time was huge. Because the original labor force needed to prepare for spring plowing, sowing and town development at the same time, there was a slight shortage of manpower at the moment. Therefore, the city hall adopted the method of outsourcing labor to the subordinates, delegating tasks to the subordinates according to a specific remuneration. This year's shipping was not very good. The traces of sea monsters' activities were getting more and more obvious, and the wars in various places affected prices and normal transactions. At the beginning of the year, a caravan was attacked. So many people were hesitating whether to wait until the situation stabilized before making a move. In this way, the city of Mordor had a lot of idle labor force. These people were led by the leaders or captains of the caravan to take on the tasks of the city hall. Anyway, they had nothing to do, so it was not bad to do some work to earn some pocket money. It was not easy to earn a living with their hands in this kind of war, and they could also make their presence known to the higher-ups of the city of Mordor. The first phase of the project was roads. If you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. This was absolutely true. There were now 2 new quarries in the city of Mordor. Most of the indigenous slaves had been transferred to the quarries to work. At present, the farming was handed over to the poor. After all, slaves were slaves. They were definitely not as active in farming as yeomen. They were still more suitable for doing some hard work. Old Jack took over a 500-meter-long road. According to the standards of Mordor's city hall, all roads must be paved with stones. They would not become dusty roads when the weather was dry, and they would not become muddy roads when it was rainy. At least 3 carriages could pass at the same time. The roads connected 12 towns. The path that had been simply paved was rebuilt, and at the same time, there were also magi to assist in the process. While this place was in full swing, other places were also busy. Rumble. A violent explosion was heard. Old Jack raised his head and saw that everyone else was looking in that direction. He couldn't help but wave his hand and say, "What are you looking at?" There was nothing to see. "They're blowing up the mountain. Let's finish this section before it gets dark. We can still drink when we get back." "Baldy, I'm talking to you. Don't be lazy. Do you still want your salary?" A bald middle-aged sailor was called out. He scratched his head embarrassedly and quickly lowered his head to work. At the other side, the explosions were still ringing out one after another. The island terrain near Mordor City was not very good. The best location was Mordor City and Port Mordor. Other places needed to be fixed a little. What Soren was doing now was to move the mountains and fill the sea. The part of filling the sea was in the fourth phase of the expansion plan of Mordor City, so what he had to do now was to move the mountains. Soren needed a large piece of flat land, so some of the unsightly hills had to be removed. And by removing these hills, Soren could also replan the farmland near Mordor City, connecting large areas of farmland together to form large-scale farm planting. The second was to facilitate the relayout of the irrigation system. With the expansion of the farmland area, a second reservoir may need to be built and connected to the next island. Come on. Are you ready? If you're ready, start the fire. A big man with a beard was shouting in the dense forest. He had a hideous tattoo on his chest, which represented his past identity, a pirate with a little status. But now he looked more like a contractor. There were many people near him, and soon there was a fire in the woods in front of him. The valuable wood was almost cut down, and the rest were some low shrubs, weeds, and other plants. It was too troublesome to clean up these things, so they simply burned them all. And then other people would come to reclaim these lands. Most of the human farmland came from this way. It may take a little longer, but since the planning has begun, they should do it more perfectly. A raging fire ignited. A group of people gathered outside to watch the fun. There was an isolation belt nearby to prevent the fire from expanding beyond control. They are destroying nature. Should we stop them? In a farther place, a young half-elf observed here. When he saw the fire spreading and the small animals in the forest fled, his expression was a little angry. He said to an elder next to him, "This is too much of a destruction of the natural environment. Should we protest to them?" The elder was silent. Droll had his own dogma. He would definitely reject this kind of serious destruction of the natural environment. But it was a little different here because this was the city of Mordor. The elder thought about it and decided to wait first. It was not their turn to speak in the city of Mordor. At most, they could protest and put forward some opinions, relying on the status of Droll to make the other party a little afraid. The result might be that the city of Mordor didn't care at all. Hey, do you think the people in the city hall have a problem with their brains? On one hand, they want us to set fire to the mountain, and on the other hand, they want us to plant trees again. I really don't understand. Close to the south of Mordor, near the sea, there was a group of people busy working. But their task was a little different because their task was to plant trees. Anyway, they were all saplings transported from the mysterious plant madman Saruman in Mordor. According to the task allocation of the city hall, they needed to plant these plants in specific places according to specific rules. Not only did they need to survive after planting them, but they also needed to have a beautiful landscape. When they thought of this, they couldn't wait to beat up the half-elf official in charge of this area. Wasn't this kind of work difficult for them? There was no other way. The task must be completed, otherwise, the city hall would lower their credit rating. Fortunately, there were half-elves from Autumnfall in Mordor. They spent a lot of effort to find a half-elf who was proficient in gardening, and let him guide these people on how to plant. This was the limitation of this era. As lower-class civilian workers, they did not understand that Mordor was planting trees while cutting trees. It was not easy to get wood. There were many trees in those forests. The land here could be directly reclaimed as farmland. What was the use of planting these flowers and trees? But no matter what they thought, obeying orders was the rule of Mordor. Rumble. Another series of violent explosions rang out. A beautiful northern witch looked at the front with her head tilted. She seemed to feel that the work in front of her was boring, so she looked disinterested. Go. Move those stones out. Send 3 golems to the reservoir. Half of the stones here have to be transported there. The young witch looked very listless. As a high-ranking spellcaster, she would definitely be a little dissatisfied to waste time here to supervise the progress of the project. If it was the arrangement of the Witch Council, she would probably refuse. But this was Mordor. After coming here, she realized that Mordor was different from the Witch Council, so even if she felt uncomfortable, the young witch still completed the task honestly. It's just a few days anyway. After finishing here, the contribution points are almost enough. The Library of Mordor should be open to me, right? The young witch thought so and suddenly felt a lot more excited. The so-called Library of Mordor was actually the private collection of Gloria and the Fallen Witch. At present, there were a small number of books from the Arcane Empire in the Wizard Tower. These books were of great value to the lower middle-class witches. It was possible to master new spells from them, or some very special supreme magic skills. Of course, if you wanted to read these books, you had to pay a price. Mordor had long formed a unique contribution point system. Sometimes contribution points were more important than money in Mordor. Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight. Everyone pay attention. These electric eels are dangerous. Don't be careless. Near a clear river, many small warships of the city of Mordor had gathered here. Some people had cast fishing nets in the distance, and this group of people was watching the river nervously. Next to them, there were archers with arrows on their bows. The river near Mordor was dangerous. Not only were there a large number of man-eating tigerfishes, but there were also electric eels that could release dangerous electric currents. In the past, these things were left alone, but now Mordor was going to be further expanded, and these dangerous things needed to be cleaned up a little. At least some of the electric eels that could kill people were killed. Sporadic battles were all over the edge of this area. The indigenous people had long been expelled and subdued. These guards were now killing some dangerous creatures, because this place would be included in the activities of ordinary civilians. Chapter 723. The city of Mordor was changing rapidly. However, after Sauron arranged the third expansion plan, he began to busy himself. The City Hall of Mordor had long been able to operate on its own. Compared with the efficiency of other places in the current era, the City Hall had an absolute advantage in terms of execution. Anyway, as long as it was something that Sauron told them to do their best, it didn't matter if they didn't understand some things. They just had to act according to the orders, and they would naturally know why in the future. The city of Mordor had always been ruled by an absolute dictatorship. Is this the crack that connects to the bottomless abyss? Gloria and Fallen Witch were busy reorganizing the elemental furnace. Sauron also needed to arrange the overall layout of Mordor at this time. A key part of it was this passage that connected to the bottomless abyss. Most of the dangers that Mordor would face in the future would come from here. It was not realistic to close this plane crack because it would take a lot of divine power to close it. It was also possible that the plane crack would reappear in other places. So what Sauron had to do now was to make the nearby defense more stable. Outside this valley, there was already an elite legion of Mordor. The interior of the valley was full of dense plants. These plants had covered the entire bottom of the valley through magic. Any living thing that approached here might be attacked by them. There was a strong smell of blood near the plane crack, and the cannibal plants in that area were also the most luxuriant. The mutant plants in the outer islands were very dangerous. It was mentioned before coming to the island of Mordor that many mutant plants had a high challenge level. Some were even more difficult than intermediate demons. Saruman had recultivated these mutant plants. It seemed that he had secretly cooperated with some people in the Church of Agriculture. Sauron did not ask about the specifics, but it seemed that some people in the Church of Agriculture were also very interested in these plants. The finished products were these plants in front of him. Initial estimation of the challenge difficulty was about level 5. Some of them had undergone a second evolution mutation. The power of the demon's blood had penetrated their roots. By absorbing the nutrients of the demon's corpse, these plants had become more dangerous and aggressive. But this was not enough. Sauron was going to further strengthen their abilities and use these plants to block the invasion of the demons. At least, they would not be able to leave the valley easily. Plant domain. A powerful domain power spread out and enveloped the entire valley in an instant. Sauron hadn't used the plant territory he got from the Misty Forest yet because he didn't have much use for it. However, he could use it to strengthen these mutant plants. Divine power bestowal. Sauron's divine power was slowly decreasing. At the same time, the plants in the valley were mutating and strengthening. While they were affected by the plant domain and receiving Sauron's divine power, their original imprints were erased, which was the magic imprints left by Saruman to control them. Instead, they were replaced by the divine imprints left by Sauron's plant domain on these mutant plants. Soren sprinkled his divine power on the mutated plants. If he needed it, he could even observe the valley from their perspective. He didn't have much divine power to waste. Soren used about 50 divine power and stopped. His focus was on the mutated plants around the gap between the planes. After Soren's plant domain and divine power bestowal, the strength of the mutated plants near the front had greatly increased. At least, the challenge had doubled. As more demons were killed, the bloodline power and evil breath from the bottomless abyss were likely to further transform these mutated plants into demonic plants. They would be the first line of defense of Mordor. After dealing with some miscellaneous things, Soren also had an important thing to do. With the appearance of a teleportation spell, Soren's figure appeared directly in the laboratory of the Shadow Plane. In front of him was a busy fallen witch, and Gloria was in the laboratory on the other side, disassembling the golem puppets that had mastered the ability of their specialty. "Is the thing I want ready?" Soren glanced at the busy fallen witch and said slowly, "I'm ready here." Fallen witch raised her head when she heard the words. She seemed to have not rested for a while, so she looked a little tired. She nodded and said, "It's done. It's on the alchemy table over there. I'll help you install it later." Soren nodded, then waited quietly. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. After Fallen Witch finished the work at hand, she waved her hand and put away a silver-white metal ring on the alchemy table. Then she said to Soren, "Where is it?" "Did Gloria bring the drawing?" Soren took out a drawing. It was a battleship. There were many complicated marks at the bottom of the cabin and the sails, as well as a spell model that made people dizzy. Very good design. This should be enough." Fallen Witch's figure floated in the air, and she said softly, "Let's go now. It should be ready by tonight." The light of a teleportation spell rose. Soren and Fallen Witch appeared on the sea near the city of Mordor. When Fallen Witch nodded to Soren to signal that they could start, the sea under their feet gradually separated. Then a dark mass rose from the bottom of the sea, followed by the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice breaking out of the waves. With a fog spreading, the legendary ghost ship that had been silent for a long time reappeared. Killing made the Dead Man's voice stronger. But this transformation also took time, because Soren was almost invincible on the sea now. Unless they provoked the sea goddess, no enemy dared to fight with him at sea. The ghost ship, Dead Man's voice had temporarily lost its purpose, and it had not been needed to join the battle for a long time. During this time, the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice had been silent on the bottom of the sea, digesting the death power absorbed during the killing, and at the same time, digesting the ghosts attached to the ship. Now it was a true legendary specter ship. "I'm starting. I may need your help later." Fallen Witch's figure flashed, and she appeared directly on the deck of the ghost ship. She first looked at the legendary ghost ship curiously. Then she waved her hand and took out a silver-white metal ring. Floating ring. It was a medium-sized floating ring customized according to Soren's request. Soren had always been a person who was used to being well prepared. After a long time of accumulation, it was finally time to apply it. It was still impossible to raise a floating space tower for the time being. Gloria and Fallen Witch had to complete all the research work on the elemental furnace and figure out the stable energy transmission method. But since the research on the floating ring had been completed, the next step was to apply it in practice. There was no doubt that the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice, was definitely the most suitable application at present. First of all, the ghost ship itself had enough energy. It could provide energy for the floating ring on its own, and when necessary, it could also strengthen the kinetic energy through other devices. Moreover, there were ghosts on the ghost ship, and they could all provide the power to maintain the operation of the floating ring. Then the ghost ship itself was not big, and its weight was within the range of the floating ring. From all aspects, the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice, was the most suitable tool for testing the floating ring. If a legendary ghost ship was successfully modified and equipped with the floating ring, then its combat effectiveness would really be a bit different. The ghost ship had a strong offensive ability. The ghost ship had bound a large number of undead creatures. The dead man's voice was a legendary construct. The ghost ship could repair its body by itself. Now, as long as a floating ring was added, and then the sails were re-enchanted, then the dead man's voice could fly. Flying dead man's voice. This was Soren's purpose. In order to let the impatient Gloria draw him the enchantment blueprint to modify the ghost ship, Soren even worked hard last night. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but in Gloria, who was addicted to research, Soren always seemed to see the shadow of the fallen witch. So last night, he was unexpectedly excited for some reason. Thinking about it made him feel a little guilty. Time ticked by. The figure of the fallen witch shuttled through the cabin of the ghost ship. As the floating ring was placed little by little on the ghost ship, the whole warship gradually rose, and the depth of the hull was getting smaller and smaller. When it reached a critical point, the ghost ship suddenly shook, and then the whole ship was suspended about a meter above the sea. The floating ring has been installed. The figure of the fallen witch reappeared, raised her hand to lift a strand of her long hair, and whispered, "But the control system is not completed yet. When the hull is out of the water, it can only rely on the wind to sail. The sail enchantment blueprint given by Gloria is limited. The ghost ship itself needs an autonomous driving force. If you want to control it freely, I'm afraid you need to carve a huge magic circle inside the hull. This will take a lot of time and energy." The floating ring only offset the influence of gravity on the ghost ship, and other aspects of control still needed the support of other alchemy. This was the same for the floating space tower. But now that the most important part had been completed, it was only a matter of time to get the other things done. Flying dead man's voice. Although it was not completely completed yet, Soren's goal had been achieved. Chapter 724. The Flying Dead Man's Voice. Since the initial transformation of the Spectre ship had been completed, Soren naturally needed to test its ability. In his future plans, the dead man's voice had a rather important task. There were not many places in the material plane that could use the dead man's voice, but in other planes, especially in the abyss, there were many places that needed the dead man's voice. Because there were a large number of waters in the abyss, and some waters even covered several levels, such as the territory of the demon lord Dagon, and the blood sea ruled by the goddess of doom. Of course, the most important point was that the Spectre ship, Dead Man's Voice, was a type of undead construct. It could sail on the Styx. Just being able to sail on the Styx was already worth Soren spending a lot of time and energy to transform it. In the lower planes, there was something that could never be avoided called the Styx. Since the beginning of the ancient era, when the first generation of the ancient gods of heaven broke out in the war with the chaos demons, until the birth of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, the existence of the Styx had already spread all over the lower planes. From the scorching hell to the Shura realm, from the grey wilderness to the distorted nether, from the abyss to the Bator inferno, the tributaries of the Styx were all over the lower planes, and even the upper planes could occasionally see traces of the Styx. It had long grown into a very important part of the multiverse, and now no one could ignore the existence of the Styx. Rise to the sky. Soren's figure fell on the dead man's voice. With the activation of the energy of the floating space ring, the Spectre ship gradually rose until it rose to a height of nearly 3,000 meters. The higher it rose, the greater the influence of the wind. Soren understood why the fallen witch said that the ship needed a power source. After all, a Spectre ship was still inferior to a floating space tower and a floating space city. There was a huge gap between the two in terms of quantity. The floating space tower could install far more things than the Spectre ship, and the floating space tower itself was equivalent to a defensive fortress when it was made. At this time, the attributes of the Spectre ship, Dead Man's Voice, had become like this. Creature name, Legendary Spectre ship. Flying Dead Man's Voice. Mutated Undead Construct. Legendary Undead Construct Creature Type. Activated Spectre ship. Creature description. This is a battleship that sank hundreds of years ago. It woke up at the bottom of the sea. The dead souls and vengeful spirits gradually assimilated with it, turning it into a ghost ship that roams the sea. There were many legends about it. In the end, it attracted the attention of the followers of the goddess of ocean. The legendary priests captured these ghost ships, and then secretly activated these ghost ships into low-level undead life forms under the divine power of the goddess of ocean. It had a simple consciousness and could recover itself like the undead. This ghost ship could sail in any sea, and its power was terrifying in the sea. Note: slaughter and death made it evolve, and the transformation of the legendary which gave it the ability to fly. Captain Soren. Sailors: drowned undead 108 people, sea vengeful spirit 36 people, sea ghost 270 people, naga siren 36 people, undead shark 27 people, bound spirit of the dead 2,705 people. Locked. Equipment: drowning howl ram, cannon of the dead 24 pieces, ghost sail mutated enchanted transformed, heavy revolving cannon 2 pieces. Basic skills: fly drive wind summon fog, ghost ship's characteristics self-repair, deep-sea diving activate life, activate ropes curse ship hull, dead man's characteristics. Special ability: soul eater characteristics. The dead man's voice was stronger because of the slaughter. This ghost ship's life form was relatively special. Even if it had advanced to the legendary level, its ability to strengthen itself was relatively limited. To some extent, it was just a collection of undead. Advancing to the legendary level strengthened the undead bound on it. The ship itself did not change much, but it slightly strengthened a part of the ship's ability. The number of souls bound on the dead man's voice had doubled compared to the past. The number of drowned undead had reached an astonishing 108 people. The number of sea vengeful spirits had also skyrocketed. The number of other types of undead had more than doubled, and some had even doubled or tripled. This was where the ghost ship, dead man's voice truly changed. Among them, the number of bound spirits of the dead had reached an astonishing 2,705 people. These bound spirits of the dead determined the vitality and healing ability of the ghost ship, as well as the potential of the other undead sailors. It could be said that the ghost ship had now become a small undead kingdom. It's still not enough to rely on the sail. It still needs to be further enchanted. Soren controlled the ghost ship to fly in the sky and then return to the sea. He murmured, "It's still not enough to deal with the battle in the abyss. The flying ability is enough. The floating ring can rise to a height of thousands of meters with just a little push. But the maneuverability is seriously lacking. I don't know how the floating city in the Arcane Empire was powered. Then there's the combat ability. Although the number of undead sailors has skyrocketed, they are only close combat cannon fodder. The silent howl's ram can be ignored, and the animated ropes can also be ignored. The only effective long-range firepower is the cannons and the heavy boomerangs. This kind of firepower can be used to deal with enemies in the material plane, but it's not enough to deal with the demons in the abyss. When the Sea Temple first modified it, it was already limited to the battle in the material plane. It seems that all the cannons have to be replaced? I wonder if the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon can be installed on the ghost ship? If it can be installed, how will the huge amount of energy needed be solved? A lot of thoughts flashed through Soren's mind. But in the end, he shook his head and put it down. Things still had to be done step by step. If he wanted to get the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon, he was afraid that he had to take down the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane first. To take down the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane, Gloria had to master the level 9 spell, Spirit World Travel. Gloria was now busy studying the Elemental Furnace. She already wanted to split herself into 2 people to use it. At this time, he could only deal with things according to priorities. From the current point of view, reassembling the Elemental Furnace was the most important thing and the most helpful thing for them. As long as the Elemental Furnace was assembled, the abundant energy would immediately allow the city of Mordor to build a golem army. By then, with enough diamond golems, they would be able to push down the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. The city of Mordor was busy. The third expansion plan also included the port area. With the increasing number of foreigners, the upper limit of the number of people that could be accommodated in Port Mordor was a little insufficient. Recently, the City Hall was preparing to open up a separate piece of land as a residential area. Citizens of Port Mordor could buy a small piece of land at a relatively low price with their own identification. However, if foreigners wanted to buy a house in Port Mordor, it would be a little more expensive. It was said that many southern businessmen had protested recently, but the officials of the city hall didn't even care about them. If you don't want to buy it, then get out. The land budget of Mordor was already very tight, and the population growth rate was far faster than other cities. This batch of land was already an overdraft of the reserve resources. According to the final statistics of the city hall, if the nearby islands were not annexed and developed, the population of Mordor could only be accommodated by about 300,000 people. Once this scale was exceeded, the food could no longer be self-sufficient. Citizenship in Mordor was now in high demand. Having the citizenship of Mordor was greatly convenient at sea, and there were few difficulties in other cities on the south coast. Powerful force was the guarantee of peace. The Battle of the Golem was completely over, but Sorin's journey did not stop. Before history changed too much, he needed to use his ability to foresee the future to prepare more trump cards for himself. But before he set off this time, he still had some small things to deal with. The Stone of Dreams. This thing was basically useless to Sorin, Gloria, Fallen Witch and Vivian. As a relatively special legendary item, Sorin seemed to be able to use it in only one place. That was the war chest demiplane connected to the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower. The magical virtual illusion of the war chest demiplane. A very realistic illusion that Sorin still couldn't understand. Because he had made a lot of breakthroughs in the Wizard Tower, he didn't have time to waste on the war chest demiplane for the time being. The demigod Thaling was not easy to deal with. It was too time-consuming to break through the war chest demiplane. Sorin planned to take over the authority of the war chest demiplane directly after taking over the Wizard Tower, but now he needed to test whether the Stone of Dreams was effective against the illusion of the war chest demiplane. The Frost Kingdom. Arendelle. The palace. The tall figure of Princess Royal stood on the balcony at the top of the palace, overlooking the whole country. The arrival of the Avatar crisis did not have much impact on this prosperous and wealthy country. And all this was due to the powerful strength of Princess Royal. Her power sheltered Arendelle, so that all evil forces did not dare to easily set foot in this land. Arendelle. Mordor City. The two cities in the north and south were one of the few peaceful paradises in the material plane. These two places could still maintain their original state after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, mostly because their rulers had powerful forces. Princess Royal. Sorin. Many forces secretly guessed that the two had joined forces to form some kind of alliance, and no one dared to provoke them easily. Your Majesty. The emissary of the Northern Witch Council has arrived. The head maid of the palace appeared not far away and said respectfully, I have arranged for them to stay. I wonder when your Majesty plans to see them? The eldest princess nodded when she heard this and said lightly, I know. Arrange it for tomorrow. History was quietly changing. Because of the relationship with Sorin, the Northern Witch Council also formally established diplomatic relations with Arendelle. The two sides didn't have much to do with each other, but now the Northern Witch Council and Arendelle's Snow Witches seem to have plans to further deepen their relationship because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. The two most powerful witch groups in the material plane were trying to cooperate. Chapter 725. The Northern Witch Council. Arendelle's Ice Witches. The two originally didn't have much interaction. Although Princess Royal had great strength, she was very arrogant in terms of interpersonal relationships. You could feel it from her attitude toward Sorin. If it weren't for the close relationship between Sorin and the Northern Witch Council, and the Northern Witch Council sent a delegation to Arendelle, perhaps Princess Royal might not be willing to take the initiative to contact them. There was no other way. Princess Royal had always been like this. The Northern Witch Council was a relatively formal wizard organization, and its internal organizational structure was comparable to the Wizard Alliance. In contrast, Arendelle's Ice Witches were slightly worse. Because of their special bloodline, there were many female warlocks in Arendelle. Many of them were members of the royal family, or members who inherited the bloodline of the warlock family. 1/3 of the Ice Witches were warlocks, and many of them were born with the ability to control ice and snow. This should be a family trait. Perhaps it was overshadowed by Princess Royal's brilliance. The outside world had never understood much about the Ice Witches. They only knew that Arendelle had a very powerful royal witch council. The eldest princess could more or less guess the purpose of the Northern Witch's diplomatic mission. Compared to the closed environment of the Frost Kingdom, the territory controlled by the Northern Witches was much more complicated. This meant that after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the problems they faced had increased a lot. First, there was the rebellion of the Lizardmen. The outbreak of the flood last year had affected the present. The Lizardmen's attacks on humans had not been completely eradicated, and the Witch Council was temporarily unable to clean them up because the false god that the Lizardmen serve seemed to have made a move. Then there was the Church of the Lady of Poison. In order to expand her influence in the mortal world, the plague spread by the Lady of Poison had stopped. However, traces of the Witherers still frequently appeared in the north of the continent. To deal with the Church of an evil god, even the Northern Witch Council did not dare to act rashly. Other than that, with the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, resources were increasingly scarce. There was also a rebellion near Deepwater City. The low-level civilians were restless, and the evil forces of the outside world were eyeing covetously. If it weren't for the financial assistance from the city of Moder, the Northern Witch Council would have been in chaos. The large number of orders from the city of Mordor greatly eased the financial crisis of the Northern Witch Council, and also provided opportunities for lower-class civilians to work to support themselves. Moreover, the close relationship with the city of Mordor also made many enemies who were secretly spying on them not dare to act rashly. However, Mordor City was still far away in the sea after all. If something big really happened, even if Soren wanted to help, he wouldn't be able to react in a short time. Therefore, the Northern Witch Council needed a powerful ally nearby. At this time, there were not many candidates in the eyes of the Northern Witches. First of all, the allies they chose could not have too complicated relationships. Too complicated relationships meant that there were many potential enemies. While gaining a powerful ally, the Northern Witch Council may also have new and more dangerous enemies. At this time, Arendelle, who was relatively isolated, was included in their list of priorities. The situation of Arendelle was special. First of all, it was a relatively isolated country. It didn't have much contact with the outside world, and there were not many enemies on the table. It was not far from the Northern Witch Council. Then, the relationship between Arendelle and the city of Mordor was very close, at least in the outside world. Princess Anna of Arendelle was said to be the lover of His Excellency Soren. Even recently, there were rumors that Her Majesty Princess Royal had a very close relationship with His Excellency Soren. Regardless of whether these gossipy rumors were true or false, there was no doubt that Arendelle had a close relationship with the city of Mordor. Arendelle, the city of Mordor, the Northern Witch Council. After realizing that they needed more powerful allies, the Northern Witch Council finally decided to send a delegation to Arendelle. The leader was even a legendary witch who held power within the Witch Council. The city of Mordor was still too far away. Soren chose the outer islands in order to avoid the direct impact of the storm of catastrophe. In this increasingly chaotic environment, the Northern Witch Council must form an offensive and defensive alliance with a nearby powerful force. Outer Islands, the city of Mordor. In just a few days, the city of Mordor had undergone earth-shaking changes. There were large construction sites everywhere outside the city. Strong men who worked by the sea all year round carried tools with their bare arms. Slogans sounded one after another at the construction site, and many women also joined in the labor. The mysterious wizards did not seem to be so rare. At least they could be seen in many construction sites. Compared to ordinary people with low education, the amount of knowledge that spellcasters had was far beyond their imagination. This kind of knowledge was not only reflected in spells, but also in architecture, culture, nature, religion, and so on. Naturally, the wizards were not likely to do it themselves. They were more like the general supervisors of the project. Recently, the higher-ups of the city of Mordor wanted them to develop something similar to cement. This was really a bit troublesome for the wizards who were used to relying on the mud-to-stone spell. But after all, the spell could not be applied to such a large-scale construction. So in the end, Saruman had to lead a team to try it. The level of architecture in this world was about equivalent to the Middle Ages, but if you want to make cement, you have to consider the different rules of the world. Making it was not the key. Wizards had many alchemy creations that could replace cement, but those could only be applied to expensive buildings like wizard towers. The most important thing was that this alchemy creations could be mass-produced and popularized, which was the result that the higher-ups of the city of Mordor wanted to see. Looking down at the city of Mordor from the sky, a huge ring could be seen, which was composed of the city of Mordor, Port Mordor, and 12 towns that were being expanded. Every place had a landmark building, which was the temple of the half-elf church. The great temple in the central square was the core. This was actually a very large magic circle, with Sorin's belief network as the core, relying on the great temple in the city of Mordor as the carrier, and the temples in the other 12 towns as branches. It was also an independent small network that connected the beliefs of the half-elf church. This was actually a magic circle. The wizard's in-depth understanding of the magic network finally gave birth to the powerful magic circle. Magic circle. The magic circle was like an independent local area network. In some powerful magic circles, the controller could even seal the casting ability of others. Was this not very similar to the magic network? If the goddess of magic deprived a wizard of his ability to cast spells, the effect would be the same. The magic circle was first born in the age of thorium. From the beginning, it was the result of the analysis of the structure of the magic network by the great arcanists. If there were not always a few great arcanists who wanted to kill the goddess of magic, perhaps the goddess of magic would not be so eager to close the inner layer of the magic network, and only open the core application of the magic network to other gods. Magic Circle was one of the core structures of the floating city. The wizard tower in the shadow plane was covered with a small magic circle. It seemed that the former owner of the wizard tower also wanted to expand to the level of the floating city. This was equivalent to a local area network. The deeper the understanding of the magic network, the more powerful the user was, and the more amazing the magic circle's ability was. During the Arcane Empire, the most famous floating cities could even directly block the casting ability of all wizards below the legendary level. Once they entered the floating city with the magic circle, they would become similar to ordinary people. Only after obtaining the casting license, local area network pass, issued by the Arcanist Council of the floating city, these people could regain the ability to cast spells in the floating city. Note: this is why it is called Magic Circle. This is a lock. Incredible, right? This was actually the magic circle that was mentioned more than once in the wizard books. Anti-magic field. However, at present, there was no magic circle of this level in the material plane. They had been lost for a long time. When Sorin first designed the distribution of the town, he divided the location according to a specific law. The location of the temples in each city was specially calculated. When these temples were all built, they would form a connection with the great temple in the central square of the city of Mordor. 12 was a very special number. These 12 temples formed the core part of the magic circle that had not yet fully formed on the city of Mordor. At present, there was almost no abnormality. The role of the temples and magic circle was only to regulate the climate of the island of Mordor. With the help of Sorin's priesthood, faith and divine power, this huge magic circle formed an invisible protective barrier, making the climate of the city of Mordor smoother. But when it was really formed, then the magic circle in front of him had a very terrible power. The Northern Witch Council had a magic circle. This labyrinth was found in the ruins of Silvermoon City. It took hundreds of years for the Northern Witch Council to restore the labyrinth with the power of everyone. Then, it relied on the power of the Wizard Tower to rebuild the labyrinth. It was actually the same thing over the city of Mordor. The person in charge of the whole magic circle was the leader of the half-elf church, the high priest appointed by Sorin. The role of the 12 temples was equivalent to replacing the Wizard Tower. Each temple was personally supervised by her. This was a magic circle built with the temple as the foundation instead of the Wizard Tower. The third phase of the project of Mordor was also to serve this huge magic circle. Sorin's third phase of expansion was a plan for the whole island, and this plan was to make it easier to perfect the magic circle in the following arrangements. What he was doing now was like flattening the island like a piece of paper, then drawing according to his will on this flat piece of paper. The 12 shrines were only the fulcrum of the entire framework on the paper, and what he needed to do next was to fill in the rest of the empty space. Earth, water, wind, fire. The whole island was in a very grand blueprint, and now the layout had just been completed. Chapter 726. Time passed quietly like this. The city of Mordor was constantly changing, and bad news came back from the mainland one after another. Sauron was preparing to go to the Eastern Kingdom to explore the girl who accidentally summoned her demon avatar to the material plane last time, which was the temple that the demon avatar found in the desert area when the accident happened some time ago. Sauron felt the breath of death in this temple. If it was really a temple left by a fallen god of death, maybe he could find the mystery related to the realm of death. Even if he couldn't do that, anything related to death would still be of great value. Slaughter and death. A long time ago, these two were originally connected, and there was a god of slaughter among the 3 gods of death. However, before leaving, Sauron still had a little thing to deal with. South Coast, Wind Spear Hills. This land originally belonged to the descendants of the Isabella family, but there was a slight accident some time ago, and the main members of the family died in the attack of the evil Nagas. This caused the direct bloodline to almost be cut off. Finally, after various reasons, especially some external interference, the heir of the territory became a woman. Adele Isabella. Some forces in the dark already knew who was standing behind this woman, but not many people dared to stand up because that person was a shadow hanging over the south coast, and no one dared to anger him easily, because he was Sauron. Mordor City needed a tentacle to extend into the mainland. Establishing the base in the outer islands did not mean completely abandoning the mainland. Many of the resources Sauron needed had to be obtained from the mainland. This could not be done in Port Tylon. Since the rise of Mordor City, the role of the Sea Temple for Mordor City had become less and less, and Sauron could not directly compete with the Sea Goddess for territory. The City of Wealth was the lady's private land, and the hand of Mordor City could not reach too far, which would easily cause the lady's dissatisfaction. Excluding these 2 places, there were only Snake Island, Raging Sand Island, and Shipwreck Bay left. Snake Island was just a transit station near the coast, so it could basically be eliminated. Raging Sand Island was in charge of the eastern trade route, and was far from the mainland. Shipwreck Bay was one option, but there were too many people there, and there were too many forces there. Many churches of gods were also there. Sauron did not want to cause too much hostility, so he had to give up on this place. After eliminating these places, there were not many choices left. The Wind Spear Hills had always been part of Sauron's plans. He had even started planning for this place a long time ago. Adele Isabella was in charge of this place, all from Sauron's hands. The Wind Spear Hills wasn't a large piece of land. However, there was also a convenient place here, that was, it could directly lead to the north. The intelligence organization of Mordor City had already spread here. 1/3 of the Wanderers of the Half-Elf Church had been sent here. The Wanderer priesthood was a convenience. In addition to training priests, Sauron's church was also constantly training rogues. The Avatar crisis broke out. The Wind Spear Hills were also affected, but because of the interference of the power of Mordor City, the Wind Spear Hills was not affected much by the abyssal demons. At least the loss of population and towns was very small, and only a few villages were destroyed. But the biggest problem with the Avatar crisis was more than that. The weakening of the plane barrier not only allowed the demons of the abyss to enter, but also creatures from other lower planes could enter the material plane. Ordinary things were naturally dealt with by others. Even if it was a small matter that could attract Sauron's attention, it was also extraordinary. As a god, if it was not a legendary event, he would not send it to Sauron's hands. It happened about 3 days ago. There was a village on the edge of the Wind Spear Hills with a population of about 800 people. Because of the remote location, the villagers were tough. The village had retired adventurers and its own militia. Even if such a village was attacked by a small group of demons, It could rely on its own ability to survive. But just 3 days ago, someone suddenly found that there was no living person in the village. The whole village was full of corpses. The strangest thing was that most of these people committed suicide. Suicide. That's right. This was the problem, and the reason why it was sent to Soren immediately. There might be something else to mention here. Because of the particularity of the soul and the rules of the multiverse, suicide was not allowed in any god's church. Even many good gods thought that suicide was a serious crime. This was related to the kingdom of the gods. It could not be explained in a few words, but to put it simply, the souls of people who committed suicide would be affected. This kind of soul was not good enough, or not good enough to enter the kingdom of the gods. Many gods even refused to accept the souls of those who committed suicide. That was it in a nutshell. There was also something like redemption, but there was no need to talk about it here. The souls of those who committed suicide will fall into hell. Of course, this was not a joke. In fact, according to the rules of the multiverse, more than 90% of people who ended their lives by suicide would fall into the Bator Inferno. This was also why in many evil rituals secretly controlled by the devils, there would be people who would end their lives by suicide. This was a more mysterious realm of the soul. It might need Soren to enter the kingdom of the gods to figure it out, because the speculation in the mortal world was that the souls of those who committed suicide could not meet the requirements of the kingdom of the gods. Of course, a group of people committing suicide was not the strangest thing, because some powerful devils could also do this. Often, these devils would return to the Bator Inferno after harvesting the souls. Many gods' churches in the material world were watching these guys. Because pantheism was a common thing, these souls that were harvested by the devils belonged to the believers of many gods' churches. The reason why the subordinates immediately reported this to Soren was that these suicides all had a smile on their faces, and they ended their lives with a seemingly twisted and chilling expression of happiness. It made people commit suicide with a happy face. Soren immediately attracted attention after receiving this news, because in his memory, there were very few people who could do this. One of them was called the Hellbard. Wind Spear Hills, Withered Leaf Village. Soren's figure appeared near this village that was shrouded in the smell of death and stench. Long before the news was sent to him, the secret sentries in Motor City had already begun to monitor this place. The civilians in the village had been dead for a while, and there was a strong smell of corpses everywhere. However, the strange thing was that there weren't any crows or scavengers in sight. Strange, right? Crows, vultures, coyotes, and other scavengers like to eat corpses. There were hundreds of corpses here, but no scavengers appeared. They just rotted over time. The devil's means. Soren opened his eyes, and a divine light appeared in his eyes. The village in front of him was covered in a blood-red aura. It was an extremely evil power. The power of the devil. There were no souls. Even if the spirit world and the shadow plane were seen through the barrier, Soren did not find any souls. There were only corpses that were gradually rotting. Not even a shadow of a vengeful spirit could be seen. The devil had harvested all the souls. Is it death's praise? Soren looked down at the corpses under his feet. These corpses still had a strange smile on them. In the center of the village, there was a destroyed altar. There were many naked corpses nearby. They had held a ceremony before they died. A ceremony that looked happy and beautiful, but in fact, it was extremely evil. This is? Musical instrument. Soren's figure fell from midair. He found a flute on the ground. Next to it was a young man. He should have been playing the flute before he committed suicide. There were other musical instruments not far away. Maybe they were holding some kind of celebration before all this happened. It seems to be the work of the Helpheimer. As the most powerful bard in the material plane, the Helpheimer had mastered some special and terrible chanting spells. Before he fell, he was a powerful chanter. His famous work was when a large number of believers committed suicide during a celebration. Revelation, Prelude to Hell. Dusk Tribute, Death's Praise. Among the terrible abilities that the Helpheimer had, there were too many spells that could do this. He's back. Soren stood silent, but his expression gradually became serious. Since Soren killed the demigod vampire, the Helpheimer's figure disappeared. There was no trace of him in the material plane. There was no news about him in the church of the demigod vampire. Soren was not sure whether he was hiding somewhere in the material plane, or had returned to the Bator Inferno. This dangerous guy had been active in the Bator Inferno for a long time. It seems that he's back. There was a trace of killing intent in Soren's eyes. The Helpheimer's action this time was very beautiful. There was no trace left. Even if Soren was a true god, there was no way to find him through other means. The souls here were too clean. If only one soul was left, Soren could find the other party's trace. The Helpheimer was very careful. He seemed to have known that Soren had mastered the tracking clergy. After everything was over, he erased any traces of himself. The bard was just a jack of all trades. But if one was strong enough to reach the Helpheimer's level, many of his basic abilities were comparable to legendary rangers and legendary rogues. Soren suddenly frowned. He raised his hand and something floated out of the ashes of the bonfire in front of him. It was a black feather, buried in the bonfire. It seemed that the flames did not burn it. Fallen angel. Soren picked up the black feather and looked at it. His expression suddenly became playful and he murmured, "Did you leave it on purpose? Or did you forget it by accident?" Chapter 727. The Feather of a Fallen Angel. As a true god, Soren could tell at a glance where the feather came from. It seemed that this time it was not only the Helpheimer, but also other senior demons of the Bator Inferno. Soren pondered for a moment and murmured, "Fallen angel? Did he go to the Bator Inferno to find some helpers?" The identity of the Helpheimer was not simple. It was said that he was the chosen of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. If he really found helpers from the Bator Inferno, Soren was afraid that it would be a bit of a headache. Tracking divinity. With the power of the divinity activated, any clues related to this feather were included in the range of Soren's perception. A trace of a door appeared in the void. The Helpheimer did this a bit flawless. After harvesting the souls, he directly opened the portal and left the material plane. Although the power of the tracking divinity was very strong, it consumed too much power in terms of crossing planes. If Soren was in the form of a god, there would be no problem, but if he was in the form of a saint, it would be difficult to track everything outside the material plane. Moreover, after harvesting this batch of souls, the Helpheimer would have to hide for a while, right? This guy is still a problem if we don't get rid of him. Soren's eyes were very murderous. In the battle at the beginning, the Helpheimer used soul manipulation to take away the soul of the demigod vampire. The soul of a false god had amazing value, and Soren didn't know how much benefit he got. "Clean up here," Soren calmly ordered and said in a deep voice. "I will send a priest to the Windspear Hills at the right time. You need to be careful of the demon's movements." Behind him was a red-haired female pirate dressed as a noble lady. In order to perfectly play the role of a noble and elegant lady, Adele Isabella had put in a lot of hard work. Now, her aristocratic aura had become more and more obvious. Even those who were familiar with her would find it difficult to connect her with the wild red-haired female pirate from before. Although everything in the Windspear Hills was controlled by Soren, on the surface, Adele Isabella was still the lord of this place. There were many things that she had to deal with personally. With the help of Mordor City, she still had a good reputation among the lower-class civilians. "Yes, my lord," Adele Isabella said respectfully. "I'll arrange for people to prepare now." After she finished speaking, she seemed to be avoiding his gaze. Soren was slightly startled when he heard this, and he couldn't help but take another look at her. Nightfall. In a luxurious manner, Soren was sitting in his study room, reading books. He had recently been supplementing his knowledge about alchemy. Although gods learn very quickly, it was impossible for them to master everything in one go. If they wanted to improve their alchemy ability, they still needed to spend time accumulating knowledge bit by bit. His reading speed was extremely fast. It only took him about half an hour to finish reading an alchemy book. Then he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he opened the second book. There were already several books beside it that he had read. Due to the sudden appearance of the Helpheimer, Soren needed to stay here for 2 days to make some follow-up arrangements. There was a soft knock on the door. For the gods, everything around them was within their range of perception. Soren didn't even need to look to know that it was Adele Isabella who came from outside. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. There must be a special meaning for her to come at this time, and she was a little hesitant when she knocked on the door. It seemed that she was a little uneasy. "Come in." Soren put down the book in his hand and shook his head with a smile. He already knew the purpose of the other party coming in the middle of the night. Creak. The door was carefully pushed open. Adele Isabella was wearing a thin dress. Her silky long hair was draped over her shoulders. Her expression was a little uneasy. After entering the room, she immediately closed the door subconsciously. "You're not wearing anything under your clothes." Soren already knew everything. He looked at the nervous Adele Isabella in front of him and said, "What's the matter?" Adele Isabella was nervous. But soon she took a deep breath and calmed down, but her voice was still trembling. She knelt down on one knee in front of Soren and said softly, "My lord, your servant is here to serve." She was nervous, with a trace of panic, with a trace of uneasiness, but there was also a trace of expectation. Perhaps in the whole material plane, only Soren could make the once powerful pirate leader like this. She was now like a concubine waiting for the emperor in the harem. There was both desire and fear in her heart. Although Soren gave her a lot of important tasks, she had been away from the power center of Mordor for too long. As a special woman, she felt uneasy in her heart, so she longed to have a closer relationship with Soren to ensure her power and status. Maybe it was like this. Or maybe it was because of something else. After all, Sir Soren was a miracle she witnessed with her own eyes. "My lord." Soren's short silence made Adele Isabella more and more uneasy. She gently raised her hand and unbuttoned a button on her chest with trembling hands. After revealing her white and deep cleavage, a special emblem also appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Above the right chest, the emblem of the half-elf church, Soren's emblem, she directly imprinted it on her body. Soren sighed slowly. As early as during the day, he found out the problem. Although Soren was the god of half-elves and rogues, his identity in the mortal world was the pirate king of the material plane and the ruler of Mordor. Many pirate kings called Soren, "Your Excellency," which could also be used on gods. He did not force pirates to believe in him and join the half-elf church. So at present, most pirate leaders called him, "Your Excellency." It was not easy to change one's faith, and Soren's clergy was special. Many pirate leaders had their own gods that they had believed in for a long time. Adele Isabella chose to serve him. The meaning of this was very profound, because it meant that the woman in front of him was not only his follower when she was alive, but her soul would also enter Soren's kingdom and become his petitioner after death. It was hard to refuse. Soren's slightly careless actions could hurt the faith of the woman in front of him. He might even lose a fanatic, an excellent soul with the ability to become a high-grade oracle. Adele Isabella hoped that she could completely stand by Soren's side. She dedicated her loyalty to Soren, not only in life, but also in death. This should be the most important thing in the multiverse. Even if she had followed Soren for a long time, this kind of bargaining chip with her soul was enough for Soren to bring her into the core of power. "Come here." Soren did not hesitate. As a god, he could not refuse the following and dedication of a fanatic. She was still very pure. This purity would allow her to achieve a pure sublimation after entering the kingdom of God in the future. Gods did not rely on themselves to manage the kingdom of God. In the kingdom of God, they also needed the help of many excellent oracles. Her soul was very pure. Adele Isabella trembled a little as she came in front of Soren. Soren motioned her to stand in front of the desk, then stroked her long hair with his hand, and motioned her to slowly kneel down. Adele Isabella quickly understood what Soren meant. She knelt at Soren's feet with trembling hands, and untied his robe. Then she stretched out her white fingers and gently held it, and then slowly opened her mouth. The lights in the room flickered. Soren frowned slightly, and Adele Isabella's panicked apologies immediately came from under his feet. She was not skilled, and it could even be said that she had no experience. Walala! Soren raised his hand and picked up a book to read. After a while, as if to reward Adele Isabella for her efforts, he gently snapped his fingers and cast a spell. Shadow tentacles. Time passed quickly. After staying in the Wind Spear Hills for 3 days and arranging for a high-ranking archbishop to be stationed there, Soren immediately set off for the Eastern Kingdom. At this time it was almost February. The first wave of demons from the bottomless abyss was almost over. The other creatures of the material plane had won a precious and short respite, because by the middle of February, the second wave of demons would be coming, and this time, there would be even more demons. The second wave of demons was the real attack, because this time there was a regular demon army that had participated in the Abyss Blood War. After the first test, many demon lords in the Abyss could already confirm that the barrier of the material plane was really weakened. They were eager to try. Eager for the rich soul reserves of the material plane, many demon lords were even ready to come to the material plane in person. In the second wave of attacks, demon lords had already come to the mortal world. And this time the scale of the battle would be greatly increased, because at the same time when the demon lords came to the mortal world, those good gods who fell to the mortal world because of the Avatar crisis finally could not sit idly by and watch their believers in the mortal world being slaughtered. Some saints began to appear in the eyes of the world, and while fighting against the demon army, they cultivated a group of more fanatical fanatics. The regular demon army had arrived. Even the gods could not avoid it. They had to protect their believers, at least those who were devout. Even the gods of the evil camp had to show up at this time to temporarily fight against the demons, because they could not sit by and watch the demon army attack their church members. If all the believers of the church were dead, even if they succeeded in surviving the Avatar crisis, so what? Only the foundation of the material plane could support everything in the kingdom of God. Chapter 728. Everything in the Wind Spear Hills was just a small episode. But Soren now realized that he really needed to think about the future. That was everything about the Divine Kingdom. The original god of half-elves and rogues fell. According to the normal trend of the Avatar crisis, his divine kingdom should gradually fall, and even eventually turn into a meteor and fall into the mortal world to form a broken half-bitwall kingdom. But Soren took over the clergy and temporarily changed this. He succeeded in inheriting the clergy of the god of half-elves and rogues. At the same time, he had a connection with the original divine kingdom, temporarily stopping the fall of the divine kingdom, and even gradually stabilizing the structure of the divine kingdom. But one thing he must pay attention to was that the original divine kingdom had been run by the god of half-elves and rogues for hundreds of years. The death of a god would lead to the fall of most of the zealots and petitioners in the divine kingdom, and there would be a violent shock inside the divine kingdom. Some of the petitioners might still be alive, but the number would definitely not be too many. The process of the divine kingdom falling was similar to the catastrophe of the end of the world in 2012. It could be said that the whole divine kingdom was collapsing violently. It would be good if 1/10 of the creatures in the divine kingdom could survive. This meant that even if the Avatar crisis was over, Soren intended to inherit the original divine kingdom. His foundation would be quite unstable. Soren needed a group of zealots. And they must be zealots whose souls were pure enough, and whose strength and talent were good. Because the divine kingdom had a unique system. If Soren lived to the end of the Avatar crisis, then he must have his own oracles, servants, high-grade angels, high-grade demons, chanters, soul petitioners, and so on. The management of the divine kingdom was a big process. If Soren did not have enough devout zealots, he was afraid that in the future, when other believers died, he would not even have a messenger responsible for receiving the souls. And these often required other gods to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to accumulate. The original god of half-elves and rogues should have left some servants in the divine kingdom. But it was obviously not a good thing for Soren to take over the divine kingdom to use the servants of the previous god, so he must replace all these people with souls devoutly serving him in the future. Looks like we have to consider putting the construction of schools on the agenda. There was no hesitation in accepting Adele Isabella. She hoped to further strengthen her position through her relationship with Soren. She even hoped that the ownership of her soul after death would be guaranteed. As for Soren, she also had a lot of uses. For a female believer who had the potential to become a legendary, Soren had to pay enough attention to her, because she was the foundation of a god. A divine kingdom was a competition of soul reserves. Even in the period when there was no avatar crisis, when some excellent legendary professionals died, their souls could make the incarnation of the gods come in person to guide them to the divine kingdom. If there was a legendary class holder who was willing to return to Soren's kingdom before their death, not to mention sending one of his avatars to receive them, he could even send his main body to receive them. This was because he would need many more such believers in the future. At the very least, the number of oracles from the other world would reach double digits. This was not an easy task. This was because only legendary souls could be transformed into otherworldly oracles. The horror of a great divine power was not only reflected in their own divine power, but also in the foundation they had accumulated over a long period of time. Soren's foundation was really thin. Perhaps he still had some foundation in the material plane, but in the divine kingdom, he had nothing at all. This was because he had never entered the divine kingdom. These things could not be left alone. If he waited until the last moment to consider it, he would have lost the opportunity. It took time for people to die, and he could not let his believers die directly. Therefore, the layout in this area may need to be considered many years in advance. The half-elf church still had a group of old enough bishops, but these were not enough to support the framework of the divine kingdom. In the blink of an eye, Soren reached the forest area near the Eastern Kingdom. Going through here was the Gobi Desert, and then across the Desert of Death to enter the Eastern Kingdom. The sea route was too time-consuming, and the danger of the Desert of Death was not enough to affect a true god like Soren. However, just as he was about to move on, suddenly there was a feeling from the sky. This was a very special feeling, belonging to the level of the gods. A true god had fallen. Because it was still daytime, the stars were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Therefore, Soren could only sense the true gods who were close to him. The elven god system. In a flash, Soren sensed the identity of the fallen one because there was a mark of the elven god system on him. Someone had killed a true god of the elven god system. Soren had almost no interaction with the elven god system. So far, he had not met any true gods of the elves. Therefore, it seemed that there was only one true god who could make him feel and have a close relationship with him. Soren guessed the identity of the fallen one. Arifin Erazel, the elven god of dexterity and thieves. A true god who was in charge of thieves, pranks, and transformations. He had the domains of chaos, elves, luck, and trickery. The reason Soren could sense the fall of the fallen one was very simple. It was because he also had the divine title of rogue. Divine title sensing. Soren had always had a certain connection with the gods who had the same divine title. If there were other gods who had the same divine title falling, Soren would be able to feel it no matter what the situation was. If the gods who had other divine titles fell, Soren would not feel anything. Who killed the elven god of thieves? In a flash, Soren's figure was stunned. He then fell into deep thought and murmured, "The Shadow Lord? The Lady of the Night? Or the Queen of Spiders?" The Shadow Lord and the Queen of Spiders are the most likely. But considering the revenge of the elven god system, I'm afraid that only the Queen of Spiders would dare to do this. Has she already started to act? A true god had fallen. The saints who had fallen into the mortal world did not notice much. Perhaps only the gods who held the same divine title could sense it. The elven god system should know all about it. If a member of the elven god system fell, the enraged elven god system would probably launch a crazy revenge. The elven god of thieves was not very powerful. There were many existences who could kill him, but the one with the strongest motive was probably the Queen of Spiders. Moreover, the elven god of thieves had the realm of chaos, luck, and crafty. These three realms were very useful to the Queen of Spiders. She might not be able to master the luck realm, but the chaos realm and crafty realm were the core strength of the Queen of Spiders. Killing the elven god of thieves could further strengthen her realms. Soren's high priest had not fully recovered his strength because he was hit by the Queen of Spiders' crafty realm. There was dead silence. Although Soren sensed the fall of a true god, he could not determine the location of the fall. However, the thief priesthood of the elves should be empty. Chapter 729. A true god had fallen. A part of a god's domain could be easily absorbed by the enemy, but a god's priesthood could not be easily integrated. This was because the priesthoods were labeled. Soren was the god of rogues for the half-elves, and Hirasil was the god of thieves for the elves. If Soren killed Hirasil, then he could integrate the priesthood of thief to strengthen his own priesthood, but it would be difficult to expand his priesthood to the elves. This was because he had to consider the elven god's attitude towards him, which was why many priesthoods were scattered among many races. However, Hirasil had been killed. The priesthood of thief was currently in a state of limbo, and any god who had the related priesthood could compete for the power of this priesthood. Whether it was the Shadow Lord or Soren, as long as they found the right point, they could try to integrate the power of this priesthood. Should I interfere with the priesthood of thief? This was what Soren was thinking about now. For Soren, who had the priesthood of rogue, integrating the priesthood of thief was almost no difficulty. But the more troublesome thing was that if he did so, he might be involved in the war between a god and the elven gods, and this god was very likely to be the very terrible Queen of Spiders, greater divine power. For a priesthood that could be integrated, he would be involved in the war between the Queen of Spiders and the elven gods. Was it really worth it? Soren could not help but fall into deep thought, and for a moment he was a little uncertain. In terms of strength, Hirasil, the elven god of thieves and dexterity, should be a little stronger than Soren, because she had a very powerful dexterity attached to her priesthood. She had died in such an inexplicable way. Soren was really hesitant about whether he could participate in this level of event. Moreover, the elven gods would definitely go crazy for revenge. When a main member of a god system was killed, no main god of a god system would be indifferent. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Countless thoughts flashed through Soren's mind, but in the end, he chose to give up. I don't think anyone will be able to fuse with the thief divinity in a short period of time. The elven god system should be burning with rage right now. It's best not to get involved in this. The benefits were not proportional to the danger. In this period of time when the Avatar crisis had just begun, it was not a good thing to expose yourself too much, because you may become the target of other gods at any time. The competition for the god of thieves was also fierce. From halflings, dwarves, orcs, and other races, there were many gods who had similar priesthoods. Perhaps they had also sensed it? Since Soren had already decided to let it go, it was better for him to focus on his own matters. Moreover, the Queen of Spiders seemed to have started to act. If this was the case, then the battle between the surface elves and the drows would probably break out soon. The scope of the war would probably affect the entire material plane. Although he had decided to wait and see, Soren was still a little worried. He directly sent a message back to the city of Moder through magic, asking Gloria to secretly send people to pay attention to the movements of the Elven Kingdom, and pay attention to the next changes in the situation. The god of thieves of the elves was not the god of hunting, Malor. The latter was almost alone, but the former was the main member of the elven god system. Next, the other elven gods would probably take action. They were really going to fight. With 2 greater divine power gods and many intermediate divine power gods, the elven god system was not afraid of anyone. The elven god system dared to fight with any god of the other gods. Note, the elven god system has 2 greater divine power gods, 8 intermediate divine power gods, and 1 lesser divine power, and 1 minor divine power god followers. Yellow sand filled the sky. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the chaotic energy had begun to affect the material plane. The Desert of Death was originally just a sandstorm. But now Soren had just entered the range of the Desert of Death, and he felt the abnormality of the climate, followed by a huge tornado gradually coming from afar. No wonder there were almost no caravans going to and from the Eastern Kingdom now. It was almost impossible to trade in such a harsh environment. He was afraid that this trade route had been completely cut off. Violent power. The Desert of Death was the core area of the Arcane Empire, and it was still shrouded in violent magic power. There were Dead Magic Area and Magic Chaos Area here. Even if Soren was a god, he could feel that casting spells here had greatly affected his performance. He must have enough concentration to cast spells. The relatively weak radiation power was still affecting here. The radiation on the surface of the sand was relatively weak, but there was still a huge radiation source deep underground. This radiation source was very similar to the sea near the treasure island, because there was also a floating city that fell into the deep sea. At present, no ships dared to pass through because there were too many deep-sea monsters in that sea. Radiation was a kind of energy. The powerful radiation created some terrible mutated creatures, but it also bound them in place. The Nell beetles stayed in place for thousands of years because of the radiation in the underground ruins. The deep-sea monsters would not leave easily because of this. As long as they left the source of the radiation, their power would gradually be affected. There were many extremely dangerous creatures in the Desert of Death, but as long as they were not provoked, they would not be a big problem because they almost never left the range of the Desert of Death. The strong radiation here was their important food, and it was difficult for them to find a place with such strong radiation if they left here. Through the endless Desert of Death, Soren's vision suddenly opened up, no longer covered by the wind and sand. He could even see man-made oases in the distance. If there was an oasis, there would be a town. In the Eastern Kingdom, any oasis was a very precious resource because there were very few lands in the Eastern Kingdom that were relatively rich. In the town, Soren saw some professionals in strange clothes. Oriental dancers, ronin, puppet masters, and necromancers in special robes. These were the names in the Eastern Kingdom. They were actually the advanced professions of warlocks. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Because of the chaotic magic energy, wizards were rarely seen in the Eastern Kingdom, so most of the spellcasters were of the warlock bloodline. Necromancers were an advanced branch of the warlock bloodline. They were more focused on the elemental power of the evocation system. It was a very different world. Whether it was food, clothing, housing, transportation, culture, religion, or various professions, it was very different from the southern part of the continent. Soren finally came to the Eastern Kingdom after so long. Oh. Chapter 730. The population in the town wasn't small. The clothes of the people here were a bit similar to the Persian period, and the Oriental dancers' dress was 70 to 80% similar to that of the Huji. The language used was similar to Qixing, and the common language was not very popular here. If a profession with insufficient knowledge came to the Eastern Kingdom, there would often be a situation where communication was not possible, and there were more dialects in the Eastern Kingdom. Monks should be one of the most common professions in the Eastern Kingdom. There were monks guarding the gate of the city. These monks had short hair, wore cloth clothes, leggings, wrist guards, and were dressed in a capable and experienced manner. These were low-level monks. There were no commandments, nor did they have to make a poverty oath. Their lives were similar to ordinary adventurers. There were a lot of brothels in the Eastern Kingdom. Basically, you could see taverns opened by dancers in any town in the Eastern Kingdom. The roundabout dance of the Oriental dancer was a beautiful scene that couldn't be missed when traveling in the Eastern Kingdom. There were almost no wizards here, but occasionally you could see professions dressed as warlocks. The customs of the Eastern Kingdom were not the same in the north and south. Near the desert, women would wear veils, but after leaving the desert, the atmosphere would be much more open. The closer to the sea, the more open the atmosphere. The territory of the Eastern wanderers was full of lewdness and decadence. Most of the monasteries stationed in the desert belonged to the good camp, while most of the monasteries outside the desert, and in the rich land belonged to the neutral and evil camp. The Eastern monks who had been cooperating with Soren were the standard evil camp. Because the trade with the East had almost been cut off, there were not many caravans with large camels in the town. However, there were still a lot of professions active in the vicinity. For the adventurers of the Eastern Kingdom, exploring the underground ruins in the desert was just a daily task. Even You could see professions on the streets selling some handicrafts from the arcane empire. Some exquisite statues that had been preserved for thousands of years, some rusty metal parts, some parts of alchemy puppets, stone slabs with recorded words, and so on. There were a lot of underground ruins in the Eastern Kingdom. Here, activities like treasure hunting were very popular. Many adventurers who went to explore the underground ruins would bring back something that seemed valuable, and then sell it to others at a high price. As for whether these things were valuable or useful, it was a test of personal vision. Because many things were brought out from the surface of the underground ruins, it was possible that they were purely decorations and waste. Basically, most cities and towns had a small trading area or shop for Taba. Soren walked around the town. He also took a look at Taba's black market, but there was nothing that interested him. There were a few items that glowed faintly, but to a god, ordinary extraordinary equipment could no longer attract his attention. As for the other items, they were worthless. The truly valuable Taba could only be found in a city called the Pearl of the East. There would regularly be a batch of items brought out by legendary adventurers from the Eastern Kingdom, who went deep into the underground ruins. The probability of finding legendary equipment was very high, and there was also the possibility of finding lost ancient artifacts. Across the street was the Dancer Tavern. There was a crowd of onlookers on the side of the street. Soren stopped and glanced around. He saw a young man performing a puppet show. There were a few palm-sized puppets. There were a few extremely thin threads connected to it. Under the young man's control, the threads moved nimbly, holding the wooden weapon and fighting in a ball. All right. Let's do it again. The onlookers cheered from time to time. If someone thought it was not bad, they would throw a few copper coins. Puppeteer. A group of people who specialized in alchemy in the Eastern Kingdom. Most of them were bards, warlocks, and oriental dancers. They inherited some of the knowledge from the arcane empire and improved the process of making golem puppets. They simplified the process of making golem puppets and turned it into a wooden puppet that was easier to get started. These puppets were actually all living things. They were blessed with the lowest level of activated construct life. If they needed to fight, they could be directly replaced with real swords. Because of the influence of the monks, the puppets of the Eastern Kingdom were more delicate and more flexible in battle. Some puppeteers could even make puppets with special abilities. Wasn't this very similar to the golem puppets with special abilities? A very low-level puppeteer. Soren lost interest after a few glances. This kind of puppeteer who performed on the street was similar to the bards. They were a very common kind of people in the Eastern Kingdom. In front of him was the tavern. The tavern of the Eastern Kingdom had an additional sound of music. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a dancer wearing a gorgeous corset dress. It was best not to make trouble in the tavern of the Eastern Kingdom. Because of the Eastern Princess, the dancers controlled a large number of gray areas in this land. They were a big force second only to many monasteries. Soren just entered the door and took a look, and he found at least 3 oriental dancers with good strength. Huji Tavern. Soren seemed to think of something. He chuckled and shook his head. Then he waved his hand and called a maid. After a moment, a middle-aged dancer came down from the attic. She looked at Soren with surprise and chuckled. "Sir, are you from the south?" Soren nodded silently. His dress was noticed by people along the way, because the dress of the South Coast was very different from that of the Eastern Kingdom. It's not easy to cross the desert recently. The beautiful dancer in front of him smiled and gently approached Soren's side. A faint fragrance came. She seemed to be a little teasing. "What service do you want?" Since it was a place of romance, there was naturally a sex business. The Oriental dancers provided assassination, intelligence, espionage, sex, and other transactions. They were somewhat similar to bards, but they were powerful generalists. The formally trained Oriental dancers needed to master at least 3 of the various skills such as disguise, poison, medicine, charm, hypnosis, illusion, investigation, stealth, and so on. In the Eastern Kingdom, the dancers took over a lot of businesses that belonged to the Thieves' Association. Moreover, the Eastern Princess controlled a very powerful thieves' association. She was the largest intelligence dealer in the Eastern Kingdom. Map. Soren didn't care about the provocation of the dancer in front of him. As the ruler of Motor City, the true god served by the half-elves, if he really pursued beauty, there were countless beautiful half-elven girls waiting for him to choose. He simply ignored the little charm that the other party secretly used and slowly said, "I need a map. The bigger and more detailed, the better. Money is not a problem." Chapter 731. Soren was not very familiar with the Eastern Kingdom. He used to spend most of his time in the Underdark. Although he also traveled to the Eastern Kingdom, it was just a quick glance, and one of the missions he received was to assassinate the Eastern Princess. Soren should be one of the few professions who had fought with the Eastern Princess, so he knew a little about the strength of the Eastern Princess. Now his identity was very different. Naturally, there was no need to be hostile to the Eastern Princess for a little reward. If possible, it was best to win her over. Map. Hearing Soren's words, the dancer in front of him immediately looked a little uninterested. She smiled and said, "Then please wait for me." After that, she swayed her slender waist and went upstairs. About a few minutes later, the Oriental dancer came out again. She raised her hand and put a parchment map in front of Soren. She said lazily, "I don't know if this guest is satisfied?" A map. The entire terrain of the Eastern Kingdom was marked, including almost all the oases and cities. Even the routes were clearly marked. However, Soren frowned after reading it and said slowly, "I don't want this kind of garbage." This was just a topographic map. Ordinary Eastern adventurers could get it. The marks on it were just very common things. What Soren wanted to know was not at all. He looked up at the Oriental dancer in front of him, released a little bit of the aura of a legendary profession, and said slowly, "I want a map that records all the underground relics and secret realms that have been discovered in the Eastern Kingdom. This kind of garbage is of no use to me." She didn't know if it was an illusion. The Oriental dancer in front of him suddenly felt that Soren was different. At first, she just felt that he was a good adventurer, but now she felt that Soren was like a wild beast. His gaze swept gently on her neck, and the Oriental dancer felt that her neck might be broken by him at any time. It was like wiping away a little inconspicuous dust. All of a sudden, she broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that she had met a master. "This might be a legendary, sir." Your Excellency." The Oriental dancer suddenly changed the way she addressed him, and her tone was a little trembling. She said carefully, "I am not qualified to complete a transaction of this level. If you need, you can come back tomorrow." Ruins map. This was beyond the scope of a normal adventurer's trade, and it was not within her authority. At the very least, she needed to be at Butterfly's level to be able to make the trade that Soren needed. "Tomorrow?" Soren frowned again and said, "Okay, arrange a room for me. I've been waiting for you all day." Having a map and not having one were two different things. As a god, Soren was not omniscient, so waiting for one more day was not a big deal. "Sir, please follow me." Perhaps she had guessed that Soren was a legendary professional, so the Oriental dancer's expression was much more respectful. She whispered, "Your room is here. Lady Alice should be back tomorrow." Alice? He should be the person in charge here. Soren didn't care very much. After the Oriental dancer arranged a room for him, he quietly read a book. A day passed quickly. The next day, a maid invited him to go to the third floor. It seemed that the person in charge here had returned. "Please come in." A soft female voice came from the room, and it seemed that she was not very old. Soren pushed the door and entered the room. He immediately saw a girl wearing a delicate blue and white floral dress, with beautiful short blonde hair and a red headband on her head. The girl's face was delicate and pleasant. She did not look very old, about 16 or 17 years old. Her face was more inclined to the southern people of the continent, not like the indigenous people of the eastern countries. She was sitting at the desk, reading a very thick book. Next to her were several delicate girl dolls the size of a palm working. They were sorting out information, and one of them was lying on another thick book and sleeping. "Puppet Master?" Soren looked at the other party with surprise. Most of the puppet masters in the eastern countries specialized in alchemy. They were experts in making golem puppets. However, the girl in front of him was very different from the puppets he saw yesterday. They were not at the same level at all. These girl puppets were not only flexible, but also had rich facial expressions. They were uniformly wearing a gray-white maid dress, and their skin looked very white. He didn't know what material they were made of. What a delicate puppet doll! Soren had never seen such a high-level puppet doll. In the application of some alchemy techniques, he was afraid that it was comparable to the one that Soren's demon incarnation encountered in the bottomless abyss. Is it a high-level alchemy life? If it was really a high-level alchemy life, then the girl in front of him should be a legendary puppet master. Lilith. The girl who was reading a book looked up at Soren and whispered, "Please have some tea." As soon as she finished her words, one of the girl puppets who was sorting out the books stood up. She used her slender little hand to tidy up her maid dress, and then her slender figure rose into the air. Her white hand, which was only the size of an adult's finger, picked up the teacup beside her and poured a pot of tea. She brought it to Soren. She flew over. This was simply unbelievable. Soren had never seen such a strange alchemy life. These girls were enchanted with at least 10 different spells. Whether it was strength, speed, or intelligence, they were far superior to other golem puppets. It was as if they were living creatures with intelligence. Is it really a high-level alchemy life? Soren's pupils shrank. He could roughly guess what was going on. These girls were all living creatures, and they had their souls injected with special spells. Please enjoy. The girl puppet named Lilith floated in front of Soren. She gently twirled the corner of her dress with her fingers, and performed a ladylike salute. She spoke with a cold mechanical voice. "My name is Lilith, Master's head maid." Unbelievable. Soren felt that the girl puppet in front of him had completely surpassed the level of ordinary golem puppets. Ordinary golem puppets only had a certain level of intelligence, and could act according to their master's orders. But the girl puppet in front of him had a very high level of intelligence. Even the expression on her face was so vivid. Her level of intelligence had probably reached the level of Thaling. At this time, the girl who was reading closed her book and looked up at Soren. She slowly said, "Do you want a high-level map? It's not that cheap." Chapter 732. This girl must have some kind of advanced technology from the Arcane Empire. Soren had never seen a golem puppet like this in his adventuring career. Because of the complicated runes needed to be engraved on it, the bigger the golem, the easier it was to make it. Even an ordinary clay golem weighed more than 1,000 pounds, and was more than 2 meters tall. It looked like a mini giant. As for the other golem puppets, they must be even bigger. To shrink a golem to the size of a palm, the alchemy skills needed were quite amazing. At the very least, the engraving skills needed to reach a terrifying level when engraving runes. The ratio of the runes inside the golem was the same, and this kind of shrinkage was hundreds of times more demanding on the materials used to make the golem puppet. Soren's eyes lit up. As the core area of the Arcane Empire, the Eastern Kingdom had never given up on the exploration of the underground ruins for thousands of years. It was impossible for the Arcane Empire to not leave anything behind after its destruction. More or less, there would be some discoveries. The girl in front of Soren must have mastered the golem craftsmanship from the Arcane Empire. And this kind of golem craftsmanship was very valuable to him. Customer? Seeing that Soren did not immediately reply, the girl frowned. She did not seem to be very patient. Maybe it was because Soren came at the right time to disturb her reading, so her attitude gradually became colder. "If you don't need it, you can leave now." She was a difficult girl to deal with. Soren made this judgment in a very short time. He glanced at the golem puppet next to him. The strange silver-white metal was a bit similar to the golem puppet he met in the abyss. At least the materials were very similar. He was even more certain of his judgment. He slowly asked, "How much?" The girl glanced at Soren and said, 12,000 Kindler. What? This time even Soren was shocked. He said in surprise, "So expensive? It's just a map." 12,000 kindlers. This price was enough to buy 1 or 2 battleships, and a large number of extraordinary grade equipment. Normal maps only cost 10 kindler coins. The girl didn't seem to mind. She curled her lips and said, "But the map you want is a high-level map of all the underground ruins. In order to discover and explore these ruins, we paid a great price." "This price is not expensive." Soren fell into deep thought, then slowly said, "Deal. Can I trade with gems?" The price was indeed a little too high, but there weren't many forces in the Eastern Kingdom that could take out such a map. Although it was just a small town, it was the first stop on the Eastern trade route, and also the city closest to the Desert of Death. Usually, only the core members under the Eastern Empress would be sent to guard this place. If it wasn't for the uniqueness of this place, it would be impossible for a legendary puppet master to stay here. Sure. The girl casually picked up a thick book and lightly said, "Take out the gem and let me have a look. I'll appraise it for you." Soren definitely didn't have that many gold coins on him. He casually took out a handful of gems, half of which were diamonds, and directly placed them on the table. "Okay. The price is 12,000 kindler coins." The girl's eyes slightly lit up when she glanced at the pile of gems, then calmly said, "Chris, go to the back and take out the map on the 3rd floor." The gems were worth far more than 12,000 kindler coins. According to Soren's estimation, it should be around 15,000 kindler coins. This was just a small test. Soren wanted to use this method to determine the girl's character. First of all, she definitely wasn't someone from the good faction. Someone who could do something like this was at most from the neutral faction. He could deal with her. The girl in front of him waved her hand, and the gems disappeared. Then the head maid Lilith flew to the table and lifted one of the puppets that was sleeping on top of a book. "Chris, don't sleep in anymore. Hurry up and get the things." The head maid seemed a little angry. She looked at the puppet girl who was sleeping on top of the book and said, "You've been sleeping for a whole day. Unbelievable. If they didn't have special settings when they were created, then they really did know how to think like intelligent creatures. To make an alchemical life form like this, only a legendary level living construct spell could do that." "Oh." The doll girl who had been sleeping on top of the spellbook finally opened her eyes. She had a sleepy expression as she rubbed her eyes with her slender arms, revealing a very human-like sleepy look. "Why am I the one who has to get it again?" she whispered. "I'm so sleepy. Why don't you let me sleep a little longer?" The light of a spell appeared. The puppet girl named Chris floated in the air. She tilted her head and glanced at Soren. Then her eyes lit up and said, "You smell so good. I like you." Hearing the puppet girl's words, Alice, who had been indifferent all this time, suddenly raised her head and looked at Soren in surprise. She knew how special her puppet girl was. She rarely paid attention to outsiders, so when she suddenly said that she liked Soren, it meant something very special. Soren's expression was also very shocked. This was because he actually saw the brilliance of divinity in this little doll girl. How was this possible? As her master, Soren didn't feel a trace of divinity on Alice, but on the puppet girl she made, Soren felt a weak divinity. There wasn't much divinity. When converted into a specific value, it was about 2 to 3 points. But even if it was only a little bit of divinity, it was enough to completely change the doll girl in front of him, making her completely different from the other doll girls. How is this possible? How can an alchemical life form have divinity? Soren was also very surprised. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, "It can't be given by someone. It can't be absorbed by an enemy. Could it be? The puppet master in front of me used divinity when making this puppet girl?" This was very likely. Although there weren't many things in the material plane that contained divinity, there were more or less some, such as parts of divine artifacts, special ritual tools in temples, and special metals that were divinity-stained, and so on. If the puppet girl was made with divinity, then it was possible that she had divinity on her. Chapter 733. The girl stared at Soren for a while. Only then did she remember that she had yet to complete the task that her master had given her. She immediately flew towards the back of the room. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't woken up or because she was too distracted, but she actually bumped into the door frame, leaving a small human-shaped dent in it. She then stumbled into the bookshelf. About a minute or two later, she wobbled out with a parchment map in her arms and carefully placed it in front of Soren. There were still magic imprints on the parchment map, but Soren wiped them away with a wave of his hand. "Thank you." Soren nodded slightly and opened the parchment map in front of him. He still needed to verify if it was real or fake. "You're welcome." The girl flew around Soren twice before landing on his shoulder. Soren was a little surprised when he turned around to look at her, but he saw her take a deep breath in satisfaction. She then laid on Soren's shoulder with a sleepy look and murmured, "So comfortable. I want to sleep on you." Divine sense. The girl's divinity seemed to be related to Soren's divinity. She was weak and couldn't completely fuse with the divinity, so Soren's divinity had an effect on her. Death. Or slaughter. Soren slightly activated his divinity, and immediately felt a trace of divinity. It shouldn't be the domain of slaughter, but it definitely had something to do with the divinity of death. It was located on the girl's chest, and the divinity was fused with the materials that made her. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Soren spread out the parchment map and looked at it. This high-level map was directly engraved with magic. Not only did it mark all the cities in the Eastern Kingdoms, but it also marked out the locations of various underground ruins in large blank areas, as well as dangerous creatures and ancient monsters that might be sealed in them. This was the map that Soren really needed, and it was even more detailed than the one he got from the Holy Avenger. There were over 100 locations of underground ruins marked on the map. Some places even indicated the degree of danger. These were all information gathered by risking human lives. Ordinary adventurers would not mark anything on a map like this. No problem. Soren put away the map in his hand. He took a look at it and immediately found a few places that he was interested in. One was the temple discovered by the demon incarnation. It was labeled as Death God's Ruins, and a row of small words recorded that it was the temple of a fallen death god. It seemed to be occupied by a lich. The second one was the Magic Ruins. During the destruction of the Arcane Empire, the floating city that fell to the ground but did not explode was still intact. Unfortunately, it had been occupied by many magic sunflowers, and so far, no one had been able to go deep into the core area. The last one was the ruins of the Amaska Empire. The Amaskas were even more ancient than the Arcane Empire. The Amaskas opened the door to another world, passing through the barriers of the multiverse, and attracting the gods of other worlds, which eventually led to the destruction of the entire empire. During this period, there was also an invasion of the orcs, which eventually led to the outbreak of the War of the Orcs. The gods fought in a way that was not inferior to the Avatar crisis. The impact of this war had not been eliminated yet. Some of the gods that were served in the desert were the beliefs that were spread when they stayed in the material plane at that time. In addition, there were relatively few ruins that were worth exploring and useful to Soren. The ruins left by the Mind Stealer Empire were also marked on it. Although Soren knew that there were a lot of good things in it, he had no plans to explore it for the time being, because the ruins went directly deep into the Underdark, and there were 11 elders of the Mind Stealer. There was a divine-level mind control crystal, and a special blood pool under this ruin. It was not until the end of the Avatar crisis that a team of high-grade legendary adventurers brought it out. With this map, basically all the ruins that had been discovered in the Eastern Kingdom could be found. Soren put away the parchment map. When he turned his head, the puppet girl named Chris had fallen asleep on his shoulder. This was the after-effect of divinity fusion. Vivian fell into a deep sleep for a long time, because she could not completely integrate the power of divinity. Now this puppet girl was the same as Vivian, and her spirit was weaker than Vivian's. The soul of the artificial construct life was not strong enough, and it would take a long time to digest this divinity. Alice had been looking at Soren all the time, especially when she saw her most special puppet girl, Chris, sleeping on Soren's shoulder. Her expression showed a trace of surprise. Chris was the most willful and intelligent puppet girl she had ever made. She would hardly get close to any outsiders, and her attitude towards ordinary people could even be said to be a little arrogant. Sometimes she would even say something like "stupid mortals," but now she was lying on Soren's shoulder with a look of longing. This was a bit unbelievable. Soren looked at the sleeping puppet girl lying on his shoulder, and his expression suddenly became a little awkward. Now that the deal had been completed, he could neither stay nor leave. Chris. As the master of the puppet girl, Alice had absolute control. She slightly raised her eyebrows and said lightly, "The guest is leaving. Now get down and go back to sleep." She could naturally see that Soren was not an ordinary person, or she would not be so polite. Oh. The puppet girl lazily got up, and seemed a little reluctant. She stood up shakily, and then said in Soren's ear, "Chris likes you very much. It's very comfortable to stay on your body. When will you come next time?" Divinity was a domain unknown to ordinary people. Perhaps even the legendary puppeteer girl in front of him did not realize the changes that were happening to the puppets that she had created. The transformation was in progress. When the transformation was complete, the puppet girl would become a real life with a complete soul, and evolve into a divine creature. Unfortunately, even her master did not seem to know about this. Next time? It shouldn't be too long. Soren pondered for a moment, and some divine constructs that he saw in the Nirvana Clockwork's mechanical mirror flashed in his mind. This kind of life form was very special. He stared at the palm-sized puppet girl in a blue and white maid outfit and smiled. "You look a little uncomfortable. Come, let me give you a hand." After saying that, a golden light appeared on Soren's fingertip, and then he stretched out his finger and lightly touched the puppet girl's forehead. Oh. Chapter 734. There was a golden glow. As Soren reached out his finger and gently touched the girl's forehead, an invisible energy wave began to ripple in the room. The place where Soren stretched out his hand and pointed was like a finger falling into a lake. The irresistible energy even affected this narrow space. All of a sudden, everything in the room seemed to be isolated from the material plane. The figure of the girl flying in front of Soren shook, and so did Alice, who was standing behind the desk with a surprised look on her face. A mental connection? No wonder he can control it so well. Low-grade puppeteers would have a string connected to their puppets, but once they reached a higher grade, they would no longer need this string. Puppeteers would then use their minds to control their puppets. However, a higher level of control was not just using one's mind, but directly creating a mental connection with the puppets. The puppets were like another body, and as the owner, she could feel what the construct life form could feel. Vast. This was what Alice felt. When Soren gently touched the girl's forehead, she also felt as if a finger was gently touching her forehead, and then she felt a vast power that was like the starry sky. A power that was above all things. Soren only touched the girl's forehead lightly, and then withdrew his finger. Compared to his 76 divinity, the girl in front of him was still too weak. He was afraid that if he accidentally released too much divinity, it would destroy her consciousness. All right. Soren slowly got up and looked at the construct girl in front of him. He also glanced at her master, Alice, and said slowly, "I should leave now. You'll be more energetic for a while, so you should train your will when you have time. I'll come back to see you in a few days." Soren's finger lightly touched the girl's forehead, and the sleepy Chris, who looked as if she could not get enough sleep, suddenly became much more energetic. As a construct life form, she did not really need to rest. The reason she was so sleepy was that her soul, will and spirit could not bear the power of divinity. It was like a robot needing to sleep to recover its spirit. It was completely suppressed by divinity. Oh. Chris is feeling much better. I don't feel so tired anymore. He wouldn't feel dizzy either. Ah. Thank you so much. The doll girl jumped in front of Soren and kissed him on the cheek. She then said happily, "This feels so good." It seemed like Chris had come back to life. The palm-sized doll girl danced around Soren like a bee, and from time to time, she would let out a cheerful laughter. On the other hand, Alice's expression turned solemn. As a legendary-level puppeteer, she was also a powerful warlock. A puppeteer itself required a certain amount of spellcasting ability. Basically, a profession that couldn't use spells couldn't become a puppeteer even if they had mastered a high level of alchemy. If Soren remembered correctly, the requirement to become a puppeteer was 180 points in alchemy, and at least 1 circle in spellcasting. This class with the ability to cast spells included wizards, warlocks, necromancers, bards, oriental dancers, and so on. Alice's second-class advancement was witch, one of the variants of warlocks in the Eastern Kingdom. For example, necromancers were warlocks who were proficient in evocation spells, while witches were a group of warlocks who were proficient in incantation spells. In the southern part of the continent, many wizards would choose a school of expertise to improve their spellcasting ability. This process may require the ability to oppose another school of expertise, but it could greatly improve their mastery of the chosen school of expertise and obtain some additional spells, increase spell slots of the school of expertise. The Eastern Kingdom was shrouded in a chaotic magical energy. Therefore, there were very few wizards here. Warlocks had always been the mainstream spellcasters in the Eastern Kingdom. They relied on the power of the bloodline to strengthen their spellcasting ability through learning. With the evolution of time, the warlocks in the Eastern Kingdom began to change factions. Gradually, there were necromancers who were proficient in evocation spells and witches who were proficient in incantation spells. For some unknown reason, the warlocks who were proficient in incantation spells were basically female. This was an incomprehensible reason. For example, in the thousands of years of Arendel's life, only female members of the royal family could awaken the ice ability, while none of the other male members of the royal family could. Perhaps it was because of genetic reasons, or the genetic sequence was more suitable for females. Name: Alice Evanus. Race: human Norman. Attributes: Strength 14, Agility 19, Vitality 12, Intelligence 21, Wisdom 16, Charm 30. Alignment: Lawful Neutral Class. Level 5 Warlock, Level 10 Witch Incantation User. Max, Level 7 Golem Master, Grade 5. Others. Abilities. Skills. As a legendary Golem Master, Alice's spellcasting ability was far inferior to that of a wizard of the same level. However, the perception of a legendary spellcaster was still the same. In the power that Soren displayed at that moment, she vaguely saw the light of divinity. She knew that the man in front of her was not as simple as a legendary profession. Therefore, the moment Soren was about to leave, she immediately took out the gemstone that she had put away at the beginning and said, "Your Excellency. Please wait." "Your Excellency." The way she addressed Soren changed immediately, and Alice began to address him respectfully. "There's no need." Soren turned around and glanced at the gemstones on the table. He seemed to understand what she meant. However, he used the common language at the beginning to speak, but then he spoke in another language. "I may have something to trouble you with in 2 days. Consider these gemstones as an advance payment." Soren's light touch earlier had already far exceeded the value of a high-level map to Alice. Obviously, Soren's second sentence was spoken in another language. Alice understood it, so she subconsciously stopped. At this moment, Soren suddenly spoke again, slowly saying, "You really are a Norman? I was wondering why there was a pure-blooded human like you in the Eastern countries. If you are a Norman, then it makes sense. I heard that there aren't many humans left in your group. All right. I should leave. If there's a chance, I'll visit you again." At first, Sauron wanted to say something more, but he seemed to have remembered something and immediately stopped. He just chose to leave directly. Chapter 735. The Normans. As mentioned before, they were a group of people with a lifespan even greater than the half-elves. They belonged to a branch of the human race that possessed a special affinity for magic. The origin of the Normans could no longer be verified. Some said that they were already born during the age of thorium, while others said that they were a race that only appeared during the Arcane Empire. The Normans were pure-blooded humans, and were considered to be a higher class of humans by some ancient scholars. Their birth was inseparable from the pursuit of immortality by the Arcanists. A large part of the legends believed that the pursuit of immortality by the Arcanists led to the birth of the Normans. The lifespan of the Normans was up to 300 years. That was their natural lifespan, and did not require any additional power. If they were able to become professionals, the lifespan of the Normans could be greatly extended. Sometimes they could even live longer than the High Elves. There were no longer any Normans in the southern part of the continent. Most of the ancient people had already disappeared. Only the Eastern Kingdom still had a few of them. However, they did not have a good time in the Eastern Kingdom, mainly because the long lifespan of the Normans brought them disaster. There was once a tyrant in the Eastern Kingdom. When the tyrant was about to reach the end of his lifespan, he did everything he could to extend his lifespan. There were many ways to extend one's lifespan in the material plane. However, most of them were in the hands of the spellcasters. Unfortunately, the tyrant was only a warrior. The ways to extend one's lifespan that he had access to were extremely limited. In the end, after trying several methods to no avail, the tyrant turned his attention to the Normans of the Eastern Kingdom. The blood of the Normans. He used an evil method to extract a potion from the blood of the Normans to extend his lifespan. The entire story could be guessed. At that time, the Normans, who were already very few in number, suffered heavy casualties. Although the tyrant succeeded in extending his lifespan, he also angered the Normans. Thus, the last kingdom of the Eastern Kingdom was destroyed in the chaos of war. From that time until now, no other kingdom had appeared in the Eastern Kingdom. Even now, the Eastern Kingdom maintained a relatively loose city-state system. The monastery also took the opportunity to become the most powerful force in the Eastern Kingdom. Soren obviously should not have mentioned the disaster that befell the Normans. Therefore, he took back the words he was about to say and simply turned around to leave. He had already planted a tracking mark on the girl named Alice. If necessary, Soren could use tracking to locate her at any time. Although he was very interested in the black technology of the Arcane Empire that she had mastered, Soren still decided to wait. After all, it was the first time they had met, and he still had a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. It was better to wait until they met a few times before considering cooperation. Furthermore, running away after acting tough, how exciting! Yellow sand filled the sky. After leaving the town, Soren headed towards the west of the Eastern Kingdom. The location of the Reaper's ruins was about 300 kilometers away from here. It was located in the quicksand area near the northwest of the Death Desert. Before leaving, Soren sent a magic message to Gloria. He briefly described the encounter with the girl named Alice, and described in detail the girl doll that she made. Soren was not very familiar with the black technology of alchemy, so Gloria should know more about it. She should know more about the level of this black technology, and whether it was worth Soren's precious time and energy. About an hour later, Gloria's magic message came back. Her words were very simple, and the general idea was, "You'd better bring that girl back to me at all costs. It would be best if you can kidnap her back, but if you can't, then force her back. In the worst-case scenario, you have to kill her and bring back her doll and related things." Finally, Gloria told Soren that the girl named Alice might have the best alchemy knowledge from the Arcane Empire. It could be used to inject expertise into golems. The alchemy technology that she had might be more valuable than what Soren brought back from the Battle of the Golems. Even after a while, Gloria also mentioned this matter to the Fallen Witch. The Fallen Witch also sent a magic message, which meant that if there was no other way, she would temporarily put aside what she was doing and help Soren kill the girl named Alice. Finally, she confirmed that Alice still had the best rune engraving knowledge in her hands. Without this kind of top-level knowledge, the golems couldn't have shrunk to the size of a palm and retained so many powerful abilities. Even the Fallen Witch also suspected that Alice had another application of the levitation ring, because according to Soren's description, these dolls could directly fly off the ground and didn't need to cast any spells. Fly freely. This wasn't something that could be done with alchemy's levitation device alone. In short, The two legendary witches both believed that the girl named Alice had a lot of black technology from the Arcane Empire. Alright. Maybe it was because they had been with Soren for a long time. The two legendary witches had also become decisive. Now that he had determined the value of this legendary golem master through Gloria, Soren naturally knew what to do next. Killing was definitely not a good way, not to mention that Alice had the more powerful Eastern princess behind her, so it was not suitable to be hostile to her at this time. So Soren could only find a way to get close to her first. It would be best if he could take her back to Mordor City. Mordor City also had black technology, whether it was the war chest half-bit wall, or the wizard tower in the Shadow Plane, or the recently acquired elemental furnace, or even Soren's identity as a true god. For this kind of special advanced golem master, there were always one or two things in Mordor City that could attract her attention. Many legendary spellcasters were academic maniacs. As long as he took her back to Mordor City, Gloria should have a way to get something useful from her mouth. Soren had already foreseen that the golem technology in Mordor City would advance by leaps and bounds. He flew for more than 300 kilometers. There were too many areas of magic chaos in the Eastern Kingdom. During this time, Soren had to walk for a while, but fortunately he successfully found the place. He even found the location where the demon avatar first fought. The location of the Reaper's ruins was in this area. Because of the wind and sand here, he still needed to look for a little bit. However, relying on his god-level perception, Soren still determined the location through the fluctuation of magic energy. The Reaper's ruins. Soren was very curious about the ruins left by the Reaper. Chapter 736. Yes, I've started writing the epilogue of this book. The storyline of the Succubus Queen, which was cut off for some reason, will be updated regularly on the public WeChat account. The epilogue will overlap with the main storyline, and a small part of the future plot will jump a lot, but the content will appear in the epilogue. The first epilogue will be updated this Wednesday, and the storyline of the Succubus Queen and the Fallen, which will have a separate volume. You can see it if you follow the public WeChat account. The wind howled. The closer he got to the Death God's ruins, the more Soren felt the chaotic energy in the air. In the Eastern Kingdom, casting spells required a high concentration, and if one's concentration wasn't enough, there was a possibility of the spell backfiring. The part of the Reaper's ruins exposed to the surface appeared in Soren's sight. Before he got close to the entrance of the Reaper's ruins, he had already felt a chaotic magic energy emerging from the depths of the ground. According to the markings on the map, this place was already occupied by a powerful lich. It studied chaotic magic here, and the inside of the Death God's ruins was always shrouded in magical energy. A lich. This kind of monster that stood at the top of the undead was very difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, almost no adventurers would be willing to face them, because even if they killed the lich, if they didn't destroy their phylactery, these terrible undead would resurrect within 10 days. Even a powerful god wouldn't have an easy time facing a lich, and many prophecies couldn't find the location of the phylactery. Unless it was a god with a special power, it was very difficult to directly kill a lich. Soren was a god with a special power. This was because he had a very powerful domain, Slaughter Domain. Any god with a domain related to death could directly destroy the lich's soul when killing them, and then turn their life-saving phylactery into a useless piece of trash. Because of this, a part of the lich would serve a god with a domain related to death, and almost no lich would take the initiative to provoke a god with a domain related to death. The lich sought the mystery of death. Although they had a huge power that mortals couldn't imagine. In fact, there was still a big gap between a lich and a god. There were many demigod lich in history, but there was only one who could successfully become a god. That was the god of liches, Visharan, weak divine power. This lucky lich god was originally a member of the ancient Red Robe sorcerers. Later, he received guidance from the Lord of Storms during his research and relied on his powerful divine power to become a god. However, at that time, the Lord of Storms only intended to establish a divine system, and he needed a divine servant that he could manipulate. For this reason, the god of liches was forced to seek cooperation from the god of mages and form an alliance. Thus, the god of lich successfully established a relationship with the goddess of magic and used this to escape the Lord of Storms' revenge. This guy was a fence-sitter among the gods. On one hand, he was using the relationship with the god of mages to get close to the goddess of magic. On the other hand, he was trying to please the Lord of Storms to get his forgiveness. Then he was secretly trying to please the Lady of the Night in exchange for more life-saving chips. Until now, he was still worried that the Lord of Storms would take back the power he had bestowed upon him. Note: the god of mages had been assisting the goddess of magic for a long time. He was originally the most powerful mortal mage, and in a battle that lasted for several years he defeated the god of prophecy and imprisoned this god and his staff. Later, he served the goddess of magic and was promoted to a god by the second generation of the goddess of magic, as one of the important gods of the goddess of magic. The relationship between the god of lich and most of the gods of death was very tense. Many of the gods of death saw him as a potential enemy that could touch the god of death. Buzz. A strange vibration came from the depths of the ground, and then it gradually calmed down. A powerful lich stayed in the god of death's ruins. Soren didn't need to guess to know that it was definitely related to the death domain. It had stayed here for decades. If it didn't find something, it wouldn't have stayed here for so long in the death desert shrouded in chaotic energy. The environment here wasn't suitable for magic experiments. If the failure rate of magic experiments in other places was 50%, then it was at least 90% here. The chaotic energy outside had affected everything. The violent radiation in the death desert had formed a local tidal wave. The death domain. As one of the gods who controlled the death domain, Soren was almost determined to get this power. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness. He was now facing the top undead creature, the lich. So even though Soren was a god, he didn't dare to be careless. Besides, this lich had been here for decades. If there was really the power left by the god of death here, the enemy would not be a simple lich. Soren suspected that the other party might have evolved into a demigod lich. Disarm the trap. The entrance to the god of death's ruins was under the sand dune. Before Soren got close, he found a security trap on the periphery. As the god of rogues and half-elves, such a trap was not difficult for Soren. He easily disarmed the 3 trigger traps on the periphery. Shadow leap. The cross-plane phase shift helped Soren avoid the first trap inside. This kind of trap was too troublesome to touch. It was necessary to destroy the surface structure of the wall, which could easily alarm the lich deep underground. So it was easier to travel through the shadow plane. Dimension shift. After entering the god of death's ruins, it was dark. The undead didn't need light, and the lich didn't set up any lighting tools here. On the contrary, over the past few decades, it had set up hundreds of traps outside for no reason. Almost every 3 steps, there would be a trap that would be triggered. Soren glanced around and found at least 5 traps that were set with Finger of Death and Disintegrate. Damn it. This lich is really ruthless. Soren stopped a little at the corner and murmured. If it was a team of legendary adventurers, maybe a few of them would have died. All of them are instant death spells. If you don't resist a little, even a legendary profession will die in an instant. Instant death traps. Even legendary rogues would be afraid of this kind of trap because rogues didn't have enough immunity. If they failed to remove the trap, they could be killed in an instant. After passing through the death passage set up by the lich, the number of traps began to decrease significantly. However, there were more high-level warning devices. If it weren't for Soren being a god, he wouldn't have known when he triggered the device and alarmed the lich below. No wonder no one wanted to crusade against it for so long. There were probably not many professions in the Eastern Kingdom who could pass the first half of the journey. This is? After Soren passed through the passage, his eyes suddenly opened up. This was a very wide hall, surrounded by broken marble pillars. Part of the hall had collapsed, and there was a lot of quicksand piled up there. There were many reliefs on the wall near the right side, carved with some hideous undead creatures. It looked like a war in the underworld, and a servant of death with a huge scythe. It really is the Temple of Death. It looks like the death of the evil alignment. There were very few death gods in the good alignment. The current king of the dead was only in the neutral alignment. When he was still immortal, he was a good warrior. After taking over as a god, he was forced to change to the neutral alignment. Although the doctrine of the king of the dead was a little biased towards good, he still maintained the neutral nature of the death realm. The death of the evil alignment? It seems that there are only a few of them, right? The reliefs on the wall provided clues for Soren. As for which death god this temple belonged to, the scope suddenly narrowed a lot. Is it the temple of the King of Bones? Soren carefully looked around and murmured. The scale of this temple should belong to the giant god temple. The gods who have the ability to build such a large temple are at least mid-level gods. If that's the case, there are very few qualified candidates. King of Bones, God of Murder, God of Death Naruto, God of Slaughter, God of Tyranny. The God of Murder can be ruled out. After he fell into madness and was sealed, the churches basically disappeared, and the temples were almost destroyed. After all, his main enemy was the King of the Dead. The God of Death, Hell, is still alive. If this is his temple, it is impossible for it to be abandoned. We can basically rule it out. The God of Slaughter is out of the question. He has too many enemies. It's hard to leave such a large temple. Then the biggest possibilities are the King of Bones and the God of Tyranny. The King of Bones was Mirko, the second generation of the God of Death. After he fell, Klemvox took over the death godhood. The God of Tyranny was the predecessor of the Dread Lord. After he was replaced by the Dread Lord, he disappeared in history. This temple had the most to do with the two of them. Soren went through the passage on the first floor. Following the short flight of stairs, little lights began to appear in front of him. Some strange puppets appeared in Soren's sight. They wore black metal armor and stood still in the corner. Skeletal guards? Soren glanced and saw the skeletons under the armor. These were skeletal guards with a challenge rating of 12. They were life forms made by high-grade undead. Most of them were powerful warriors when they were alive. Looks like the King of Bones, as temple. Soren went around from the side. After entering the second floor of the God of Death's ruins, some undead guards began to appear in front of him. At the same time, there was a strange cauldron at a certain distance. The cauldron was full of dark green liquid. From time to time, translucent wraiths would emerge from it. The Death Cauldron? Is someone extracting the essence of souls here? Soren had seen this strange cauldron before in the God of Death Naruto's temple. It could be used to extract the essence of souls in a simple way. It was similar to the method of raising poisonous insects. A bunch of low-quality souls would be placed in the cauldron to cook. In the end, one could obtain a high-quality soul or a soul fragment that could be purified. Refining souls could only be done in the God of Death's temple. There were a total of 13 cauldrons. There were undead guards nearby. The passage on the side was filled with bones. Some souls would enter the pile of bones. After a while, a skeleton warrior would crawl out. Damn. This place has become a production line for the undead. Soren saw a portal through the mist in front of him. A strong death energy was emitted from it. This place was connected to a certain place in the underworld. This temple had already established a passage to the underworld. So many souls? Could it be that there is a soul furnace below? At this moment, Soren seemed to think of something. His face changed slightly. He murmured, "Could this be the place where the adventurers found the 1,000 souls' head after the end of the Avatar crisis?" In an instant, a little memory that had been sealed for a long time flashed through Soren's mind. It was about 3 months after the end of the Avatar crisis. A team of legendary adventurers explored the Desert of Death in the Eastern Kingdom. They swept through 3 underground ruins in the Desert of Death in a row. The most difficult battle was in the second Death Ruin. In this Death Ruin, they encountered the demigod Lich and the 1,000 souls' head. In the end, they found the soul furnace, left by a fallen god of death. Of course, the real discovery was probably more than that. However, what they released was definitely the most basic information. As for how much benefit they had obtained, They basically wouldn't tell others everything. If it's really here, I'm afraid I have to be careful next. It seems that I need to do some preparation work. Soren stopped. In his memory, the average profession level of this team of adventurers was about level 22. They were the top veterans who had experienced high-intensity battles during the Avatar crisis. When they swept through this place, 3 of them died. In the end, they killed the demigod Lich and the Thousand Souls Head. Although Soren now had the combat strength of a deity, he did not have much advantage over a team of legendary adventurers. If they didn't treat it seriously, they might really fail miserably in the gutter. Demigod Lich. The challenge level is level 21. He has mastered the legendary spell, Time Stop. This can deal with other legendary professions, but it has no effect on me. In addition, there are legendary spells such as Wishing, Gate Between Worlds, and Wail of the Banshee. It seems that I need to summon my demon incarnation to help in the battle. The Thousand Souls Head. The challenge level is level 20. He has mastered Aura of Fear, Necromancy, Domination, and so on. He is a half-spirit creature composed of a large number of distorted souls. He is a monster that is very difficult to kill. This is a bit troublesome. Soren frowned. His figure stopped in a corner and fell into deep thought. 2 legendary monsters with the challenge level. Even from the point of view of a deity, they are very troublesome enemies. PS 2 in 1 chapter. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.